Good morning, welcome everyone. Kia ora. I declare the council meeting CO26/4 open and welcome everyone here. Please note this meeting is being live streamed and Zoom is available and the consequences of that. I shall open with our usual karakia. Whakatau mai te wairua, whakawate mai te hinanaro, whakarite mai te tinana, kia ea ai ngā mahi. Hi. Apologies, I think we're all here. Councillor Joyce's apology for lateness from Councillor Joyce. The traffic was pretty bad this morning. Can I have a move in a second, please? Councillor Ray and Deputy Mayor Murray Benge, all in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. I don't believe there's any late items. Does anyone have a declaration of interest for today, please? No, all good. Right. There are no public excluded items, and I'm not aware of anyone for public forum. So I'll go straight into confirmation of minutes. We have the minutes of the council meeting held on the 25th of November. I'll move those. Can I have a second, please? Deputy Mayor Murray Benge. All in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. And the minutes of the council meeting on the 16th of December. I'll move those. The seconder, Councillor Sol. For the motion, all in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Which brings us to item 10, the presentations, and we welcome Bay of Plenty Regional Council, most of them, I think, who are here this morning to talk about their annual plan. So I welcome Chair Matamau McDonald, and perhaps you can introduce your speakers.
Okay.
Tēnā tātou, tēnā koutou I ngā kaikaunihira o tēnei o tō tātene takiwa. Your Worship, tēnā koe kua whai wāhi koe ki te tautoko mai o mātou I tēnei o tō tātene ata. Kia whai hua mātou ngā pukinga kui mā koroma nō reira. E te rangatira tēnā koe o te rā ki ngā kaikaunihira tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Anei mātou ngā uri e whakatau nei o toi moana e mihi kau atu ki a koutou. Anei mātou te taho tō tātanei tiamana a ma te Moana McDonald. O te rā ki tāku nei taha te tiamana tuarua, a Glenn Dougal. O te rā ko ngā kaikaunihira ngā councillors ko Kataimai a John, Raua ko Tim, ko whahe te tia mai I mui a mātou. Ko wai au, ko Dr. Iwi te whau tēnei, ko au tētahi o ngā kaikaunihira o te rohe o Kurei, I raro te pukinga o Rotorua nui a Kahumata Momoe e mihi kau atu ki a koutou I te takiwa o toi moana o ngā te pukinga, ngā te rangi nui o te rā o ngā te rangi. Tēnā koutou, o te rā tēnā tātou katoa. Thank you very much, Your Worship, for allowing us to be here today. As we come in support of our chairperson, Mate Moana McDonald, we just want to acknowledge the council that are gathered here today to come and listen to our presentation. We give thanks to everyone who has helped support this kaupapa so far, especially during this time of where there's so many uncertain things happening. So councillors, Your Worship, thank you very much for this time and for allowing us to be here. I'll hand it over to Chair McDonald. Tēnā tātou.
Tēnā tātou katoa. First of all, thank you for having us here this morning. You can see who's turned up this morning. We do run in a pack, so don't be alarmed. It's just how we move at the moment. But very, very grateful that you've given us time to come and talk to you about our annual plan and our amendments to our LTV that we'll talk about in this discussion. We also have our staff on board. Most of you will know Kumaran and AJ, who is going to assist us in this process. And of course, we'll be passing the baton when we get the really curly questions when you ask us at the end of our session. So moving on from there. And I'm supposed to be operating a slideshow. Thank you. I'm not the greatest technician driving. Oh, looks like I've got a driver in Glenn. Thank you, Glenn. I guess one of the things I want to talk about before we actually get into talking about our annual plan is the acknowledgement that we find in the strength and value of partnerships. And given this is quite a trying time for all councils within our region and even across the country, we feel that even now is probably the most important time in a lot of our careers, really, in local government, where our partnerships are truly needed. And I think without the partnerships, I think we do an injustice to our communities, and we also do an injustice for this place that we all consider belongs to us. So this is another reason why we are really set on strengthening the partnerships that we currently have. And to the extent, I know it's not on our agenda, and I hadn't even spoken to our own councillors, but I'm going to say that the Regional Council will be quite happy to sit with all our councillors if we feel a need that we need to come together, not just the mayors and certain elected members who sit at governance committees. I want to extend the invitation to you, James, and all of the councillors, if ever a time came that you wanted to speak to our full council together. So I want to extend that invitation to you all. I also want to acknowledge what we have both gone through as councils with the recent tragedies we all recently experienced with the landslides in Moa, as well as in Welcome Bay. And I understand from the experience that we're all going through, the experience you must be going through too, in addressing all of the things that you're having to look at as a result of that, and the struggle in that space, not just about caring for the well-being of our communities and our people, but also the struggle you will be having around the financial burden and having to meet whatever you have to do to make the changes that are required as a result of those tragedies. So, we're here to support, and we're here to have discussions around you of how we can support you in that journey. Now, I better not talk too long in that vein and move on. Can I have the bullet points that you're seeing here are what we're going to discuss. We will all take part in the discussions for you, and hopefully we'll leave enough time at the end for you to ask us questions, any questions you want to. I know, and I'm even quite happy if you decide at some stage in asking your questions that you do go off script, because we do have staff here to help us. Kia ora. With our operating environment, the emphasis for us really is the uncertainty, but reassurance you all of the continuity in regional services. That is something we are actually pushing for at the moment. You're all aware through the government's proposal that a lot of us may have very limited time in our positions as governors, but one of the things that we will be pushing is to ensure that the services that are being offered by Regional Council stay intact and continue for our communities. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Thanks, Madam Moana. And good to be back here. The room looks a little bit different now, but never mind, it's great to see you. And I've already had a bit of stick about lowering the dress standard, but I will point out some of us are going on a site visit shortly, so I thought I could accommodate that all at once. But as Madam Moana touched on, I'm sure I don't need to tell you how different the operating environment we're moving into is. One of the biggest challenges, I think, is the uncertainty of what that looks like. And while things slowly become clearer, the replacement of the RMA with the two new bills already referred to, and particularly overlaid with proposals to reshape local government. And to me, that's one of the biggest uncertainties, because there's no clarity as yet about what that might look like. So I can't help but emphasise the comments that Mata Moana made in regard to working together and having conversations with you all about how that looks into the future. because it's not about us. I think many of us, most of us are not precious about our roles, but we are and do believe in the services that are delivered currently continue to be delivered in an appropriate way. And I think that's how we need to view the conversation. And there will be changes as to who picks up some of those responsibilities. And of course, there's always the ongoing changes and challenges around compliance and monitoring and enforcement of some of those roles. And I know all too well over the last few years, you've faced up to some of those challenges here. And we look forward to opportunities to work together in that into the future. I think some of these, perhaps if we go to the next one. Obviously, you're well aware, probably even more familiar than us in regard to the regional deals impact and what that might be and how that's been a developing conversation too, without a lot of certainty around it. And so we welcome the opportunity to work with you over that. I have to confess, I'm not particularly familiar, but is this a comment for you, Tim, in regard to the Route 85 service review? You're not familiar either. Okay, well, I think perhaps unless staff have a comment to make, we'll brush past that one. But the regional transport plan, as per every 3-year term, is about to be kicked off. And so there will be considerable conversation around that. And we all know the difficulties of getting around our region and how important it is to develop those plans to try and make improvements going forward. It's very easy here in the Western Bay of Plenty, not meaning just the Western Bay of Plenty Council, but the Western Bay and Tauranga Council areas together, with such a concentration of people. And if we don't go into the more outlying areas of our region, we can be a bit blinkered as to the problems. Certainly other districts have issues too. And so it's important that their needs are taken into consideration as we develop that. The Heritage Park, I do want to comment on. It's obviously suffered a lot of damage in the recent storms, and there are some issues around neighbours, and there are big issues around access to that park. But council's working very hard to get some of that open in the next few weeks, and that will make a big difference. And given the restrictions around Mauao currently. Yeah. So I'm about to have my learnings upgraded a bit in regard to our flood protection assets as we go into a series of half-yearly meetings around the district. And with 4 other schemes in the region, it's a big issue. And that, of course, is not touching on the Waihi Drainage Society, which is managed by this council here, quite separately to that. So that's a really big issue for our wider region, and working all those things together, the management of not just the flood schemes, but the land and the water runoff, and how that's passed forward into the ocean environment is an important issue. Overlaid with climate change issues and the weather events that we're getting, and boating and harbour master issues, they're big things, and so they're all things that we will be considering over the next while. So I think that's my share for a bit. One more, is it? Okay, all right. And so yes, the other issue, particularly important to me anyway, and I hope it's important to you, is biosecurity and biodiversity. the challenges of, particularly with New Zealand's main port here and the risks to our high earning community is worth noting. And I particularly feel at this time there's a lot of nervousness amongst the beekeepers who are so important to the crops that we produce here, and the hornets that have continued to be discovered in Auckland and struggling to get on top of that issue. And it highlights how challenging these things are, and we'll continue to support work to protect ourselves from incursions. Thank you.
Tēnā tātou. So the consultation overview is basically what's written up there. You can read it. The point of the thing is that we're starting these consultations with district councils to allow time for us to do the proper consultations throughout the rest of this term. I think the best part around it is that it enables us to get things right at the get start. And so these conversations around this table, like you guys, helps us to enable this plan moving forward. The consultation activities, the biggest part around it is that it's an additional, we've got this thing called the Friends of the Submitters, and this is an additional independent support provided by us. The purpose of it is to enable the submitters to fully engage with the process. This process has helped many other entities like Waka Kotahi, like other district councils around the submitter getting that sound advice to submit their submissions. The submitters will be able to request this at no cost to them for up to 4 hours work that was provided by the friends of a submitter. And we found that this avenue, this part of action will help enable the right consultation to be done and the submitters to be fully engaged with the whole process. Consultation events are a huge impact on how we can actually get out to our communities. We all represent certain communities out in the Bay of Plenty, and so events are crucial to the way that we actually apply ourselves, not just from our staff's perspectives, but from councillors as well, as we fully engage and put everything into these sort of activities, so it does have a kanohi kitea, face-to-face interaction with our communities. This will also enable us to have these robust consultations and discussions with the community members that are seeking to add their submissions for our annual plans and long-term plans. The biggest part around it too is that these are just a handful of events and projects that are happening within the Bay of Plenty. We know there are many more, but with time on our hands, there's not much time that us as councillors in Lane, as our staff, can allow to have so many events to participate in. But that doesn't mean that we won't go and attend. It just means that we really need to do time management around where we go and evenly spread ourselves out throughout the whole Bay of Plenty. What are we consulting on? The biggest part that we're consulting on is some amendments to the long-term plan. The other part is also helping to support the annual plan for 26-27. I find this a real crucial part of the whole process, especially with this council, with the Western Bay of Plenty District Council. Collectively, we can do so much for our communities that we represent and serve. This annual plan is not just for Bay of Plenty Regional Council, but I see this as a collective approach with this district council to move forward in some of the robust areas that need attention to. This annual plan may become an annual event where we come to this district council and actually share these ideas of what your community are engaging with us around and how we can collectively do that together. Tēnā tātou.
Kia ora, team. So yeah, just to get into some detail where the rubber hits the road on the actual topics. So the first one we're consulting on is a long-term plan amendment. So I think we're one of the only councils in New Zealand that's undertaking a long-term plan. But when this new council came in, we felt this was an issue that needed continual attention. It's been looked at many times through the council's stewardship. And it's around the stewardship of our $3 billion investment portfolio. That portfolio has grown over the last 30 years and is owned by your region and is owned by all the regions of the Bay of Plenty through the Bay of Plenty Regional Council. And we're ensuring that investment income supports both growth and regional benefit. So this topic is really about ensuring that that investment portfolio remains the best tool to deliver the regional benefit. It's a $3 billion portfolio. It's intergenerational, so we're always looking at how it is best structured. As financial pressures, climate change, infrastructure demands continue, we want to make sure we're understanding how that fund is fit for the next 30 years and making sure that vehicle is correct. So we're really seeking the views on what are the best long-term arrangements and related policy updates that we need to do around safeguarding that fund. And obviously we want to ensure that there's prudent financial management of that fund. So this is not a Quayside driven process. This is driven by the governors of the fund. Just to give you an update on the issue around the Port of Tauranga. Previous councils have enabled that it could be a sell down of the Port of Tauranga. To date, no shares have been sold, and structural options are just being explored. The second topic we're consulting on is our regular annual plan consultation, and here we're looking at how funds can be available for investing in regional benefit. So we're considering whether we establish a regional benefit fund, that's just a working title, for next financial year, and that would support the third-party delivery of major regional infrastructure. So it aims to deliver projects that have broad benefit across the whole Bay of Plenty, and it would align with our existing community outcomes. So the purpose is not to take over projects from other councils or other agencies, but support them when there is a clear regional benefit. Funding sources would come from reserves and dividends from our intergenerational fund. It would not be through additional rates.
Councillor Cox had a question.
Just going back to the investment of the funds, the 3 billion funds, presuming you do sell some down, presumably you're going to be engaging professionals to create your IPS, etc., aren't you, and take advice on that?
Yes.
In terms of the longevity of the fund, with
Yes.
an international exposure as well?
Correct. So
Yeah.
the rationale that previous council agreed to was the rationale for the sell down was to diversify the risk of Quayside's investment portfolio. Currently, obviously, around about 2 billion of that fund is invested in the NZX listed Port of Tauranga, and there's around about 800 million and some other things in others. And I think everyone clearly understands that is a relatively high concentrated risk in one asset and one asset class.
And regional risk, yes.
And regional risk indeed, yeah. But at the same time, we are our advisors through Quayside and our other advisors, we are in no rush to sell, and we will only sell at the most optimal time for the community if we sell at all. So there is no decision yet been made whether it will sell or not. But there is ability for Quayside to undertake that investigation if the right dynamics present themselves.
Yeah, great. Second question was around the regional benefit fund. So how does that work in with the regional deal? Is this additional? I mean, is this taken into account with the regional deal, or is it any kind of offset there?
It's you could say they are complementary. Obviously, the region, we all acknowledge that the region needs significant infrastructure investment as well as significant infrastructure maintenance costs, and those are the challenges for all of us going forward. So this fund has been established to look at is there potential infrastructure projects that we have a regional benefit that we can work with partners on. So that may be working highly collaboratively with people like yourselves or other councils or other interests and have that fund available.
So could it almost look like a partnership in some cases for funding?
Correct. Yeah, well, there would be, it's a regional benefit fund that you can apply to. Yeah, how that would be structured going forward would be on a case by case situation.
Thank you, councillor Hogshead.
That's right.
Councillor Elvin.
Thank you, Glenn, and welcome to you guys. How nimble is this fund? Because we've just gone through a pretty serious event. And I'm excited to hear that in 30 years' time, the roads are going to be really good and everything's going to be flash, but we've got current needs. So is there nimbleness in the fund, and is there a willingness to say, actually, we've got a current need and we're going to dip into that irrespective of what the fund managers might say?
First of all, I'd like to respond to your question by separating that the funds that we have, the $3 billion intergenerational fund is a fund that we have to maintain and grow for a regional benefit. So the phrase of dipping into the fund is always cautious with us, and that's the reason we have that separation between Quayside and the I guess us as politicians or as elected members, to make sure that we maintain that fund as an intergenerational fund. This annual plan topic is talking around about using some of those dividends and some of the reserves of the regional council to create a new fund, and how that can be used.
Just to follow up, I guess my concern was there's not a lot of point having a fund for the sake of having a fund.
Clear.
And the regional council has had some difficulty with that in the past. And, you know, that's that nimbleness that I'm concerned about in the current environment.
Thank you for the question. I think the process that we're undertaking in the annual plan and amendment to the LTP is to allow us to have that broadening of discussion once the consultation process is been had. I think some of the questions that we're asking within our consultation document is allowing us to have the ability to do a deeper dive into what you're asking. And I think that's the whole, that's part of the LTP amendment that we're seeking, to allow that, because we fully understand across the region the same question you're asking of other local authorities that are asking us the same question. And we're acknowledging that by going through this process to allow us to broaden exactly what you're talking about, and for us to go into that discussion post-consultation.
Thank you. Councillor Joyce, then Councillor Coxhead, noting we're actually just about to the end of time, but I'll let it go, but just bear that in mind. Councillor Joyce.
I picked up because this fund is an important fund for the whole region. I'm just a bit confused. Why now? You know, the regional council is about to go through some pretty profound reforms. We're probably going to go through some pretty profound reforms as well. You know, none of us may be sitting here in 3 years' time. So is this the right time to try and set up a new rule book when actually the whole system may be different? Yeah, and the different set of governors working to different rules, potentially one set of governors for at least our sub-region. You know, that seems to be the push from some in government. So is this the right time really to rewrite the rule book for that $3 billion plus investment?
I think the timing is right. It's not a new discussion for this council. What has happened though within this council is that a new councillors have come aboard. And I think this new council is wanting to expedite what have been discussions in previous years with previous councils, to the point now we're actually going to realise a lot of those discussions that were being had. The other influence in what we're actually doing are discussions that are coming to us from mayors from the other TLAs, and hence our acknowledgement that the change needs to be made now in light of the challenges that they're currently facing, for us to look at a way that we can better support with the funds that are being held by the Papali'i Regional Council.
Councillor Coxhead.
Just really quickly in response to Graham Elvin's, Councillor Elvin, question. The 3 billion over 30 years would have, if you just reinvested all dividends and growth, would have probably amassed 12 billion at the end of that period anyway. So presumably with your investment planning, you would be modelling in withdrawals to, so it would be a fairly fluid fund. And based on timing of taxation, etc., that would be the way it would be modelled, surely.
Well, while Glenn's thinking, can I make a comment? I think part of the whole process is about putting some more structure around how much is distributed and how much is reinvested, so that there's more clarity in answer to Graham's comments for the community about how that fund is used and how the earnings are used as well.
Right. I think we better move on with the question, the presentation now.
Right, topic 3, I'll go quickly. Thank you for having us as well. Biodiversity, we're all aware we live in one of the nicest places in the world. We've got challenges with our local biodiversity. Species are disappearing. There's a lot of work being done by Regional Council. You can see 22.4 million a year. It's difficult to see where that goes, but it does achieve a lot. Particularly, we work a lot with volunteer groups, so we get very good value for money with volunteer groups. So what we're asking from the community is, do you want us to spend more, the same, or less? And of course, what's not directly linked to that is rates. So if we spend more, our rate's going to go up. So we are developing a new strategy. So this will become part of the strategy. I think that's it.
Thank you. So highlighted there, the opportunity for submissions, and we welcome that. I guess usually the number one item is the 4% proposed rates increase. So we'll see what feedback we get in regard to that. We're pleased that it's only about half of what was forecast in the long-term plan, and so that's encouraging to be in that position. I perhaps don't want to take all your time, but I could comment there that that's why there needs to be more structure, I think, around Quayside's dividend policy, and not the perception that that can fluctuate and vary according to the whims of Quayside or of council. And so that will be helpful going forward, I think. And of course, the review of the fees and charges policy, I know as I go through the table, there's a bit of variation. Some things are going up, some things are staying the same. But yeah, that's where we're at. And so they're just some headline numbers: the 4% increase in rates, the level of borrowing we hold, and around about that 200 million a year in expenditure currently. Well, that's operating expenditure plus, of course, capital expenditure, which compared to territorial authority is not such a big proportion, but it is substantial, as you can see. And just a bit more of a breakdown to show how things work across the district. And I guess the thing that jumped out to me from that graph was the challenges of Opotiki and Whakatane and the flood control measures that are necessary there, and what a big impact it has on their rates if you look at those big dark blue blocks for those two councils. So, is that it, is it?
That's it from us. I'm going to throw the floor open to you guys to ask questions. And I see Margaret with her hand up.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, councillors, for explaining your annual plan. It's very, very helpful, and appreciate you coming in. But I do have some questions. I have Deputy Mayor Murray Bunge, and then I have Councillor Daly first of all. So
I have 4 questions, and delighted to see you all here this morning. Could I say the transport plan, the roading network is a real concern to me. and the eastern end of the district, which is clearly a growth area. Are you involved in the planning, future planning for that?
First, just before we go, first of all, can I give an apology for Ken Shirley? I know he's the representative for Western Bay. His apology because he is our representative on the Port of Tauranga, and so the meetings have clashed. He would have been the guru here to answer all your questions, Margaret, on regional transport. He is our regional transport committee chair, but I might leave that open for the members or staff to respond. But it looks like John wants to give it a go first.
Could I ask first, perhaps, Margaret, to clarify, when you referred to the east of the district, were you meaning the east of this, or the east of the bay, the region?
The east of Western Bay.
Yeah, okay, it certainly is a growth area, but you were at, I think, no, you left from the Regional Transport Committee last week, but yeah, there was considerable discussion there. And it's worth noting that I saw a copy of the letter yesterday that's prepared in response to the issues you raised about Kaimai, and you heard raised in regard to Atapotiki. And so there is a letter going to NZTA in regard to those. That's been actioned. Certainly.
So it was more about the planning for Te Puke, Makatu and that area, really, that I was asking.
Yeah, I was trying to come to that, if I could collect my thoughts. Yeah, one of the challenges in terms of the regional plan is that local roads still remain the responsibility of territorial authorities, and that sort of diverts attention a little bit. And of course, we've had the TEL built out that way, and the interchange at Rangiuru and the interchange at Papamoa East is coming closer. And so from a regional point of view, that's probably not a priority in terms of the regional transport plan.
Okay. My second question is Papamoa Hills. With the slips that occurred there, are you having a land use plan for that?
I don't know about specifically a land use plan, but staff are working very closely with landowners in the area and repairing fencing and things like that as a result of the damage. They're working hard to get some access into the park, and perhaps I'll just say they are looking at some other options which may involve land use change too, but I can't say any more than that at this stage.
Thank you. And the third question is the harbour master's relationship with the port and the vessels coming in and keeping, making sure that biodiversity is not threatened. The cleaning of the ships. Do you have anything to do with that? Right.
It's probably out of the field of anyone here, I'm thinking.
Kia ora, Your Worship, councillors. That's not part of the scope of that activity.
Right. And Madam Chair, could I work with you on the cancerous sore up in Merritt Road? And I won't explain anything to you about it, but I'd love it to be solved at a political level. It's a mess. That's it, Sue.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Murray Binge. Councillor Danny.
Thank you, Mayor James. Yeah, my first question is to Councillor Scrimgeour. And I see one of your items in your list is around the water take consents, I think, but I note that around 350 water consents are expiring on the 1st of October 2026 that were granted before the RMA 1991, and you've got a renewal process for these consents, and around 240 of them relate to horticulture in our region. So do you want to comment on the renewal process? Do you see any issues with these consents being renewed? Especially maybe a comment around the competing demands of municipal water supply versus private horticultural use?
Yeah, I guess the last one is a bit of a challenge, but mostly they operate from different water sources. In regard to all the pre-1991 consents, I understand the government resolved that they have another period, another year or 18 months. I'm not certain of the time. So my understanding is they were picked up in that. So they're not all expiring at once in this immediate future. I know it is an ongoing challenge. And in fact, I was approached the other day. I was trying to schedule a meeting with a constituent between this and our next meeting to discuss that very issue. But he messaged me yesterday to say that he's made some progress with council staff and feels like he's getting somewhere. So that would indicate to me that there is a way forward. It's sometimes a bit challenging, but yes, they can work with staff and get those issues resolved.
I see according to your website that they will be allowed to continue using their consent until a new consent is granted. So I
believe that's as long as they've noted and made application that they're aware of that.
Yeah.
And indicated a desire to renew.
Obviously, that's a big concern for our ratepayers as well as yours. But my second question is to Dr. Iwi. Are you planning to have any community consultation events in the Western Bay of Plenty district, apart from maybe the Tauranga breakfast session?
Thank you, Councillor. Good question. We are happy to take any events that are happening within Western Bay. If they come to our table, our staff will actually diary it in to make ourselves available if we are so to do that. But definitely, if you get time to send events that are happening within Western Bay of Plenty, just flick them to Kama, and he'll put it onto the right people and our staff. Tēnā koe.
Thank you.
Councillor Dinsdale.
Thank you for this morning. Enjoyed the annual plan presentation. I do have a couple of questions. One is around monitoring of resource consents. I guess my question is, and I'm not going to pick up where Councillor Daly talked about the water takes, because I was part of the work that was being undertaken 18 months ago in the process of reviewing those. Mine is around actual resource consents and the monitoring and review of those. So in particular, I'm talking about the Waiari Kaitaki Advisory Group. The resource consent is 65637. It is in regards to a joint water take between TCC and Western Bay. My question is, I've been to regional council 3 times since 2010, since it was consented, to actually request a review, a section 128. The purpose of it was because I was on the other side. So I've come off the iwi table, sitting now at council. The issues for tangata whenua at the time, and they remain that, is that there hasn't been a robust conversation around the use of that water take. What role does regional council play in that?
I appreciate that's probably come out of left field a wee bit. If you'd like to come back to Councillor Dinsdale, if you're not able to respond now.
Yes, I would like to do that, Darlene, and I can touch base with you personally on that one. I just probably need to talk to Ruben around. Kia ora.
Can you just send us the notes that you referred to, so that we can make sure that we follow it up properly, please?
It's okay, Councillor, I've just written it.
Councillor Sol.
Thank you, sir. I just have 2 questions. One is actually to do with the harbour master and the harbour, and just whether there is some further expansion and funding or whatever to assist the harbour master, in particular to perhaps help with the the northern playground that we have, and monitoring of people and their behaviour within the harbour, with jet skis and other such things. It seems to at times be a problem. I'm just wondering whether you've got some potential to develop that further and support it, because it's quite a long distance between Tauranga and the northern end if you have issues. And the other one actually is to do with biosecurity. And it's something I've noticed in particular now that nationally we're starting to get some awareness of the potential of bird flu being promoted on radio, etc. How are we going with our plans with biosecurity, and particularly funding or reactive? Prevention is probably very difficult, but how we can react to that if and when that arises, especially again with bird movements, ships, etc.
I'll start by answering that, councillors. In regards to the harbour master, it's one of the services that we provide that we are actually concerned about, and the retention of that service. There is no guarantee with the changes that are currently made of where that service may end up. So it is part of our consultation program that we acknowledge the importance of that role and the continuation of that role, and we'll be certainly advocating whether we stay or we don't stay in this role, and whoever picks up the role from us, that the advocacy for that role is maintained. So that is one of our concerns really, and when we're relooking at what the services are moving forward, and one of the ones that we've really got to fight to retain. The other one about the biosecurity we are actually looking at developing a new strategic plan for that. So it's work in progress at the moment. So I'm sure our staff will be making contact with the TLAs throughout the region of input into that strategy, given it will be a regional plan.
Thank you so much.
I think that comes to, Councillor Beach had a question.
Yeah, just around the operating environment, and I'm like to comment on your spatial planning, whether it overlaps with our district spatial planning, which is i.e. more urbanised, or is it more rural?
Good question. What Regional Council has been or offered to do, and this is coming out of the Mayoral Forum, which I'm assuming that you all know about the Mayoral Forum, and we're looking at how the TLAs and Regional Council can look at a plan for the whole of the district. What the Regional Council is currently looking at is looking at the sub-regional spatial plans that have already been developed for our respective sub-regions. So in the Western Bay, it'll be Smart Growth. Rotorua has done the sub-regional spatial plan, and so has the East. So what Regional Council is doing at the moment is analysing all three plans, looking for the alignment in those three plans, then identifying the gaps in those three plans on how those three then come together to start to develop a regional plan. So it's about looking at the alignment of all of those plans. So in answer to your question, it is part of what we're looking at to present back as to what a regional plan may look like, taking into consideration those sub-regional plans.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you, Councillor Beach. I think brings us to the end of the questions. And so once again, thank you to you, Chair McDonald, and your colleagues. Great to see you back in chambers, and Deputy Mayor, Councillor Scrimgeour back in chambers, and Kumaran as well, a familiar face. But welcome to you all as well, and great to have you present to us. So best of luck with your consultation on your annual plan and the LTPA. I hope you have a good conversation around our communities. So thank you very much. We're going to break for morning tea until 10:35, and then see you back again, councillors, where we'll discuss our own annual plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Good to have everyone back in the room where we will discuss our own annual plan. So we're on page 49, and I'll take the report as read. There are a number of IOPs we'll go through separately, but I think first off, I will call for a mover and seconder to receive the report, and then it's of medium significance. Can I have a mover and seconder for those, please? Councillor Coxhead, Councillor Ray. I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Right, so moving on. Well, first I'll let Matt, the two Matts, introduce the item more fully and the IOPs in front of us. Okay.
Kia koutou. So this is the annual plan. It's a budget update for the next financial year. So it builds on year 3 of the long-term plan and covers the year from 1 July 2026 out to 30 June 2027. So the paper before you has a number of major matters for consideration and for your direction to prepare that draft annual plan. So there's a number of issues and options papers. These are the major matters and changes of new projects that are being considered. So some of the levers that you can pull. There's a structure plan update that looks at some of the growth projects and looking at the rephasing and recosting of some of those. There's a resolution around the uniform annual general charge and what that should be set at for the basis of preparing the draft financials before you. That's been calculated at $560. There is the project list and the assessment of significance and materiality. So that's looking at what's changed compared to the long-term plan, what we planned through there. Most of it's just timing changes as project phasing comes into more detail. And then there's a resolution to direct the CE to prepare the consultation document. We go talk to the community about the major changes that we're presenting compared to the long-term plan. So as a summary of the financials, the draft financials prepared and presented to you based on the preferred options identified in those issues and options papers is a rates increase of 8.07% for existing ratepayers. So with the growth included, that's an extra 1%, so 9.07. That's less than what was planned for the long-term plan, which was 9.64%. So this includes, also includes an additional 3.1 million for transport. So we've come down quite a bit, then added transport on top of that to get up to the 8.07. So one other thing to note is that the recent cost of the weather events has not been included in this annual plan. We're waiting for those detailed estimates and costings to come in, as well as clarity around the funding sources open to us. And they'll be either covered in year or through the long-term plan when we've got more clarity on that.
Okay, so I have some technical difficulties here, but so I think we any questions more generally about this? Otherwise we'll move straight into the IOPs. No? Oh, Councillor Joyce?
At what stage can we discuss the overall plan after we've done the IOPs?
So the overall
plan, annual plan? Yeah, presumably there'll be a motion. There's a motion in there, right, at the end of the overall annual plan?
There is not, I believe. It's
So how can we
beyond the IOPs, we are determining the consultation is in general accordance with the approach proposed, assessment of significance and materiality, and approves the draft financials.
Yeah, approved drafts financials. Well, that must be the only opportunity we have to debate the actual annual plan.
You can debate that then, or Matt, perhaps your comment?
I mean, surely the council has to approve the draft annual plan to send to consultation.
So councillors, this is the decision-making process around the issues and options papers which drive the outcome of the annual plan. The actual draft annual plan will be adopted in March based on these decisions. So we'll go away and actually complete full consultation. So there's still another process to go through yet.
So just to clarify, we're adopting full consultation in March. Right, okay. I think that answers your question, Councillor Joyce. Councillor Alvin.
Kia ora, Matt 1 and Matt 2, don't mind who answers. Just when do you think we will have some sort of substantive detail around the implications of the weather event. Something that probably is there sort of any, I don't expect it to be within the nearest inch, but is there a rough idea of when we might get something around that?
Councillor Owen and councillors, there's been some preliminary work done already. I think depending on which activity and what area you're looking at, there's a greater understanding of certainty. I know the roading team have already done quite a lot of work, so that they're probably the closest to understanding the financial impact. The reserves team, I believe, are actually working through and understanding what those impacts are. So I might be able to ask Brad to maybe provide an update of where they're at.
I think that we should be in a position to provide some definite clarity sooner rather than later. So we've compiled a list of remediation that's required on the roading network, the reserves network, as well as the waters network. So we're in a fairly decent space. We've completed a analysis on how we intend to deliver the projects and how we intend to undertake the infrastructure work. The big thing that we're outstanding is funding sources. So Callum's team is still in discussion with NZTA around that, and we're still in discussion with central government around what relief is going to be coming from there. Callum can provide an update on NZTA discussions, considering that's probably the largest chunk of the infrastructure.
Councillor Joyce.
So what is the current estimate of damage, please, in dollar terms?
Conscious we're that's not the topic in front of us. So
it's included because it will. I think there's two questions. One is what is the impact, the dollar estimate of damage, and then to come later is how much help we're going to get with it. But it is specifically mentioned in the annual plan document. So I'm sorry, it isn't scope.
Well, it's specifically mentioned that we're not including it. But Brad, do you want to talk further to that?
Current estimate across the district for just repairs is around $40 million.
And do we have any idea of the scale of help we might get from NZTA and other government agencies? So even a range, because I realise it's not now.
So we have, I was going to circulate that later, but I've a submission has gone to central government yesterday, with a request. So I'll circulate that later. It's not something I want to share more widely at this point.
Okay, so that's not available for public consumption.
Not right now, but Callum.
So staff drove over the network yesterday with our NZT investment advisor and inspected every slip, and we've received advice on which incidences of damage will receive NZTA funding and which won't. As a general rule of thumb, if it doesn't threaten carriageway, then NZTA decline to provide funding. So based on the advice we received yesterday, we need to go through our schedule of sites and then just make some revisions with respect to what we can afford to do there.
Sorry, how many sites are we talking about?
It's roughly about 30 sites.
Okay, so with that, I think we'll move on to the IOPs themselves. And so the first one, which is option 3A, or recommendation 3A, I should say, and that is quite relevant in this case because it's NZTA Waka Kotahi subsidy impacts. So Matt, did you want to talk to this one?
So the IOP proposes option 1A, which sees increased investment from the NZTA into certain categories, a decrease in our debt, and then an additional 3.1 million rate funded for transportation.
Okay, any questions? Deputy Mayor Murray Benj.
With the pothole subsidy, is that stepping in on the policy that's already been introduced by central government? Is that the separate fund that we're applying to? Or is it an addition?
Apologies, Deputy Mayor, I missed that. Could you ask again?
Yes, on the 7 million available subsidy for pothole prevention, is that fund coming from a pothole subsidy that government introduced?
No, so that comes directly out of the NLTF, the National Land Transport Fund. What NZTA do is they divvy up the NLTF into different components and then allocate that money out. What we would be looking for in terms of the storm damage is out of their resilience funding and their emergency works funding. Those are the two pots that we'll be applying for. So it's a different area of funding, but it all comes out of the same bucket. It all comes out of the NLTF.
Councillor Joyce.
So $3.1 million, by my math, that's about 2.7% of the proposed rates take. Is that correct? Yes. So just bear that in mind. It's 2.7% of the rates take.
Councillor Elvin.
Did I read somewhere that, pothole fund isn't just fixing potholes, huh? Is it all road remedial repairs? I was a bit confused there. So
Correct. So the pothole fund is, the full name is Pothole Prevention. And it covers things like resealing and doing works on the carriageway to prevent potholes from occurring.
So it's remedial roadworks, really.
Correct.
Remedial and prevention.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay, if no further questions, I'll look for a mover and seconder for the options in front of us. Deputy Mayor Murray Benge, you're going with the recommended 1A. Councillor Ray seconding. Any debate on this one? Deputy Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, this is really important, and I'd love it to be much more than what it is. But if this is the best we can do, then I'll settle for it. But I would hate to see it reduced any further, and it may impact on our rates. But for our rural community and our community generally, this is fundamental to the work that we do. So I'm more than happy to move it.
Thank you. I think I'll add that we were indeed fortunate, and our thanks to Brad for securing extra NZTA funding and the way that we've had the opportunity to jiggle things around to do the best we can for our community and get the best outcomes in reducing some of that debt and also using that NZTA funding most efficiently. So I'm supporting. Councillor Joyce and then Councillor Ray.
Stole some of my thunder, but that's all right. Congratulations to all those involved, and actually those from NZTA as well who agreed. We had a bigger hole than this, and I know this has taken several months' work. So I appreciate it. It worries me that we are managing decline in our roading network, and I'm not as the Deputy Mayor said, this isn't the total answer, but we are setting up our ratepayers for complete mayhem if we don't maintain our roads. If we go to a water CCO, this will be our biggest business as a council for as long as we last. So it's important that we do this properly. My concern with the annual plan is not with this, it's with other areas, but I'll speak to that later.
Thank you. Councillor Ray.
Thank you, sir. Firstly, again, whilst I'm always critical of the roading team and some of the other teams, I'd just really like to say thank you. Our roading is a real critical core function that all of our people love and they need. So I think this is a great step in the right direction. And I'm sure that when it goes out for consultation, that our people will then tell us if this is absolutely not what they're wanting to see. I do bear in mind, though, that the rates rise is not ideal, but hey, again, they will tell us that in the consultation period. I'll definitely be pushing hard for everybody and everyone to say something about those things. I think it's really responsible to be contributing to paying back some of that debt deficit. So thank you, Brad, and to the team. So that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against? That's carried. Before we move on to the next one, we do need to just confirm the reasons from the advantages table, or the reasons, and I suggest we use the existing reasons in the advantages and disadvantages table. Is anyone comfortable with those? Do I have any further comments? No? Okay, so we'll move on to recommendation 3B, which is around the community board funding. We are on page 86. Do let me know if you need a few moments just to catch up, because it's quite a big agenda and hard to get around on this one. Okay, so sometimes Stella does that. So if you close it down and reopen it, that can help. Just give me
The public site works.
whatever works for you. Okay, so while people are getting that sorted, Matt, would you like to introduce the options here?
Yeah, so through the mayor, this is looking at community board funding for the current year. So we made some changes as a result of the representation review. And last year, due to the timing of that representation review, community boards were general rate funded, with the indication that we would look at targeted rate funding going forward again, which has historically been the approach that we've taken. So option 1, which is the recommended option, looks at a hybrid version between targeted rates and general rates, where administration is covered under that general rate. So the option sets out what the community board targeted rates would be, and then how much would approximately be funded through general rates that everyone would contribute to. And to offset the fact that Matakana Rangiwaia Islands do not have a community board, there would be a grant to acknowledge the money that's come in from general rates to go back to that community.
Councillor Dinsdale.
Just picking up on your last comment. So the grant fund from Matakana Rangiwaia, what does that look like?
It's $1,312.
Is it per marae or per hapu?
No, that would be just a set amount, and we'd need to work out whether it be per hapu, per marae, and would have discussions around that.
It's a fairly nominal amount, but it's just to maintain that fairness.
Yeah, my question is really around what options have we got for hapu and iwi to reach an agreement on that?
We will have a discussion with Hapu and Iwi around this. If this is the option that's decided, then some of the options are targeted rates only, which would not require the grant to be given. But yeah, we'll have a chat with Hapu and Iwi and the marae over there to work out what's the best approach to split this money.
And one last question, and I'm sorry to actually have to go back to transportation and roading issues. So they actually have roading issues on the island. Have we done any type of report?
Okay, that's not relevant for this item, so I don't think we can discuss that at this point. Yeah,
Thank you.
We can connect afterwards if you like. Okay, so we have the recommended option there, which is a targeted rate. It's predominantly a targeted rate for each community board and partially funded by general rates as well. Councillor Joyce, do you want to move? Okay, Councillor Cox, are you seconding? Okay, any debate? Please.
So this is an interesting one. People love community boards. I was very skeptical about the idea of the two big expanded boards, the Te Puke Eastern and the Makaurau Kaimai. But I have to admit, now they've got them, they love them. So we'll see how that goes. I'm still not convinced that one community board can represent everywhere from Pahoja to the back end of Welcome Bay and right up to the top of the hill. But I'm open to be proven wrong. If the community board can make it work, and the communities can make it work, that's good. The most important thing is we needed a system that was fair. And to me, this is fair because the direct costs go back to the communities. It also means there's a clean window for them if they want to do a bit more. So you've got two community boards with vastly expanded areas. If they didn't expand their budget a little bit, then they wouldn't even be able to service those areas. I think it's fair that the admin costs are kept internally, because that's what we do with all our other representation. That's what we do with this council. That's what we do with our committees. And I also make the point, that the size of the community board and the population it serves seems to have a almost inverse relationship with the amount of work staff have to do with that community board, as shown over the past 3 years. So I think this is a good compromise. It also means we're not slamming Makatu, which is, I'll get it in the neck if we slam Makatu, but that's not the only reason not to do it. But it is a fairer system than what has been in the past in terms of direct costs, flexibility for community boards to help set their own future, and a better way of managing admin costs.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. Before I go to next person, I did want to recommend that if the mover and seconder are willing to add another part of the recommendation, which is that council notes that this does not align with policy, and in line with Section 80 of the Local Government Act, we intend to review the revenue and financing policy for the long-term plan. So we just have to note that this is a decision. This would be a decision not in alignment with our policy. So we have to.
So can we just refresh the memory as to why it's not in line with our policy?
Because the policy says that we fund community boards through a targeted rate, whereas we're using the general rate to subsidise it.
Not subsidise it, but to cover admin costs. Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Are you happy with that? Okay, so next speaker I have is Councillor Murray, Deputy Mayor Murray Benj.
Right, I think for the first time, Kaimai is included in the Omokara, and they're hungry to get going, and they're waiting for us to make this decision so they can get on with the job. We're tripping over each other a bit at times, but that's beside the point. It's really worthwhile, and let's make sure that the people who have never paid towards a community board actually feel as though they're getting value for their money. So I'm happy to support the recommendation, sir.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ray.
Thank you, sir. I'll have to support this one too. I really think it's probably the better option of the three that are presented to us. Makatu fought very hard to remain and to stand alone, and they won. And so it's still a significant reduction from the costs that they were paying prior. So absolutely happy that it seems like we've come to a balance, and I think everybody will be happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ray. Councillor Sol.
Thank you, sir. Yes, I will support this. We've gone out to the community boards, we've spoken to them, they've had an opportunity to look at some of the formats of how they would be funded. Largely, I think they've landed back into this area. It is very fair. And I think, as was mentioned by Councillor Joyce earlier, if they want to improve or increase or offer other services, then it is up to them to come for a specific targeted rate, etc. So I think this one, when it goes out to the community, I would like to think that they will see it as an opportunity, that they will see it as localism really at work, and it's a good step towards giving community boards more responsibility.
Thank you, Councillor Sol. Councillor Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I too will support option one, even though number two is financially nicer for us. But obviously this is a population-based model, and I do understand that pretty much there's a lot of other areas, especially rural areas, Pangaroa, Pukahina, to name a couple, that now have a community representation in there. So I think it's fair overall for all players, and yeah, look forward to it.
Thank you, Councillor Beach. Councillor Coxhead.
I probably deliberated far too long with myself over which option to choose, but I feel like option one was in the end the fairest, given it still does recognise that their Makatu pays more than most other areas given population basis. So yeah, I felt that was fair, but it didn't overly burden the people of Makatū either. So I was quite comfortable in the end with that one. This is my first time being upfront and personal with a community board as a councillor, and I'm on the Kaimai ward, and I have to say, yes, it's a challenging geography, but the community board members that we have are doing a fantastic job, really engaged, and we've got some really, really good people there. And as Councillor Joyce did say, the community is really embracing this, and you know, our Kaimai community, for example, feel loved for once, you know, and they've got some attention, and it's great. I think these people are doing a great job, and I'm really looking forward to seeing more engagement up there in other areas, obviously out Oropi, Ohawiti as well, which tend to get forgotten.
Thank you, Councillor Coxhead. It's good to hear. Councillor Elvin.
I'm not against option A at all. I do just want to give some thought to the overall effectiveness of community boards, given there's quite a significant structure put in place to keep them running and the number of people involved and the amount of money. Yet when we look at the budgeted amount for them to do anything, I do get concerned about a sense of sort of, well, what are we here for when we've got a pretty small amount of revenue to play with. Now, I take the point that there's a possibility to, you know, be a bit more engaged and apply some more. Good luck in this environment. I do think as a council, we need to be thinking about how we can effectively empower our communities a bit more when we're in an environment where central government is increasingly disempowering them. So I would like to talk about that, support the option, just would like to give them a bit more general budget to be more effective.
Thank you, Councillor Elvin. Councillor Daly, and then we'll close it out.
Yeah, just a bit of speak to this one because I was strong advocate for the expanded ward model for community boards. I think option one does provide, as already been stated, quite a bit of subsidisation for the Makatū Community Board, which is still, you know, very small, but in the original proposal could have been included in the Te Puke Eastern Ward. They made their views very clearly now. They wanted to retain their own autonomy, but I think from our initial discussions at the new community board, and we've got new members representing the rural ward with community organisations like the Pukina Ratepayers and the Paengaroa Community Association and so forth. The buy-in, I think, has been fantastic, and the willingness to engage with us and see what benefits can accrue for them from this new model. So I'll be supporting this.
Thank you. So with that, and this is a right of reply, I don't suppose you need it. I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. So again, the reasons in the advantages and disadvantages tables, does anyone have any comments or changes they want to make there? No? Okay. So we'll move on to option 3C, which is around the community roading allocation. And on page 98.
Mr. Chairman, this is sort of based on the older roading funding budget. Could I ask Matt if he could explain it, please?
Certainly. So this issues and options paper looks at the community roading allocation. So it's a fund set up to work with community boards to prioritise smaller level improvements in the urban community. So there's a policy that supports that, sets up the process for the community board's involvement and how much is allocated between the communities. So through this issues and options paper, we're proposing and recommending options 1A and 2A. So that sees a review of the community board roading funding policy to be considered alongside the long-term plan. But for this annual plan, in terms of budget setting, reducing it down from the 900 and something odd in the long-term plan down to 500,000. for the annual plan. The dollar amounts are set out there, how that would be divided between the communities. That reflects that some of these have got sizable reserves that they can call upon as well.
So if I could follow on, so the Amokoroa Fund can only be spent in Amokoroa, or can that be spent in the Kaimai ward?
That would be a decision and a recommendation from the community board there. So it is set for the urban community, but as you've just done with the Section 80 resolution, they can propose to spend it outside of their, acknowledging that it's without the policy, outside of the policy.
Councillor Coxhead.
So based, just following on from that question, so the amount of 63,600, is that just reflective of the Aomakaroa population, or does that wouldn't include the whole Kaimai ward, would it?
No, that's reflective of the Amokoroa population, because it's based on the urban areas, and that's how the allocation is based on. It was set up when we had surplus from transportation that we had left over, and that was to divide the surplus amongst the communities, whereas the rural funding was already taken out from there.
But back to your point about, so it's a decision for them where they spend the money in the district potentially, then that money is not going to be enough, is it, given the population?
Well, the purpose is for the urban areas, for smaller improvements.
Yes, I get that.
In the urban areas. It was never designed for additional improvements in the rural areas.
But Makatu is a village, it's not an urban area, is it really?
That was the decision through the policy at that point.
Very unfair.
So as you recall, councillors, the policy itself, or the way the allocation is determined is immensely complicated and quite hard to get your head around. So there are two issues here, as I said, is one, are we going to review it? Because it's, as Councillor Cox points out, it's not really, the situation has changed with our community boards. And secondly, the amounts, noting the reserves that are already in existence and our budgetary constraints and our desire to reduce the rates increase. So there's always a balance on those type of questions. So Councillor Ray and then Councillor Sol.
I guess my question is more for you then, sir. Are we going to be taking those options there separately, or is it together?
We can do them separately if that's what you wish.
I would like to see that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sol.
So I'm just going to try and move it along and go with options 1 and 2, but perhaps that's been circumvented, and perhaps I should.
We can do one at a time. So there's option 1A and 2A. And it gets it gets quite complicated in terms of trying to find it in the paper. So we'll find that. So option 1A is to review the policy, and option 1B is to revoke the policy, propose to revoke the policy. Yeah. Deputy Mayor Murray Benj.
I have one more question, please. So if this fund is for Amokoroa, and if they spend it outside in the rest of the Kaimai that's outside the policy, is the rural roading rate for the rural community, is that a compensation, and you don't use the rural rate in the urban area?
Deputy Mayor, yes, that's correct.
Remind me how much money we've got for the rural community on roading?
Not off the top of my head. I could come back to you with that.
Okay. So I think it's been, is that a question?
Oh, has it been moved yet or not?
So I think Councillor Sol, can I take it you've moved option 1A to review the policy?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Councillor Dinsdale, you want a second? Okay. So, right, speakers for and against. Deputy Mayor.
A good idea to review.
Thank you. You agree? Councillor Daly?
I think we have to review it because of the expanded community board wards. I mean, the confusion from Deputy Mayor and Councillor Coxhead around the rural allocation of this fund is the exact reason we need to review it. I mean, I know there is a loophole that allows these existing funds potentially to be spent wider than the urban areas. And you probably need to bear in mind that they are collected district-wide, this roading fund, even though it's just allocated to the urban areas. So I support the review through the long-term plan and look for a similar equitable outcome, but maybe on a reduced scale potentially going forward.
Okay, there's no more, do you want to speak, Councillor Veitch?
Yeah, I definitely think it warrants a review. Obviously, there's a reducing in the price overall. Also, where there's comments in regards to not even allocation in 26-27 year. And then obviously the using up of reserve funds as well, which I believe a lot of community boards have earmarked those reserve funds for something in particular. So I think the conversation has to be raised.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Sol.
So yes, I basically, I don't like to see cuts to the community
We're
boards.
talking about the review here.
Yeah, but the review is needed to actually progress this whole situation with the eroding funding. So to me, it's the first step we have to go down, and I'm comfy to let's see it move, especially with the change in geographic areas, etc., of community boards.
Right. Thank you. So with that, I'm going to put the motion. All those in favour of reviewing the policy, please say aye. Against? Carried. So now we move to the second part of it, which is the amount. So perhaps I'll leave it with Matt to say what's proposed here.
Through the chair, so 500,000 is proposed in the annual plan. So this is down from the, I think, 904,000 that was planned through the long-term plan. That sees a reduction in the rates requirement, and the allocation is done as per the policy and the current approach and historical approach, and is set out in the paper there. So that's based on the urban area that it's within the policy.
Okay, thank you. So any further questions on this one? Well, that was a look for a mover and seconder. Question, was that a question or? Do you want to move?
Sir, I would move 2A.
Okay. Was there a seconder for that? Just so, Councillor Ray, do you have a question?
I was going to signal a move to option 2C.
Okay, you're
If I could have a-
foreshadowing an amendment. So I think we'll deal with the. So we have a seconder for Alan's 2A. I'm happy to second it. Okay, so the motion on the table is option 2A, which is $500,000 allocation. Speakers. Alan, did you want to speak?
Yes, sir. I think we've got to continue with something for the community boards right here and now. There may be some with excess balances. There may be some, I certainly know of one that hasn't. And that's one part of it. But it's actually, I believe we've got to move on. I guess putting it on our community boards in some ways, the fact that we are in very tight times and our roading area is in major need of money spent, and that's across the district, and it's probably better managed there for the greater good. So I quite agree with that, but I must encourage community boards to use and allocate their funding. And I think this cutback of almost $500,000 in the fund that goes to community boards isn't particularly what I want, but I think it's at least fair and allows them to get on with the works that they have in hand, and we expect them to do it.
Thank you, Councillor Sol. Any other speakers? Councillor Ray.
I just would like to speak to the fact that I absolutely disagree. I think that $400,000 is absolutely not large amounts of money that we're talking here. It's not huge increases in rates. We need to empower community boards. I think if we start to diminish what they're doing, then I don't know why we even voted to have them. So I just really want to strongly put a plug in that I absolutely disagree with option 2A.
Thank you, councillor Ray. Any other speakers? Councillor Coxhead.
I'm actually in the same camp as councillor Ray. I think for the difference being 400,000, I think we should actually go back to the original amount of 900. And it goes to the point made by councillor Alvin as well. How do you empower these people if they don't have any money to do anything with? And I'm sorry, I just think the amounts here are insufficient to be able to do anything meaningful. I mean, these are used for things like bus shelters, for example, or little thing, lighting it might be, you know, and to do with roading. So, you know, these are things that actually make a difference in the communities, and they appreciate them and they're visible. So I just can't see how you can do anything in Mugatu or Omokoro, to be honest, with the amounts of money in here. And bigger areas, obviously it's less noticeable as well. So no, I would support the greater amount too.
Thank you, councillor Coxhead. Councillor Joyce.
I have sympathy for those that want to empower community boards. I believe in it too, but to be honest, I'm not willing to go with any increases unless there's offsetting savings from somewhere else. And you know, it's easy around this table, and I'm sorry we're seeing another example this morning of staff coming up with a budget, frankly, I think is too high, at an 8%. To restore this funding to the previous level would take the annual increase to 8.4. So, you know, let's get real here. This is taking money out of people's pockets. If we want to spend more money at the coalface, and believe me, I think it's a really good idea, then find us some other ways to save money to offset it. Because we can, you know, traditionally what happens in a council process, and I've sat in a lot of council meetings over the last few decades, is the staff come up with a budget, and it's normal. The normal process is that elected members increase the budget. They don't decrease it. And I have some views on that. And I'll speak to them a little bit later, but let's not, at this point, we're already at 8% against inflation of 3%. I'm sorry, but we can't afford to keep adding.
Thank you, councillor Alvin.
Just a question for a start. What reserves do these community boards hold? It's in the paper, couldn't see it. Sorry, I missed it. What page? Don't worry, they all have reserves, so that's the point I said, apart from Waihi Beach. That's a compliment to Waihi Beach. I do believe in, as I said before, in empowering the community boards to do their job, and most do have reserves now, except for Waihi Beach. I think the things that persuade me in favour of this resolution is the fact that we are going to do a review. And I think that review needs to take account of some of the anomalies that currently exist in the various areas. As I said, the reserves are available in a number except Waihi Beach. So this is a challenge for the community boards to actually not have that money lying around in an environment where we are tight for funds. To be providing extra funds to a community board when they haven't spent what's there isn't for me a good allocation of funding. And then for me, there's the reality part of where we are at the moment, and we do have to cut the cloth to suit a little bit. So for the basis reasons of review, reserves, and reality, I support the motion.
Thank you, councillor Alvin. Councillor Beach.
Yeah, my concerns with the 2A is basically, again, it's another population-based model. What we're doing is basically halving the $1 million to 500 and reducing it down to half. Obviously, being Makatu popular based, the 44,000 is only going to fix probably 2 potholes and replace the street light. It's not a hell of a lot. So I'd throw a spanner in the works. And if we were going to reduce to the 500,000, also we split it equally amongst the whole lot.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Murray Bench.
I support the recommendation. I think overall, the number one issue that people will be looking at is the cost of what they're paying and their rates. And any increase, I agree with Councillor Joyce completely. It's if this increases the rate take, and we're reviewing it, then I'm for the review. I'm not for the increase.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Dinsdale.
Yes, so I'd just like it noted that I support option 2C. And yeah,
We're talking to 2A, but yeah. thank
yeah,
you.
I know we are, and I'm just not going to talk to 2A.
Okay, thank you.
I support 2C.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Darling.
Severely conflicted on this one. My initial support was going to be for 2A. However, I've heard the argument for 2C, and I'm sympathetic. However, and even Shane's proposal to split it 5 ways, the 500,000, is a commendable option, but I think in the interest of, and going back to Rodney's opening statements about we've got to get real, and I know Te Puke is in the driver's seat maybe with this one, well, not the driver's seat, but it's got a nice position, but it's not that, but I do recognise the irregularity of this current system, especially towards Omokoroa and the Kaimai ward, the fact that that whole rural ward is so disadvantaged by this proposal, whereas Te Puke had a reasonably large community board catchment prior to because I mean I live 10 kilometres out of Te Puke, and I was included in the Te Puke community board area, but now I'm in the rural subdivision, and the urban area only goes halfway up number 1 road. So we did have a large catchment for the Te Puke community board, and that probably reflects why we have got such a high proportion of this fund. But I guess the words of my community board chair are ringing in my ears from Saturday when I talked to her about our budget, and she was adamant about the position that she was going to hold on this. But so I guess I've got to go with 2A, sorry.
Thank you. I'll speak, and then Councillor Sol's right to reply should he so wish. I support 2A. The reason for that is, as Councillor Joyce pointed out, we need to find cuts somewhere. This is actually quite a significant amount of funding, 0.4%. That starts adding up quite quickly. But looking at the amounts that the community boards have, even after committed funds have been deducted, all community boards, apart from Waihi Beach, have, give or take, about 2 years of their full allocation left to spend. So 1 year of giving them, give or take, half their allocation does not seem unreasonable. It seems quite hard to spend the money. There's reasons for that, and that's something we can certainly work through. But I think in combination with the policy, where we can allocate this more fairly around the whole district, and for community boards to allocate more fairly, I'm in favour of 2A. Thank you. Councillor Sol, do you want your right to reply?
Yeah. So basically, this is the situation. We are talking about a document that's going out for consultation anyway. So I'm quite comfy that it goes out. If it gets reversed because the public and the people say so, then so be it. But they will be aware of that 0.4 or whatever of a percent. That's number one. Number two, I think we've got to get it through, and I've used the terms many times. We have to have expectations of all of us, and that includes community boards doing their work and using their money and putting it up for projects that they have had it for. And as you say, that largely the budget is in those accounts for 2 years. That's 2 years worth. That's quite significant when we've actually got to look at trying to control where our rates go. I think I've been a little strategic in what I did, but just the same, I haven't lost either way with what I want. So thank you very much. I hope we go to the vote now, sir.
Well, we have, standing order says we have to, so yes, we will. So I think we'll do a show of hands because it will be fairly close. So all those, it's been moved by councillor Sol, seconded by myself. This is option 2A, which is to go with the $500,000 allocation. All those in favour, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7. All those against? 1, 2, 3. I declare it carried. A division has been called. You got all those? Right, okay. Right. So moving on, oh no, we have to do the reasons. I assume everyone's comfortable with the reasons. Okay, all right, so I'm moving on then. So 3D, page 114. So council resolves the, it's the water supply funding one, this one.
So through the chair, this paper presents options to address water supply funding. The proposed option is to increase the volumetric water charge by 15% from $1.75 a metre cubed to $2.01 per metre cubed.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Murray Benj.
I'm more than happy to move this recommendation.
Thank you. I'll keep that in mind. But is it, were there any questions before we go with that?
No questions.
No. Okay. So it's been moved by Councillor Deputy Mayor Murray Benj. It's been seconded by Councillor Joyce. Did I see that correctly? Speakers for and against. Would you like to speak to it?
We could have done this last term, but we deferred it. And I voted for the increase at that time, and we knew we were going to get in trouble, but the council at the time disagreed. So here we are, we've got to catch up. So I'm more than happy with the recommendation, sir.
Thank you. Other speakers. Councillor Joyce.
This is a difficult one. It's increasing charges to people. The issue I have with the way we charge for water is that we charge residents way too much. And we do that by slugging them at $400 per property. So if you've got a big supermarket, you know, it's $400. If you've got a little old person, I won't give the gender because I keep getting into trouble and Mara's sitting way too close. You know, they pay $400. If you've got a big garden, a swimming pool and a spa pool, you pay the connection charge of $400. If you actually use it, as one very vocal member of the Te Puna community told me, as a backup, you pay $400. My concern is less with the volumetric charge because you can adjust for that. And it's businesses that use most water. Our big users of water, if we analyze them, and we did look at it last term, are businesses, and they can adjust. I realize if Scrim was still here from this morning, I'd be getting an ass kicking about now because there are people that use it on their orchards. But frankly, they need to find a more efficient way to do it because they are charging the rest of the community a huge sum of money. Yeah, user pays. I would love to get to the point where we can reduce that annual fixed charge. One of the unfortunate things, and it's a feature, as I said last term, it's a feature, not a bug, is that when you put the volumetric charge up, people respond by using less water. I'm surely hopeful I can rein in a certain gardener at my property on that same basis. But the big savings here to our ratepayers or potentially the future customers of the CCO is that when we use less water, we don't need to build so many pipes and tanks and intakes. So it's a long game. It's a long game because I'm not sure the exact percentage. I just say 80-20 because I know that's somewhere within a ballpark. 80% of the cost of supplying water or thereabouts is in the capital projects. So avoiding that next big pipeline, avoiding that next big tank up Whara Road behind Karikari, although they're building that now, avoiding the next dam, avoiding the next water bore is good for the environment. And it's long-term good for all our water users. So we're moving in the right direction. It will be a rocky road because I say every time we put up water charges, people, in particular businesses who are savvy, use less water. But we've got to get more to a user-pays system and less to slugging our individual residents $400 a year.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. Councillor Daly.
Is it too late to ask a question on this one?
John, please go ahead.
Okay, my question, Matt, is what was what was the forecasted volumetric charge in the long-term plan? I've been looking for it in the paper, but there's no indication. But I know we did have an increased revenue curve for water charging, didn't we?
Yeah, from memory, it was $1.45. And then last year we increased by 15%, signaling that this might be an ongoing thing. And this year we'll go up 15% again if you decide to go for this option. So this would be a topic that's worth flagging with the community if you so wish, because it's around about 38% increase compared to the LTP.
Okay, because I know that the LTP did have more of a exponential growth curve for the revenue, for the volumetric charge, more of a steep increase in the later years, but and that was a decision made at that time. But we know as we start to transition towards a water organisation, multi-council CCO, that the method of charging will be more along
I think we're getting off the point.
More of a basis
debate.
on volumetric charging. So we are trending in the direction that we're likely to end up at under a new water organisation. So much as I know we will get some squeals from, as Rodney has indicated, from the big users. I know that there is a big bell curve in the middle where this is not so significant, but yeah, we should expect some pushback against this, but I guess it's the right direction, unfortunately.
Thank you, Councillor Darling. I'll say a few words on this one after Councillor Ray, because Councillor Ray was first.
I'll be very brief, sir. I just really like this one. I did obviously support it when we tried to do it last time as well. And I'll just say it again, that I finally understand what Rodney was trying to tell me. The people who use the most water need to pay their fair share for it. And it actually states here in the papers that it doesn't fully address the forecasted deficit that we faced in this space. So I just happy to support the recommendation, sir.
Thank you. So before I go to Councillor Elvin, I'll just say a few words. I think, you're right, user pays is fundamentally a good thing. A revelation for me that came up in our early discussions was that we have one of the lowest volumetric charges from across the country. So I've always been comfortable to increase it. I think the previous annual plan, the increase would have been around 30%, which I think is a bit too steep in one go. So I'm glad we've staggered it a wee bit, but I'm supportive of this increase now, and takes us to where we are. So that's me. Councillor Elvin.
Similarly, I support it. I think the fact that the deficit occurred needs to be rectified. I'm conscious of Councillor Joyce's commentary. I just look at the table that's provided in terms of relative charges, and assuming that's correct, we're probably not doing too much of a disservice to our ratepayer, but I do think we need to be looking at the equity across the whole organisation. But I don't think that's a topic for this discussion now, but it is a topic that will need to be addressed. A rating review.
Okay, in which case you want to write a reply? Okay, please do.
This one is quite serious because we're a growth area. We fund for the assets that we deliver our water through. And this charge actually helps to make sure that people use the water as efficiently as they possibly can and don't waste it, and therefore defers the need for more capital investment. And so it's such a simple philosophy, and getting the water meters across the district was quite some challenge, Mr. Chairman, and but we did it, and now we've got to manage it properly. So I'm just sorry that we didn't do this last term.
Thank you. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. And again, I assume the reasons in the advantages and disadvantages tables are appropriate for you. No one wants to change any? No. Okay. So we'll move to 3E, which is the Tapuki wastewater treatment plant funding splits. Okay, we're on page 118, 118.
So through the chair, this looks at the funding splits to Tapuki wastewater treatment plant and since is consistent with the consultation you had last year, but I'll hand over to Pauline.
Yes, so I think council have reviewed this and discussed this a couple of times, so I'm just happy to take questions.
Okay.
What did you say? What did you say?
Sorry. Council have discussed this, as Matt said, back in 26th of June last year. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Any questions on this one? Councillor Joyce.
Can you just give us a potted 2 or 3 sentences? What is the actual change? I'll make sure I'm reading this right, because basically we're moving it from Rangiuru and Fincos to future Fincos. Am I reading that right?
Fundamentally, yes. So what we've done is we've readjusted who benefits from the different components of the treatment plant. The fundamental thing is we're shifting the funding, some of the funding to be funded from a future FinCo.
So there's obviously a fast track proposal for Blue Haven. Is that a factor in this? Yeah, is that why we're doing this, or partially why we're doing this? Because obviously, there's new proposals coming out of the woodwork for new subdivisions that will put, as we know, if they go ahead, will require this work to go ahead faster. So I just want to know why the change. We did this to death, as you said, Coralie, previously. So why suddenly, right at the last minute after we've already signed the contract, after we've had the fight with the developers in Te Puke, are we now changing it yet again?
So just for clarity, we're not changing it from last time. So this is just, we have to reflect it in the budgets for the upcoming annual plan year. So you made the decision, you signaled this and you had this conversation with the community. This is just reflecting it administratively almost into the annual plan process.
So we're just affecting what we've already gone through. Yeah, okay. Deputy Mayor.
So we are enabling housing and providing resilient and well-maintained and efficient infrastructure. Those are the priorities.
I just want to be clear, this is about the funding split, not about whether we're doing it or not. This is the funding split. Okay. So do I have a mover and seconder for option 1? Councillor Dinsdale, seconder. Deputy Mayor, any further debate? No, I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Advantages and disadvantages, I assume everyone's comfortable with those? Yep, okay. So moving on to 3F, we're on page 125. This is regarding local water done well. I'll just check get to the right page.
Through the chair, this puts in a budget for an additional 1.2 million to be loan funded and then transferred to a future water organisation. This will cover our contribution towards the digital environment and the IT setup. Obviously, this does not predetermine future council decisions. It's just making sure that there is budget and we're planned for potential budget in the annual plan.
Councillor Joyce.
I'm just looking at the wording on the recommendation, but we'll still need this no matter what option we end up with, right? We still need a system, whether it's run by the council, run by a CCO, or run by Man and Mars, we're still going to need a system to run our water system, right?
Through the mayor. So the answer to that is yes. However, if there was the final decision to proceed with a standalone option to remain within council, we'd have to accommodate that within our datascape environment.
Would that cost more?
There will be some changes required to enable that.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Are you saying, Adele, that whatever we do, if we don't go ahead with local water done well, we would still require this 1.2 million?
Through the mayor, I don't have an assessment of those costs at this point in time. However, we would be coming back to council once we were aware of what that cost was and get that approved. If we did not require that 1.2 million, it would not obviously be needed, and we would advise you as such. So this is a provisional number at this point in time.
I think it's probably worth pointing out this is our share of the IT cost. So if we wanted to do it alone, it might be something quite different. Would that be fair, Adele?
Through the mayor, that is correct. This proposal is for the phase 2, which we will be coming back with more information. The phase 2 was the ERP for the water organisation, and currently the proposal is that the cost is shared with EOI, which is the Hamilton Waikato District water organisation. So it's a very cost-effective option for us.
Right, do we have a mover and seconder? Councillor Joyce, Councillor Dinsdale, any debate? No, okay, we'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Record that from Councillor Ray. Moving on now to page 131, recommendation 3G, which is the fluoride-free water supply points. Welcome back, Corley again.
Through the chair. So this issues options paper considers providing access to fluoride-free drinking water points. So the proposed preferred option that's included in the budget is that we do not install fluoride-free supply points. The costs of alternatives are provided in the report. But I'll hand over to Corley and Paul if you have any questions.
Councillor Coxhead.
I'd just like to know how we come up with the figures here for 80,000 and what was the other one, 150? Is that for 2? Yeah, 150, additional budget of 150 for the installation of a fluoride-free water supply point in Katikati. So that's 230,000 for 2 taps. I'm staggered. How does it come up at that amount?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. If I can deal with those one at a time and explain them. If we were to install a tap, for example, in CBD in Katikati, where there's already fluoride in the water, the process to take the fluoride out of the water is the optimum process is reverse osmosis. And yes, you can go downtown and you can buy a reverse osmosis and put it under your sink and plug it in and away you go. But the trouble with that is that council, we're obliged to make sure that whatever water we produce, and this is retreating the water, there are a lot of ancillary things that have to happen with the water prior to putting reverse osmosis in and then post-treatment as well. We have to have a site where we're going to put it. We have to make sure that we, once we've treated the water, that we meet all the drinking water standards as well. So in a private situation, the water quality that you produce at your house is fine. That's up to you as an individual. But our responsibility is to make sure that once again, we've changed the quality of the water, we've changed the content of the water. So we have to monitor it and make sure that what we're delivering 24/7 is up to those standards. So the process itself is not just a case of trying to remove the fluoride, but there are attributes around the incoming water quality which have to be measured and managed so that reverse osmosis, when it's actually in place, has got the right criteria of water that can do it successfully. And reverse osmosis itself, along with the other options, is for fluoride removal. Don't remove all of the fluoride, they remove between 85 and 95% of it. Also, too, another bearing factor is that fluoride naturally occurs in water anyway. So our proposal is to try and remove all of the fluoride as much as we can back to at least what comes naturally out of the ground. So in essence, we need to find a site, or we need to put in a pre-storage tank. We need to put in pre-filtration as well, so that the suspended solids and minerals that are in the water have to be removed first of all. So there's a 3-point filtration that has to happen on that. And of course, that can change from where the reason why that is our treatment plant is some kilometres away. And so our water's gone through all of the network. And so the content of the water may well have changed, which is quite normal. It's protected by chlorine. So we have to do a lot of work before we start doing it, and then a lot of work afterwards to make sure and monitor it, and then maintain it and make sure that it's delivering that.
So hence the cost, the extra, like the will double the cost nearly for Katikati is the distance from the plant, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. So, and, okay, well, if we go back to, so what's the proposed site then if we were to have one in Waihi Beach? What would you be considering there?
At Waihi Beach, I think a sensible thing to do is look at the treatment plant itself there for two reasons. One is it's not far from the CBD, so it's fairly accessible for most public. There is opportunity to pull over and park, so there's a safety considerations there. And what we need to do is go into the treatment plant and effectively find an opportunity to take the water away from within the building, also monitor it and put backflow protection and everything else on that. Through the plant, and then establish a point outside there where we've got 1 or 2 filling points for the public. And also knowing that the treatment plant delivers water directly there into the reticulation, which has got fluoride in it. So it's not delivering new fluoride into the system, but it is meeting water that has got fluoride in it. So we have to make sure and monitor that under no circumstances does any of the treated water which has got fluoride in it outside of the network enters back into that system. So on the surface, it sounds pretty simple. Just put a tap on there, but it's not. Unfortunately, it's not that simple.
Thank you, Paul. I'd therefore like to move option 3, that council approves the additional budget of 60,000 for the installation of a fluoride-free water supply point at the Waihi Beach WTP site.
So you want to move option 3. Before we go and perhaps seek a second, any other questions of Councillor Joyce?
Waihi Beach, how many months a year does that run?
The plant,
yeah,
it's not restricted to any particular months. It can be as and when we need to top up the system. So it can work during all 12 months of the year.
So typically, how often do you run it? I mean, I know you run it in the summer because Waihi Beach population explodes, but I was told that it wasn't a good idea previously because it doesn't really run much outside the summer period. So,
correct.
So if you're going to set up a tap that only works for 2 or 3 months a year.
Yeah. So hence one of the problems. Hence one of the problems in doing that is that if we're going to have water available, we have to have it in the storage tank because if the system isn't running. So therefore, to make sure that that is of potable quality and not going to get stale, etc., we have to have a way to disperse that water. So therefore, we have to have more controls, and hence part of the $60,000 cost to manage the water quality of doing that.
So people will be able to get stale water, basically, from Waihi Beach. I mean, to my mind, and I'd like to foreshadow my own movement. I mean, Tracy's one goes first by all means, but that we consider this as part of the long-term plan, and that we go out and consult with the community because I do worry about the very expensive Katikati idea. I don't think our people that are against fluoride would want to have fluoride put in the water then taken out again. If Waihi Beach can be made to work, that is an option, but we need to put it to our public. And I'm still quite think.
I feel like getting
all kinds of other options. But my point is, I don't think we are in a position to debate this yet. And it was my idea. Don't forget, last term.
I don't think it's been seconded yet, has it?
Well, that doesn't mean we're in questions.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm foreshadowing that I would defer it to the long-term plan if Tracy's motion is unsuccessful.
Okay. Were there any questions? We have that. Councillor Beach.
Yeah, look, I'm quite clear. I'm not a fluoride fan. And had I been on the council at the time, I would have probably voted totally against fluoride, full stop. So, yeah, I'm looking for alternatives. And I think this is an expensive option, but I think it probably could be only option we've probably got on the table at the moment. So I do second option 3.
Just you will second it. Right. These are questions at the moment. Okay, so just okay. So if there's no more,
Councillor Daly had a question.
Councillor Daly, please.
Paul, just to dig a bit deeper into your response, you were talking about the Athenry site, problems with the Athenry site, pulling off a fluoride-free outlet. Can you just clarify the normal water treatment process, the chlorination, the UV treatment? Does that, when we install the fluoride filtration system at Athenry, I assumed it would just be a consecutive process and the fluoride is the last point in the chain. So theoretically, you could just tee off between the fluoride and the chlorine or the UV and pull out treated water that doesn't have the fluoride in it.
Absolutely correct. Yes, you can. And from a process point where you actually do that, that's quite straightforward. The other sort of scenario that we've got to cater for as well is the same as at Waihi Beach, that if for one reason or other the plant isn't operating and you want those taps to operate, you have to put other ancillary and equipment in place to make sure that you've got a potable supply there and then water quality is. So your branch would come off, you'd need some sort of storage, you'd need some sort of pump to be able to do that, because otherwise you're relying totally on the bore pumps to provide you the pressure and the treated water, and it won't necessarily be operating 24 hours a day. So the same situation occurs at the Athenry one as well. We also consider the fact that the layout of the site itself, we'd need to actually construct a car parking. That's why we've allowed another $20,000 to make sure there's a safe place for people to park, to collect the water, and then to retreat out of the property, as opposed to, I think one suggestion at some stage was a consideration of the roadside parking area just down the road. But of course, the costs incurred to get a pipe down there is in the vicinity of $150,000 just to get a pipe down to that site. So that wasn't considered.
Yeah, I wasn't aware that the Athenry plant is only a part-time plant. So
no,
Waihi Beach. So Athenry is
Athenry is a full-time plant, but there can be times when the reservoirs are full and the demand on the system is such that the reservoirs have a high level full, say 95%, and then they'll turn back on again when it reaches, say, 75% or part thereof. So there's not necessarily a guarantee that the plant is operating 24 hours a day.
I mean, when you talk, I'm not sure how far the rest area you're talking about is, but I'm thinking about this. I had considered the piping under the road to the Athenry homestead potentially, because it's off road and plenty of parking.
Sure.
But, are you saying that even doing that would be 100?
That's quite a long way, actually.
That's a big dip and a hell of a crossing there. When we replaced the original pipe, when the NZTA dropped that road by 8 meters, it was a challenging exercise to get a pipe across there.
Yeah. Okay, one last one if I can. In talking to a plumber who installs fluoride-free systems in domestic settings, he suggested that potentially we could set up a smaller system using the disposable filters, or the filters that obviously they use themselves up over time, but in the Waihi Beach and Karikari libraries as a smaller supply point that would be that would provide.
I think we've already explored the fact that it's effectively a new supply and has to go through a whole bunch of regulations and testing. Would that be correct?
Yeah.
It's not about.
No, but you're effectively just putting a fluoride filter on the public supply at the library that people could come and fill up
and
their
it's just been
tanks.
explained that is not how it works. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, all you're doing is adding a fluoride filter onto.
Them's the
water
rules,
that is-
Councillor Daly. Them's the rules. I did have a question about a potential other option. I just but maybe more for Adele, so I'll just tee Adele up with this one. Is that Councillor Joyce has suggested or foreshadowed deferring to the LTP. I wonder the possibility of including it in a statement of expectations for a CCO. Would that be one way of doing it in a more comprehensive way? That because a concern I have is that it's a bit piecemeal about what we're achieving here. Adele? Okay, I'm getting a nod. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I have Councillor Sol and Councillor Elvin. Councillor Sol.
Right.
And this is a questions, okay? So
It is a question, and I need to explain this very carefully and where I come from. For over 10 years, I ran a fairly large, and owned, my wife and I, a fairly large hydroponic farm. So water was, of course, the key there. We treated 30,000 litres a day. We didn't have any, our water supply was rubbish, so I really had to treat it well. So we had really good water. But when you get down to the mechanics of this, and this is why I'm asking, I'm hearing all about these other things, and yes, the first bit to take notice of is that the fluoride is the last item going in, right? So why wouldn't you just put in a tank that circumvented going into the fluoride treatment first? In other words, it flows into this tank and carries on at whatever level it is into the fluoride treatment and continues to run. I mean, flaming heck, how simple do I have to get? You know, that's the first question I would be asking.
Okay, can we
start
answer
that question then, though, sir, also would apply. So when we talk about stale water, it's no different to what happens at Athenry now. When it's flowing, it goes through that tank and bypass it and comes back in. At Waihi Beach, at worst, you could put a tiny pump in to do the same thing. That's so I'm asking, why not?
Would you like to respond why that may or may not be possible?
Yeah, sure. Happy to respond to that. Yeah, that option was considered as well. Absolutely. One of the things that happens as soon as you put the water into a tank, okay, you've got zero pressure on the water. The water going past where you want to put it back into the system going into the fluoride is pressurized. So you're going to have to set up a pumping system, which is going to be able to be managed and reciprocate what is happening upstream of that system. So therefore you're duplicating a whole nother system as well. I haven't priced that option because I'm guessing it's going to be even more than the other option, because you need to be able to take that water from that tank, which you're not drawing off of, and put it back into the system ready for fluoridation. So you need to increase the pressure. You got to reproduce the pressure that you've got in the system upstream of it.
My question there is it's the same pressure going through a loop. It's just taking a little diversion this way and back in.
If you put water, all due respect, but if you take water out of the system, which is pressurized, and you put it into a tank, there's zero head pressure apart from the height of the tank. That, if you try and put that back into the system, won't.
I'm sorry, sir, I have to argue. I have to question again this, because if you've got it going in under pressure, it is under pressure. And no, you're not. We're talking about it is an area, it's a reservoir being held, and that flow gets to whatever when it's full and continues under the same pressure back into the system.
That's a pressurized tank, not a.
Well, it's
reservoir.
not exactly a huge problem, is it? Anyway, that was my question, sir.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Elvin.
So this is with respect to Sir Tracy's motion, it's a $60,000 capital cost and a $5,000 annual cost.
Just confirmation is that's correct, right?
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. Okay, so look, I think we come to the questions. So we have a recommendation that's been moved by Councillor Coxhead, seconded by Councillor Beach, which is option 3, which is to have the fluoride free water supply point at the Waihi Beach water treatment plant. So speakers for and against, please. Councillor Coxhead.
The reason, well, I'm very much grateful to Paul's explanation because it makes a lot of sense now in terms of the cost. But basically, when we were mandated with 2 of our supplies to have fluoride, there was a huge outcry from the community. And basically at the time when we had no choice, and we did have a lot of toing and froing with that as well, but we absolutely had no choice about this. And so it's nothing we can do anything about. But what we did say at the time is we can look at putting in a fluoride-free tap for the use of the community for those affected. And I'd just like to deliver on our promise for that, simply that.
Thank you, councillor Coxhead. Speakers. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is an issue that's been dumped on us by the politicians in central government didn't have the courage to actually make the decisions themselves. They gave it to the health department, and that they rewarded the man who said, "You shall have fluoride," with a knighthood. And it really annoys me because in the past, we have always had the community has decided. And this is one experience I've had when I was chairman of Waimari. We were under pressure for fluoride. And so we put out a paper for everybody to vote on it so that it could be implemented before the new council came in. Over 14,000 people voted for it. Over 14,000 people voted against it. And it came out because there was a few hundred difference, and that's when it came out. There was never, ever an issue in the community after that. The only person I had call me was a doctor who said how grateful he was that it could come out because people could self-medicate. The issue of this, though, is that you're asking for $80,000 for Waihi Beach, and this means that for every part, Te Puke, Makatu are going to want the same, or is it just having it for Waihi Beach and people from Makatu can drive over and fill their bottles, when in fact, today you can buy to the supermarket and buy your drinking water. So I'm awfully sorry, this is a serious issue, but I cannot support it because of the implications across our district. How can you give to one and not then give it to everybody else? So very sorry, I cannot support the motion.
I think Councillor Joyce.
Just a couple of things. First of all, the bottled water you buy in the supermarket is probably fluoridated because it all comes from fluoridated supplies.
You can get a choice.
Yeah, there's one brand. The bulk of the supermarket is fluoridated. Secondly of all, Makatu doesn't get any fluoridated water. Only people getting fluoridated water are Katikati and Waihi Beach. And frankly, it's fairly diluted because bizarrely we were told to fluoridate two plants and not the others that fed into the same supply. I'm going to this report. It says one of the risks is that trace amounts of fluorides at these supply points cause community dissatisfaction. My discussion with the anti-fluoride people is that they're quite happy with natural fluoride, right? Natural fluoride, they accept. It's very low level. They do object to high levels of fluoride, and they object to the industrial process by which it is produced. I'm not saying I agree with them or disagree with them, but that is their view. So I don't think we need to worry too much about natural fluoride. I suggested this last training as a sort of option because I know there's about 8 or 10 other councils around the country that do this. In fact, if you go back and look at the cabinet paper that was considered by the Labor government when they changed the rules so that it was taken away, decision-making was taken away from local government at local government's request. Mayor James has advised us in the past, and put in the hands of the Ministry of Health. That, you know, if you look at that cabinet paper, it actually lists a number of councils that do this. And it's popular. You know, Petone has had a untreated, and I think in any particular way, tap for decades, if not longer. So, you know, I would like to be able to provide this for our community. I would like our community to say whether they want it, and I would like them to come forward and say, yeah, we want this, or no, we don't want to pay for it. That's the only thing that I'm not keen on doing it. There's, you know, we've had extensive consultation all through the fluoride debate. It's gone remarkably quiet. Now, I do know one of the key campaigners down the road from me has put in a wonderfully large system of huge tanks outside her house. And her main concern at the end was, when's it starting, because she wasn't going to get those up and running fast enough. So, yeah, I'm not against this. I just would like us to talk to the public and say, if you want this or you don't want this, and then I'll be happy.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. I'll just say a few words on this one. I have some sympathy for this. generally it's not really a spending priority for me, but I appreciate the views around the district. I think my view actually is similar to Councillor Joyce in terms of I was going to vote no, but let's see what the consultation says. Like, you know, if we vote yes and see what the consultation says, you kind of back to a similar situation. I do feel that those who feel most passionately about this, and there are a few, have probably, you know, it's been some time since we started fluoridating. They've probably already installed their solution. So you might end up with a situation where the people who might most want to use it won't, because they've already got their own system sorted out. So that's something that we might figure out during consultation. So I won't support this, but I can see some merit in certainly going up to see what the views are in the community. Councillor Alvin.
I've just tried to do some calculations about how many bottles of fluoridated water that this amounts to, which is a significant amount. To Councillor Joyce's view, I'd just like some consistency. On one hand, we're looking to keep the rates down as much as we can, but in this case, we're looking to push them up for the purpose of fluoridisation. And so I make a comment that consistently, this is a cost that we cannot afford at this particular time. I would struggle to support it at any time. I think we can be a little bit more creative than spending this amount of money and the annual cost on a really inconvenient way of people getting their non-fluoridated water anyway. I mean, you might as well drive up to the top of the Kaimis with your plastic canister and pick it up. You know, it just seems to be totally impractical at a starting point, let alone the cost and the implications there. I'm sure I'd rather refund people their bottled water fees and see if that amounts to $5,000 a year per area, I would expect. So if you put a tap in every place, it's an annual cost of $5,000 at each site.
Yes, that would be per site.
Per site.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Alvin. Councillor Daly.
Yeah, we've got to remember this is going out for consultation. So I do like the idea of asking the community this question rather than just saying we won't do it. Or, I mean, if we decide we wouldn't do it, then I assume we wouldn't even include it in the consultation document. Not probably need clarification on that, but so the fact that we are including it with this option, I think is worth asking the question, because this was probably the most significant issue that we dealt with, believe it or not, over the last triennium. I mean, in terms of councillor time spent trying to overturn the Ministry of Health's directive to install these fluoride treatments at Athenry and Wharawhara. So to have gone through all that and cross-council collaboration with councillors from other districts and all the legal shenanigans that went on between far north councils and the court, it just seems that this is a small price to pay to ask the question. And I do believe there's more discussion needs to be had along the lines of Alan's points that he raised, and to follow on from my questions, which didn't really get a chance to be answered. But and also I think we need to remember that we're actually supplying fluoride-free water to Tauranga City at our border at Bethlehem, I believe, because they're fully fluoridated. But you do need to remember that it's not our whole district that is getting this fluoridation as yet, but we can expect that there will be more of a fight if we do get a directive to fluoridate the rest of our district. So I think it's worth asking the question and seeing what sort of response we get. It probably ensures that we're going to have a pretty large submission hearings on this one.
Can I just, thank you, Councillor Daly. Can I just clarify, if we were to go with option 1, which is not to install anything, does that go up for consultation, or does that just fall away?
Through the chair, it wouldn't normally, because you're not proposing a change to the annual plan. However, you can direct staff or direct the CE to include it in there and say that this is a proposal. We've not included anything, but these are the costs to include something. And we just amend the resolution to reflect that.
Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Sol was next.
Yes, sir. Okay. Well, basically, I look at this as fundamentally, I'm opposed to mass medication. It's a choice in these things. And I've seen it, we've seen it, it's happened with our bread and folic acid put in our bread. When I was a little fella, I can remember my mother getting fluoride tablets for me. That would have been, that's probably why I'm like I am. But the fact is, it was a choice and an option, which is taken away from people now in Athenry, Waihi Beach, Karikari. And those are the areas where I had issues right from the start. Not our choice. We fought and argued against it, but we had to comply. All right. So to me, sir, that's one part. The other part is that it's not across the district at present. So it is only in specific areas. So then let's reverse the argument and say, why can't the people in Waihi Beach and Karikari have the same level of service that they have in Te Puke? Let's just turn this argument around. They used to have it. Somebody took it away from them. Then is it our obligation to maybe give it back? I'm just asking the question. So to me, sir, I feel I will support the motion. And I still will say that it is to go out to consultation. And I think we need to ask really deep questions where it goes. And maybe it does eventually go to an LTP process. But we need to put it out there, and I support it.
Thank you. So I think we're down to a right of reply from Councillor Coxhead. But before we go there, I think I just want to clarify there's been foreshadowed to defer to the LTP. I would certainly foreshadow that if we say no, we could still include it in the consultation so we can get the community's view. So just bear that in mind. But with that, I'll go to Councillor.
Could I foreshadow a further recommendation?
Go on.
I'd like to actually go out, if it's going for consultation, I'd like the information that the cost of putting fluoride in and how much are we having to subsidise it as ratepayers? Because I know it comes at a significant cost.
That's not an option. That is not an option.
We can't change
No. I know it's not an option, but I just think for information, if you're going out to consult, people should know what it actually costs.
I'm sure we can work through any kind of consultation material later. I don't want to jump into that now. I think that's appropriate.
Just a point.
Because it's got to go in other
Sorry, you got a
areas
point
of the
of-
district as
Have
well.
you got a point of
sir.
order?
Just want a point of clarification on that. Are you suggesting by that it's like a targeted rate?
No, I'm not. It's just making
Okay.
sure that people understand, Sue.
Let's stick with standing orders, guys. So I'll go to Councillor Coxhead for right of reply.
I've heard a few comments around the table, they're certainly not malicious, but the comments being that you can buy water without fluoride. Well, I think that ignores the other thing I should mention is that the people who were really the most vitriolic about fluoride in their water being added to their water have already installed alternative means for removing it. And I think there's a lot of truth in that, but I think what we're ignoring here is the families that can't afford to do that are the ones that are missing out. And it's targeting children, in my view, and people don't have to agree with me, but it's targeting families with fluoride who cannot afford to remove it and don't want it for their children. So I would like to see some option there for those people, which is why I feel so strongly about this. And I'm like Councillor Sol, I'm very opposed to mass medication. So for me, it's a human rights issue as well.
Thank you, Councillor Coxhead. So I'll put the motion in just in a moment. It's option 3, which is $60,000 for a supply in Waihi Beach. They are the foreshadowed. Was going to if on that time. $60,000 for a supply in Waihi Beach. It's been moved by Councillor Coxhead, seconded by Shane Beach. It has there are foreshadowed amendments around deferring to the LTP or consulting if we say no, and maybe material in the consultation document, but we'll get that when we address it. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please raise your hand. One, hands up, please, not round your chest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, joy. Those against, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is there an abstention? Okay, in which case that's carried. Not so ask. Right. Okay, so thank you very much, Carly.
Excuse me, Jane. Could you explain the foreshadowed amendments?
No, we can pick that up at lunchtime.
Only if it failed.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
correct. If we went back to.
So is it going,
Right.
so is it going up for consultation?
Councillors, please, we've discussed standing orders at lunchtime if you so wish to have a chat with me. Right, so we're now on to page 139, which is recommendation 4, and that's to receive the updates to the structure plans. So page 139.
So through the chair, this looks at the structure plans. That is our growth funded infrastructure, but I'll hand over to Anthony and Brad.
Yes, councillors. So the structure plan, as you know, is a collection of projects. Every year we have to review how things have changed, both in the market as well as the delivery of projects, and whether the need is there for us to bring projects forward, push projects out. And in this document is just the proposed reshuffling of those projects in terms of the schedule.
Okay, any questions? No? Okay, so Councillor Mover and seconder for those for that recommendation, please formally receives the updates to the structure plans 26-27. Councillor Daly and Councillor, you second it?
You have a question, but I was going to move.
Councillor Daly, question.
Yeah, sorry, Brad. I just, on Te Puke under point C, the additional 1.14 million to progress WWSP-2. During the workshop for this, I did ask the question about consideration for an alternative route that potentially could be less expensive than this option. I never received a response to that, and I'm sorry I waited till now to question this, but is that still a possibility if we pass this? I mean, it would potentially be a lower cost option.
I'll ask Annalie to cover this off, but I do know that the team's been looking at it.
Yes, just to confirm what Brad said, we are looking into it, but we haven't gotten to a definitive answer yet. What we have been looking at is incorporating the stormwater issues that you raised during the workshop too. And again, I'm just waiting for some feedback from the team. As far as the wastewater project goes, it's already underway. Works are going to begin fairly shortly.
I'm disappointed that consideration wasn't given, but I do appreciate the consideration of the stormwater issues, but and I guess I need to take this offline, and I'd certainly appreciate a site visit at some stage to look at this.
Yes, definitely. I'll circle back with the team and give you some formal feedback too.
Okay, moved by Councillor Ray. Is there a seconder for that, please? Deputy Mayor, any debate? No? I'll put the motion then. All in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. So recommendation 5, thank you, Annalie, thank you, Brad. Recommendation 5, UAGC, Uniform Annual General Rate, and, oh, sorry, page 159.
So through your worship, this was us the direction to come back with some narrower options around the UAGC. There has been some information circulated, and this is a summary of what it would look like with a 400, 500, 560 or a $600 UAGC, and how that impacts those properties across the district and with the various quartiles that they sit in. Now, Penilla, if you could put up something we prepared earlier, which highlights, if we look at what has been added into the UAGC in the last few years that were charged as separate rates previously, as Councillor Joyce highlighted. So this gives probably a truer reflection of what the UAGC may have looked like in prior years if you'd have had those charges included. So you can see from 2022 to 2025, between $580 and $590. Just note with the community board where I have averaged there, I have excluded the Makatū Community Board, otherwise it would skew that rate quite high. So it is excluded from that. So it gives a bit of context in that.
Councillor Joyce.
I'm confused as to, I mean, it's good work, thank you, and for doing that. But why is the community board rate in there? Because the community board rate, apart from this current financial year, we had that basically technical issue around having different community boards at different times of the financial year, the community board rate is separate. So that one just seems a bit strange to me to include that.
It was for completeness because it was included in the UAGC in this current 25-26 year. If you took it out, you're still not changing the numbers enormously.
I mean, I know this has been done at pace, so thank you for that. But to me, it would be better if you took it out and then made an adjustment to the current year to better reflect how the UAGC worked for all those years. But never mind, we are where we are.
I mean, so off the top of your head, you're looking at $540, $560, $560, $560, and assuming that around circa $30 at $670. So the difference is still the same.
Councillor Ray, a question?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find which page the actual recommendation is for this one. It doesn't appear to be there.
Yeah, I think that's right at the beginning again, I think, isn't it?
So, councillors, there is no preferred option from staff on this. What we have included was the UAGC at 560 in all of the information that you've received. The information that we've provided around what the movement looks like is based on the $700 UAGC. So probably one of the key, to simplify as much as I could, it only affects properties if you're above $1.8 million capital value, your rates go down. If you're below 1.8 million, your rates go up. If you increase the UAGC and vice versa, that's where it sits.
Okay. Any other questions? No? Okay. I'm going to move, we go with 560. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Ray? Thank you. I'll just say a few words to this. I think it was quite enlightening seeing the analysis that we got around how reducing it helps just about everyone, and what we thought previously wasn't necessarily quite the case, in that it's it helps far more people than it costs. So I'm happy we're effectively reversing the change we made last year. And I think it does give a fairer outcome. I am conscious that there's some views to go lower. Again, that's something that maybe consider in the future, but you certainly don't want to do it in one big hit and cause wild swings at the extremes. But that's where I sit. So,
sir, can we see what the implications are?
They're on page 159 onwards. So, Councillor Daly.
I'd like to foreshadow a different option if this fails. It's been moved and seconded. I'd like to propose an amendment. I'm not sure if this would find favour with the seconder or not, but either 400 or 500, I think, now that we've got the numbers. I'm
I
not
think
quite
we'll,
sure.
we'll deal with one at a time because otherwise it's going to get.
I think I was going to move an amendment. If I can get a second to that, we go to 400. I think that keeps the process clean. You've got to pick something, Grant. You can't pick two. So my amendment is to move to 400. If I have a seconder for that.
And I would second that, but yeah, I was just reading the room really.
So we have an amendment for, amendment for 400. Just going to. Speakers, so it's been, an amendment's been moved, moved by Councillor Joyce and seconded by Councillor Daly. And speakers for and against, please. Councillor Joyce.
So thank you for noting, James, that we at least need to unwind what we did last year. So last year, I don't know if you remember, it was very late in the process. We did not have this detailed analysis. We were told that putting up to 700 was fairer. It would help some of the smaller rural properties, but actually it doesn't really. Look, my view is well known. Our rate system would make Margaret Thatcher blush. It is more regressive than her poll tax. We charge on a $540,000 property in Katikati or in Te Puke about $4,000 in rates. $4,000. The equivalent number for a property in Welcome Bay is about 2.5. So it's not just the UAGC. As we saw the figures the other day, about 3/4 of our rates are flat. So $489, everybody pays the same in urban areas, I'm talking, everybody pays the same stormwater. So a large supermarket in a town centre pays $489 for stormwater. So does someone in their own flat of any gender, just to carry on that thing. So, water connection fee, $400, unless you go for the big pipe, and I'm aware that there are very few customers that go for the big pipe. Everybody pays the same connection fee. Sewage, all residents, pay the same connection fee. And frankly, looking at some of the sewage connection fees for businesses, it doesn't really reflect the difference in scale there. We do have differences, I acknowledge, with trade waste and the like. So we have an extremely flat rating system. 3/4 of our rates are flat. In fact, if somehow, and I know it's impossible, you had a zero value property in Te Puke or a zero value property in Katikati, for example, you'd still pay more than $3,000 in rates, even if your property had no value. That's how flat our rating system is. So, it doesn't move. The interesting, because it's so small, only about 1/4 of our rates actually based on value. The movements here are not huge when you divide them out by the number of weeks in a year. Either the movement's up or the movement's down. But I'd suggest to you that the movements down for those at the bottom end of the scale are more meaningful than similar size movements for those right at the top, many of which are businesses, many of which can claim back the GST and of course the income tax equivalent if they're making money. I just let you know, I'm arguing against my own case here because I rent an industrial property and it'll probably put my rates up. But I think, honestly, in terms of fairness, we are over egging it on the people who can least afford it. And this is a chance to adjust for that.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. Our speakers, who we got? Councillor Daly.
Look, I've got to endorse everything Rodney said. I don't always agree with Rodney, but when we looked at this, breakdown in terms of what a different UAGC meant for different properties across the district, and I commend the analysis that's been provided. And when we saw this in the workshop, I think it was a revelation. I mean, I know we went to a 700 for a reason, and I think it was a response to the valuations 3 years ago, and the disproportional effect that had on the biggest changes in the valuations. And and we've done previous rating reviews, and we looked at it in 2018 and we didn't do anything. 2012, I think, there was a bit of a change, but I know there's a reluctance to perform a full rating review. And I think they came off the GFC and PSA, and so we've sort of stuck with a system that favours these big horticultural and post-harvest zones. And we've obviously got these examples in the agenda which show how much extra, like for example, a $60 million property in Karikari would pay an extra $10,000 in rates on this $400 UAGC. So it's, even though it sounds significant, on the basis of a huge enterprise like that, it's compared to a small residential ratepayer with an average property, we're talking about something that would make a difference to people who are complaining about these constant rates rises, as opposed to a big business who claim back, you know, it's just another expense, and they might add a few more cents to their grower costs. But so, you know, I think we need to go out and ask the public what they think about this one. I know Miriam has cautioned us against the flack and the feedback that we will get against this, but I think we do need to ask the question, and it is time to look at what the drivers for our costs are, and we're increasing our roading budget.
So can we
by
keep on
$3
topic,
million,
please, Councillor Daly? This is
and a lot
rambling
of the
bit.
drivers for fixing our roads are coming from our horticultural sector and our post-harvest zones. So I really have to support this one, at least for consultation purposes, and then let's see what we're told.
Thank you, Councillor Daly. Other speakers? Yeah. Councillor Sol, were you speaking?
Thank you, sir. Yeah, basically, I guess I've got a social conscience. In the end, we've still got to raise the same amount of money. Whatever it takes to run our business, we've got to get the money, or we alter the business. So I accept that as, so the cost is going to land somewhere. But as I say, my social conscience tells me that the people at the bottom end of this that are struggling, either often it's at the end of their life period, or it's the people starting in their life of setting up families, etc., often will wind up in an area that they need to get somewhere. So to me, it's just got to be something we need to progress, to give the opportunities to people to actually be able to stay in their homes, live in their homes. It is still, as I keep saying, this is a consultation document that's going out. We can change if we have to. That will come clear from the people. But to me, it's very important that we go with this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Sol. Councillor Elvin.
I'm just a bit concerned we go from one aberration to the next. We consistently seem to be tracking along at around that 560 rate. Rodney say, oops, we made a mistake last time and bumped it up to 700. And the same people who are around the table that made that decision to go to 700 are now taking it back to 400. I just think our people are entitled to a little bit of consistency, and at least some sort of, and look, I think I don't for one moment fail to understand that it's tough for people out there, because it is. But I'm just concerned about, whoa, you know, so I'll vote against it just for the purposes of consistency. I'm happy to go back, but I don't want to swing too far.
Thank you, Councillor Elvin. That was largely echoes what I was going to say to this amendment. It is about swinging all over the place, 560, 700 down to 400. I think we do have to have a little bit of consistency, and if there's a move you know, through the LTP to change it again, you know, we can certainly consider that. But I think wild swings year to year is not where I am. I do recognise that if I'd previously moved from 700 to 560. I think that's a rational and sensible movement, but clearly there's some view to go further. But I think with that, I don't see anyone else to speak to this amendment, so I'm going to. No.
They write a reply, but if you're wondering what the hell, because I live down there, 181 Park Road is.
No,
it's a
Councillor Joyce.
It's a
you don't
retirement
get a-
village with 176.
Councillor Joyce, you don't get a right of reply, okay? So I'm going to put the motion, all those in favour of the amendment, which is $400 UAGC, please raise their hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, just in time. Okay. Those against, please raise their hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Abstentions? Someone
We call
point
it.
of order. You've got a point of order?
Can we give a division on that, please?
Sure. Okay, so those in favour, please raise their hand. So this is, so we're just getting the votes because we called it division, so I want to make sure we've got the right one. So raise your hands if you're in favour of the 400, okay? Councillor Daly, one at a time. Councillor Daly, please raise your hand if you're in favour. Daly, Sol, Cox said Joyce. Okay, it's 4. Those against, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so the amendment is lost. Okay. So we move back to the original motion, which is moved by me, seconded by Councillor Ray. I'm assuming we're not going to have another. Well, does anyone want to speak to this one? Or we kind of covered it? I do have a right to reply. I don't feel I need to spin this out further. Okay, so I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Okay. Almost there, guys, and then it'll be lunch. So the next 3 councillors, the next 3 recommendations I propose to take as one, because hopefully they should be straightforward. Firstly, approves the assessment of significance and materiality. Secondly, terms the consultation be undertaken as proposed in the report. And thirdly, approves the draft financials as per attachment 5, and with a small change that Robin has requested, and that we direct the CE because we can't direct the staff. Okay, so those 3 recommendations. Can I have Matt? Sorry, do you want to?
Just through the chair, this is looking at your project list and your financials. So if you want a discussion around the annual plan as a whole, this is the point to have it. Because when we get to the 19th of March, that's where we're saying, look, you've agreed on what your financials, your project list, your issues and options are. This is the consultation document and your supporting information then. So this is, yeah. So as Rodney's alluded to, this is the point. If you want to have a discussion around other elements of the annual plan, which is
okay. So
budget.
Given that, can I suggest instead we vote for recommendation 6 and 7, which is significance and materiality, and the consultation, and then the last one we can do separately? Would that be a sensible option? 168 and then 182. Okay.
So can I have resolution 6 includes your project lists.
Sorry, which one? The 100.
So attachment 4, the assessment of materiality, looks at your project lists for your,
okay,
including your operational projects and your capital projects. It assesses them, those changes from the LTP to the annual plan for materiality. So if you are thinking about changing project lists, maybe that would be a good place to have that conversation as well.
Okay, so I just want to say we can't even agree the something trivial. Yeah. Okay, it sounds like there's a desire to take them together then. Okay. Sorry, the data behind it, the report behind it is on those pages I mentioned. The recommendations right back at the beginning.
So resolution 6 includes your project lists and your capital projects and your operational projects and your capital projects. So if you are thinking about changing project lists, maybe that would be a good place to have that conversation as well.
Okay, 50, I'm told. Yeah. Okay. Do we have a mover and seconder for those recommendations then, please? Deputy Mayor, I'm happy to, Councillor Dinsdale. Speakers. Councillor Joyce.
Do you want to speak first as a mover?
Yes.
Okay.
I think this is a really serious annual plan. We're at sixes and sevens with it. And I think one of the things I wanted to see on the fluoride was we've got a requirement to put this jolly fluoride right across the district. We've got 2 areas that we're putting it, yes, we have. And yes, so I hope that we don't, but I believe that there will be a requirement. And I think the sooner we go out for consultation, letting people know what it has cost us to put it in, how much subsidy we're actually getting from the government to actually do it. And I think people will be quite horrified that, one, we've been dictated to, and secondly, we've got to subsidise the operation. So that's not what this council needs to be about. And I firmly believe that roading is the most significant issue that confronts us, because for rural and urban people alike, and it's one of the issues that I think we are working towards sensibly. I'd like to see a lot more go into it, but the cost to the ratepayer at the moment is significant. With the waters done well, we've got that cost coming in as well. And whether or not that ends up being a combined issue, whether it impacts on our regional deal, which I think we would be mugs not to accept. And so I think the annual plan is one that we've got to get out and let the community have a say. But I'd like to think that there was enough information within it that you've got something to actually comment on sensibly. Just this yes, no, and a box to tick isn't good enough. And so my view is the better informed we can have our community, the better result we might get. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Other speakers, I think we've got Joyce and then Ray.
I think there's one thing I agree with what the Deputy Mayor has said, is that the public will be horrified. You know, we've ourselves have got a big pay rise that, you know, I know we've self-funded it and I've been out there defending it. We've got people concerned about the level of services that we're providing to the public. I cannot support this annual plan. For the past 3+ years, I've tried to work inside the tent to moderate rates increases with limited success. To be honest, this is the worst year I've seen on the council in my time. This year, I've observed zero pressure from anyone else in this council to moderate spending and thus rates increases. Do not blame the staff. It is the job of this council to set the spending envelope for staff to work to. As a group, we are failing to do so in any meaningful way. Why worry about a Waters CCO when, in my view, we can't even keep control of our own council spending? Not only has there been zero pressure from anyone else around this table to cut costs this year, we're winding back one of the key settings we put in place in the last term to save money. Not everybody is familiar with the concept of working the churn. This is a term that is widespread in large businesses and other large organizations. It refers to the gap between when someone leaves an organization and when the next person starts. It is a key tool to save money. By delaying rehiring, pooling vacancies, and then prioritizing the filling of them, organizations can work the churn to make significant savings. We had $1 million in annual savings baked in by the previous council to work the churn. A few weeks ago, staff proposed to remove this saving, and I questioned the wisdom of that. The silence, frankly, from the rest of the council was deafening. So we have inflation at the moment of 3.1%. And yes, there is a big gap in government transport funding. So plugging that to the extent we're talking about this year is 2.7% of rates. So even on a cost recovery basis, that would add up to a 5.9% increase in rates. Yet somehow we're getting to 8. Now, before anyone cries out that consumer inflation is not a good proxy for council costs, I inquired into what is the local government cost index at this year. It's 2.5%. So it's actually below CPI. So if you took the local government cost index and added on the extra transport funding, would come to 5.2. So how the heck did we get to an 8% increase? Even before the cost of storm repairs come along. You know, this could not, 8% is not the final word by any stretch of the imagination. I think it's time to stop being a cost plus council. We are continually imposing ongoing annual rates increases above the rate of inflation. We are not alone in this. I distributed around council yesterday a Westpac chart that only came in yesterday. I promise the timing was fortuitous, which showed that over the last 20 plus years, since 2002, rates across the country have gone up 300% against 83% CPI over that same period. Our rates have been high for years. It's not that long ago, we were the highest in the country, according to some measures. And I'm sorry, we can't keep doing this. So today I'm saying no. I'll leave it to the rest of you what you say. This is the first chance you have to vote on this year's annual plan. That's part of the problem. We used to have an annual plan committee where we'd thrash some of this stuff out. And frankly, you know, I don't like this new system. I was told it was what other councils do, so I rolled with it, but it hasn't come out with a result that I can live with. Thank you for the clarification that we should be voting on this today, because I knew that by March, if I said no then, people would say, oh, it's too late, the consultation document's already written. So decide, people, if you really think we should be out there selling an 8% increase, even allowing for that 2.7 percentage points of extra transport funding, you go for it.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. Any other speakers? Councillor Ray was next, I think.
Thank you, sir. Firstly, I would just like to say that I don't think I've heard anyone here today say that they fully agree with the entire annual plan and the rates rise and all the rest of it. So I just kind of disagree with some of those things you said. I do absolutely understand people's struggles. Some of these things, though, they need to go back out to the people, because it's the people who will tell us whether or not it's the right thing to do or not. We're all in a very, contentious climate of there's not enough money to do anything. And I keep saying to people, well, hey, you telling me you want this, you're saying you want that, well, we can do that, but you got to pay for it. So that's all I wanted to state at the moment. And all I can say is I really look forward to this consultation. I do feel there's the meaty topics in there, and I really hope to see other councillors actually out there selling what we've just voted on today, because if not, I don't feel that it's just a staff responsibility. So I'll be out there looking for that too.
Thank you, Councillor Ray. Councillor Elvin.
I'm sympathetic to Councillor Joyce. I think we've been put under significant pressure from central government and our ratepayers to reduce our rates. I think that's quite a challenge, and I accept all the hard work that has been done by the staff to come up with these numbers, and it's not difficult. But my preference is to produce a much more austere budget and then go for consultation, which then has the community expressing wishes to spend more rather than the other way around. So I'd rather see another significant percentage point come out of our rating, our rates bill right across the table. And it's not for me to tell you where to find it, but I accept the commentary about the churn. I think, we've not had a significant conversation. We've had defence from the level of staffing from the staff, and I accept that. I'm not interested in picking on points, but I'd like to see a chop of 1% rates cost right across the board before I'd be happy to approve this.
Councillor Coxhead.
I agree in part with what Rodney said then about the annual plan committee. I feel like we paid far more attention to this type of thing in the past, and I would like to see a return of that. But I think it's all very well to sit here and say, well, it's not good enough and we shouldn't be signing this off, and I'm not going to agree to it. So we're just talking about problems. So we need to come up with solutions ourselves. And to me, it's all very well to stand on a podium and preach the good word, but we have to actually go back. And this is what we used to do in the annual plan committee. So I think that is something that's the bit that's missing for me. I also would like to say, I don't want to throw anyone under the bus or talk about this in a way that sounds disrespectful to staff, but often money is spent before we know it's been spent. We cannot, there is this line between operational and governance, and we cannot know about every penny spent in this council. And there is some wastage, and I think we need to focus on that as well. For example, we now have a marae in the car park we knew nothing about. So these things just crop up out of nowhere. How does this happen? So I think we need to have a look at this. I mean, we need more transparency around that. And this is not a criticism of anybody here at the moment. I am actually really comfortable with what I voted for today. I actually feel like I hit the right balance, but that's up to me personally. I'm not going to criticize anybody else for their decisions either. And the reality is that there is always a trade-off. So we've got the mowing issue, or had the mowing issue, and people have to understand there is a service level agreement, and if you want more, you have to pay more. And, you know, we all want lower rates. Absolutely. I understand that, but we all want everything else as well. So it is hitting that right balance. And I agree. Some of those things like the potholes and the mowing are the most visible and the biggest pain points, the things that cause us the most pain. But the reality is some of the big stuff is really where we need to be focusing.
Thank you, Councillor Coxhead. I'm going to say a few words now because I think there's been some quite unfair commentary. In fact, we have not had any less discussion on this annual plan because we don't have an annual plan, long-term plan committee. We've had a whole number of workshops, which we've had every opportunity to go through. There's been every opportunity to discuss this. And in fact, I do recall at Councillor Joyce's insistence, and thank you, it was useful. We went through the budget line by line, the project list, and no, Councillor Joyce did not. It was great for clarification. There was some good understanding going on there, but there were no savings suggested, at least at that level. So, you know, and the idea that we've not asked for savings is nonsense. We have a whole program of savings within council that we're currently looking at, and how that can be affected. So I do reject that no one around here is interested in savings or reducing the rates number. I myself suggested a number that could shave some off, and it didn't find favour, and that's fair enough. It is what it is. But the idea that no one apart from Councillor Joyce is seeking savings is not tenable in my view. But look, we are going out for consultation. I'll vote for this to go out for consultation, and then we can see where we land. But we are in a tough spot, and I think councils up and down the country are equally in a tough spot, and many will be going out with far higher numbers than we will be. Thank you. Any other speakers? Councillor Daly next.
Look, I don't want to delve into too much detail, but I think everyone's made good points. I'm disappointed about the UAGC decision. And I really hope that we get some good feedback from the community on all these things. There is an opportunity to lessen the impact on most of our ratepayers with that simple UAGC adjustment. But in terms of the $3.1 million extra in the transport funding, I think the chickens are coming home to roost, and that's just the start of issues we're going to face to try and manage our roading network. And I think this is an interim, this is sort of like a transition phase before we get the rates capping that's the government has signaled. And we're not going to have the same opportunity to maybe increase our real needs in the future like we have at the moment. And I know, like James has said, there's going to be more significant rates increases around the country because we are facing a dilemma in terms of increased costs, whether the LGCI or CPI inflation rate, whatever it is, we know that it's just simply costing more to provide services. The mowing and the garden maintenance is top of mind at the moment on Facebook, and we've made a decision to increase the level of service there over what the staff told us we could do with the budgets that were set in the long-term plan. And this is just one example of more to come. So I really encourage the community to provide feedback to this consultation document. We will be coming back. We will have an option to make some more changes when we make our final decisions. And yeah, I think it just highlights the absolute rock and a hard place that we find ourselves in now, whether it's central government direction, increased cost to provide services, and also the continual demand from the public that we do continue to provide those services. So yeah, so I support this document for consultation.
Thank you, Councillor Daly. Councillor Sol.
Yeah, again, I keep reminding myself this is for a consultation document, so I can ease my conscience a little, but it doesn't make it any different in the end. I guess I can remember last time I had an issue and I wanted to see us at best flat line, if not squash all the money that was going to our community providers. But really, that was a case of stinking thinking in some ways, because it was going to be this much out of their rates, and we were going to take away the services that that central government isn't giving to the people that need the help. And I've watched it happen in Karikari, where services have gone ding, 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 because we haven't funded. So that is one of the issues that I have with my conscience and so on now. And as I say, realising. But I also look at the fact that I still believe we have a lot of, I guess they call vanity, wish to haves, that we're just going to have to start looking at putting on hold. Now, I voted for some things today, potentially to go out for consultation, that is extra money. And I'm aware if that comes back and we're told, stuff off, people, we want our rates down, that's cool. The people are then telling us, and we listen. And I look at what happened here, and it's something that really got brought up earlier, about $300,000 on a building sitting in here, which has minimal use. And we had a hell of a racket and being pushed about $300,000 being spent on a building in Karikari, formerly the library, known as the Art Junction. And that was the first suggestion to come from staff was to rip it down. So I find this a bit of a problem within my own head here, how we deal with what comes to us and what money is, please excuse me, but I'm saying slushing around, but that's sitting in pockets that then turns up to do things that we don't know anything about. It's not for us to get into the day-to-day operations, but if we want to save money and we have our projects here, then we've got to start looking at how those projects are funded, and somebody has to wear what happens with them. And those are the areas that concern me going forward, is that in the end, we are the governors. We allow a funding to go out for a job to happen. If it comes in under, sometimes good things happen, don't get me wrong. It funds something else and we all sort of feel quite happy and warm about it. But perhaps that funding needs to be rechanneled. those sorts of operational areas that I think we've got to look at as well. And I think that's part of the churn and the so on that Rodney's referred to in some ways. It's slightly to the side. So I really struggle with this. I would really like to see us get back into this and chop it back, but I'm comfy to have it go to the public, but none of the nice little stories and we're doing this and rah, rah, rah. Let's really find out. Again, it's the terminology and how we present it, what the people really feel and want. And that's sort of where I sit with this one. So I would like to see changes. I'm very much sort of siding with Rodney here. I have over the years, perhaps not always, have once or twice put my hand up with him. That is the case, but I just feel we've got to get more realistic about what we're doing. So I'm conflicted. I'm not happy, but I do believe there's plenty of savings.
Thank you, Councillor Sol. Councillor Dinsdale.
Firstly, I support the annual plan currently to go out for consultation. I have concerns as a new councillor that we have to wear some of the decisions made of the previous council, and we are going to go out and do the best that we can, because I'm really concerned about the flipping and flopping. We decided this last triennium, but we've all changed our mind this one. You know, we've had enough workshops on this. We've had some robust discussions, long-winded some, and yeah, so basically what I'm saying is that I'm in support of the document in its current form to go out for consultation. But secondly, I'd just like to speak to Councillor Crawford's comments, Kotsid's comments, sorry Tracy, in regards to the marae in the car park. Now, that was a decision made of the former CEO. It's not a marae. Officially, it is a meeting room. The point around why you are possibly saying this is because you're asked to remove your shoes. I get it. I totally get it. But those are the rules that were put on the room. And like everything else, we need to just follow it or don't attend the meetings in there. Just don't continuously bring up that Western Bay has a marae, because they don't. And if you were to ask iwi and Hapu, they would say it wasn't a marae. It doesn't operate like a marae. So somewhere, and we've had some really good comms. We've had inquiries go to staff. Miriam has responded, and so have the staff that were asked to research and get us back those answers. So I don't know when this is going to stop or who is going to be responsible to stop exactly that dialogue. It's not a marae, it's a meeting room. And the name of the room is Kopu Rerero.
So I am conscious we do need to focus on an annual plan discussion, but I appreciate your korero. Miriam, did you want to say something?
Thank you, councillors. I think it's important that I just sort of make a few comments about the process about the annual plan anyway. Some of you are new to the process. So, and about the district, just a little bit of putting things in perspective. The annual plan process is never easy. It's always a trade-off between what council wants to do and what we're able to do. But what I would say is we're not the council we were 5 years ago or 10 years ago or 15 years ago. We are a victim of statute, and we have a whole lot of unfunded mandates that are delegated to us from central government. And no one's talked about any of that, that our breadth of services that we now offer are miles bigger than what they were in 2010, for instance. So I just want to raise that. We're a growth council. We also have that issue. We all know that growth has not always paid for growth. And so when you're a growth council, your maintenance of your infrastructure grows year by year. The biggest part of our infrastructure are our water assets and our roading. When the water entity is stood up, we are still going to have significant assets that we're going to have to maintain that are going to grow year on year. Your maintenance program is going to grow. You're going to have more sealed roads, and you're going to have higher expectations because the new water standards and the new roading standards are asking this council to have a higher level of service going forward than what we have ever been able to fund. So I think, councillors, you need to realise that this is a really difficult environment that you're going to continue to work in. It's not ever going to be right. In terms of other things that, no one's talked about, we need to be aware of them. We've got rates capping. Maybe it doesn't come this year or next year, but you're going to have rates capping. I think that needs to be a thought in the back of your mind when you set the rates. I think it's important that you understand that the baseline you're starting from, when you set that before rates capping comes into place, you shouldn't ignore that because you're already in a deficit position in your roading. We haven't been able to make up that deficit. We also have a deficit in some parts in our water. Even if they were, are transferring to another entity, you still have responsibility for that. So I think the other comment I would make is, you can't kick the can down the road forever. And so it's not easy being a councillor making these decisions where you're publicly accountable and over a period of time you're expected to keep costs down even though you're not maintaining the status quo. So this is the environment that the staff tried to manage for you. And I would also like to make the comment that last year we made a big attempt to cut some costs because of the issues that we had. I think we did a really good job of that and we're going to continue to do that as part of our efficiency review. So we're always looking at that. This organisation does not have a whole lot of fat. In fact, I don't see any fat. And if you can talk to Matt and myself about where you see that fat, I'd be interested to know. But we're a really lean machine and we're as efficient as we can be. And I don't really want to revisit past decisions that are not going to help the boat go faster. So that's my comments, councillors.
Thank you. I think we've almost come to the debate. Did you want to reply, Margaret? Or did Councillor Beach, your last chance if you want to speak?
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, look, I'm happy for this document to go out to consultation, but as a new councillor on board, one of the first bombs that went off was basically central government coming in and saying, hey, you're about to be receiving a rates cap. I know we've done many workshops and we're pumping out around about 8-9%. Government might knock us down to 3-4% if we're lucky. I know one of the workshops we talked about was around about 6, it had a 6 in it, that sort of stuff. So I'm too in the same minds as Councillor Alvin there. I'm not happy with the amount that it is at the moment. It does need to be tuned down a little bit. My concern is how we do it, and it's got to be something major. It's got to be something big. We're talking $1 million takes off 1%. How we get it? Thank you, Miriam, for your comments and what we've got there. We are operating as a lean machine, but somehow we've got to get leaner. And as a councillor, and a new one especially, I'm looking for every avenue I can possibly get to find those savings.
Thank you, Councillor Beach. Deputy Mayor, right to reply.
I think I'd like to say that since Miriam has been appointed, we have had much better financial control than what we had in that previous term, which was agony trying to cope with. So I want to make that point clear. One of the things that's always bugged me in this council is when we've got something coming up and staff will say, oh, it's in the budget. It's in the budget. And so how to lean the budget more for our staff is really quite critical. And that really was Tracy Coxhead issue. Money spent that we didn't approve. And so apparently he had the right to do it, but it should have come back. Did we want to spend 300,000 or did we not? And so that's the sort of thing that really bugs me. And any CEO coming into this place has got to make sure that this council is a can-do council and we don't run off to the lawyers and we get on with the job and we get things done. That's the number one thing. As for the rates cap, I'm sick of working with dishonest governments. And because they pretend, not just this one, the last one and the one before that, that they make these quick decisions and then expect us, and they think that looks good publicly, and then they give it to us to actually implement. And Curry's always transport, they've knocked us fluoride they've stuffed us up on. And although Councillor Joyce tells me it's not going to happen, woe betide any council that says it's got to go to Te Puke and Makatu and Omokoroa, and the cost of that is just crippling. And that's why I wanted to see, when it goes out to consultation, that people understand what it cost and how much we had to subsidise the operations that we've presently got. They haven't got a clue, and that should be clarified. As for the mowing, I look at what people are actually paying for. In Omokoroa, it isn't up to scratch. And Kaimai views, they have had enough. The rubbishy way that it's looked after, and other areas in the Mokoroa, people are very dissatisfied. I think one of the good things that as the annual plan is that, once again, I go back to Miriam, she has created a position for Charlene. And so for the first time in my time, we've got someone that we can go to ask the questions, to get information. That is a solid foundation for this council. And by the way, we're not subsidised as the regional council is. They've got 4%, but I'd love to know how much they're subsidising that cost operation where they've got. So I think I don't want to go out with an austere budget for our community. I want the community to understand the challenges that we're facing and what do they think, and I want their opinion. And so I don't want to have sausage sizzles and box ticking exercises. I want people to be here, make their submissions. I'd like to go out to public meetings where we can defend what we've done, make sure that we're answering those questions, because that's our job. Our job is to front at the issue and to actually argue where we can make more cost savings. I want to thank the staff for the research they do and the work that they do, supplying us with the information that they do. And so, sir, I think you've got a council to be proud of. I think we are facing the challenges that are being dumped on us every which way we turn. And I think we're capable of actually listening to our community properly and coming back with how we can prune it a little bit more. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Murray Bench. So with that, I'm going to let me put it. I'll put the motion. So it's recommendations 6, 7, and 8, with that small amendment in 8 to say the C rather than staff. I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Yes, yes. Call, speak called. Sorry, I didn't accept your comment. Put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? No. Okay. Raise hands and we'll do it that way. Raise hands. All in favour, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All those against, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I understand what a division is, Councillor Joyce. Okay, thank you very much. So that's carried. And with that, I think we'll break for lunch and back at 1:45. Thank you. Okay, welcome councillors back this afternoon. So cracking on with our agenda on page 246, which is the Western Bay of Plenty District Financial Sustainability, Martin Jenkins overview. So I'll pass it over to Matt to introduce this item.
Thank you, Worship. As a reminder, this was circulated some time ago and is the first of a two-stage process around the effective and efficiency review that we're conducting. We've got Sarah Badley and Nick Carlaw online. I believe they have a quick presentation to provide, and then there can be some questions. Probably a key thing on this one is to remember that the information they have is based on Statistics New Zealand data sets rather than out of our annual report specifically. That's right, isn't it, Sarah? So bear that in mind. So some of it might not be exactly how you're used to seeing it. But with that, I'll hand over to the Martin Jenkins team.
Well, thank you, and good afternoon to you all. I know you've had a very busy morning. You've had a heavy agenda. For those new councillors who haven't met me before, my name is Sarah Badley. I'm a partner at Martin Jenkins, where I oversee a practice area that looks predominantly at council areas and also infrastructure. I have previously been before council to support decision-making on water-related issues. I'll get, though, my colleague Nick Carlaw to introduce himself.
Kia ora, my name's Nick Carlaw. I'm a partner at Martin Jenkins. I look after our finance, evaluation and economics service line, and I often do work around value for money reviews or efficiency and effectiveness reviews, and that's lovely to meet you, and thank you very much for inviting us to your session today.
So we do have a set of slides to share, and I am hoping the technology will be on our side, so we are able to share those from our end. Your governance team will be able to confirm that you are able to see those.
Yes, we can.
Fantastic. Now you can see the slides, but now I can't seem to see you, so I will rely heavily, Chair. That is unfortunate on you interjecting and my colleague as well. Just as Matt outlined, we have been engaged to support Council Executive prepare analysis and advice related to overall value for money. So that is the whole of organisation value for money. Our engagement is in two parts, and I'm going to walk through each of those component parts with you and focus on the first part, which is the report that you have available. Apologies, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering if there's anyone available with a 16-year-old child or grandchild to support me in this technical issue I seem to be having at my end.
My 4-year-old.
Thanks very much for that, Councillor Joyce. Appreciate that. Now, can you confirm that you can see a slide that says purpose of the session?
Yes, we see that.
Fabulous. Sorry about that technical difficulty. I would like for new councillors that don't know me that you're engaging us for our economic and financial skills rather than my PowerPoint skills. So in terms of what I'm hoping to cover with you today with Nick's support is what we've been asked to do, how we've approached it, an overview of what we've found, comparison of yourselves to other councils, and the implication for your future outlook. So what we've been asked to do, we've been asked to approach value for money in two ways. The first is to give you an understanding of the context within which you are operating, and that is a benchmarking report against similar comparators, and we refer to that work as Part A, and that work is summarised in your materials. As Nick said, as Matt said to you rather, in order to get a like with like comparison, we rely on Statistics New Zealand data, which is gathered every year in October. Now, sometimes that means it happens before and sometimes after audit across councils. So there is some difference in the information, but broadly it's fit for purpose for this kind of comparator purposes. So that's what we've got. And that really helps you understand how your operations, your value for money sits within the context of similar comparators. Part B, which we're due to complete independently by 31 March, is a much deeper dive, and that's to look at the efficiency and effectiveness and value that your community are getting across your services. We're using some of the insights we've gathered in Part A, along with interviews we've had with some of you with a particular focus on your audit committee members and your staff and officers, to really hone in on areas of focus. So for Part B. So Part A gives us the helicopter view, and Part B is where we do the deep dive. So throughout this presentation, if there are any particular areas that you'd like us to dig into as a council, as a full council, feel free to share them, but perhaps do it once I've concluded the presentation and Nick and I have time for questions at the end. Is that appropriate for me to then keep going?
Please do. So
Yeah.
I'm hearing questions at the end, and we'll take those then, okay?
That would be good, unless they're questions of clarification, but certainly if you want to provide us with guidance on where you'd like us to focus our work, we'll take those ones at the end.
Thank you.
So how we've approached Part A, this is a very familiar framework to many of you. It's the framework that supported you to understand the water infrastructure. We look at your revenue sufficiency. Have you got enough cash coming in? Your investment sufficiency. Does your balance sheet capacity and debt capacity match your investment needs? Whether you've got an ideal capital structure, whether you've got resources in the right place doing the right things, and an overall view of affordability, which I know is close to your hearts, measured best as the impact on rates and rates per household. And so what we've found is that, like the rest of your sector, you have been facing accelerated operating costs. And we have seen that growth occurring over the last 10 years. Total operating costs for local government have increased, and we have seen that happening in your organisation as well. So these pressures are well known and well understood, coming from predominantly from infrastructure related cost escalation and pressures. There's been a modest change in the composition of your costs. So you're not spending huge amounts of money on new things that are expensive, but you have been facing sustained pressure across all of your operating cost areas, which is consistent with what I expect of a high growth council who has a lot of infrastructure spending and a growing population. So this was not a surprise to us when we looked at your operating costs. We then dove into your expenditure by activity, and about 60% of your expenditure is going on network and community infrastructure, which is as we would expect. If you look at the graph in the top hand in particular, which is your network infrastructure, that is really what drives growth, your growth related costs. You can see that your level of spending has been slightly above average of the dotted line. And that is largely as a result of the fact that you are a fast growing council. Your expenditure on community services, however, is lower than your comparators. So this data tells me that the trend is about the same, and you as a high growth council are tending to spend your money more on network infrastructure than community services. So I think that's that should mesh. Part of what we do is look as whether that makes sense, a bit of a sense check, that makes sense for a council such as yours. We then tend to do a bit of a deep dive into comparing against different forms of expenditure. I've dug out these two here because I think they are interesting in the context. It was also hot on the heels of when we were doing this analysis of, a number of cyclone events and weather-related events, and emergency management is an area that is undergoing quite a lot of reform and is likely to result in increased pressure. Your spending has been on regulatory and planning services has been increasing as a share of expenditure over the last decade compared to your comparator organisations. Now, this is an area where some of your regulatory demands will be related to your growth, but some will not. So this is an area where we are focusing on having a good look when it comes to our deeper dive into your current expenditure activity in Part B. Economic development is an area where a lot of councils have been asking us to take a look. It's kind of a relevant issue because it's one of the key areas that is being tested by the government's desire for you to get back to basics. And there is a mixed view around whether economic development spending activity is back to basics or not. Regardless, because of the way you deliver economic development within your region through Priority 1, this has not been a major feature of your expenditure, and so it's reflective of a relatively modest level of expenditure in this category, which is consistent with what we would expect. Your CapEx has been a relatively smaller capital program historically. And then and your forecast expenditure is set to be much higher in the forthcoming period. We can see here that your nearest neighbour comparisons, because this is an average of other councils, it looks like a much more kind of stable line. But all this graph really tells us is that you are forecast to spend more than you have in the past, and your investment is lumpy. And we knew that. We knew that you had big capital programs and that they tended to be lumpy and they have a big impact on your balance sheet capacity. I
Sarah,
think
I've
you've
got
got a question. Yeah.
Question of clarification from Councillor Joyce.
So can you just describe a little bit the nearest neighbour average? Because our nearest neighbour is a large city that's 4 times our size.
Yes.
So who have you put in that to get us an average?
Yes. So our model creates a nearest neighbour based on comparators. So we're not comparing you here to Tauranga. We're comparing you to councils that are similar to you. And forgive me, I don't have exactly the councils on hand. It's certainly in the report. They are councils like Waipa District Council, which I think is quite a useful comparator because it's adjacent to a large metropolitan area. I think it was Nelson.
Tasman.
Sorry, apologies. I should be able to have that. Nick, do you have that at hand?
Yeah, there's Tasman District Council, Waimakariri District Council, Kapiti District Council, Napier City Council, and Waipa District Council. And as Sarah was saying, it's looking at not so much the location or the neighbour next to you, but it's looking at population density, and median income for the community. And those three factors account for almost 99% of the differences between expenditure. So we're able to get a cohort of councils that match your characteristics and then look at them.
We think that's thank you so much, Nick. We think that's a far more relevant metric for when you're thinking about these kinds of issues related to financial sustainability. I think this rates issue here, no, it will go to the heart of what you care about for your community. This is quite interesting. This is another area so far your regulatory, your increasing regulatory costs are interesting, and your rates revenue is also interesting to us. So we're really focusing on components of that in Part B, the work we are in the middle of doing for you at the moment. So your rates revenue has been increasing faster than CPI, but slower than local government's rates generally. And I think that is an interesting observation. Generally, it has increased over time as a share of your operating revenue. So that means that you rely very heavily compared to your comparator councils on rates as a specific source of revenue. And that is in the context of how any rates capping regime is being designed. That's kind of a relevant and interesting finding. And it's something that we think that we will need to really dive into this next bit of work that we are undertaking for you. And if we undertake that work, it will position you well for whether you decide to undertake a rates review. Your rates per dwelling have been relatively stable, and they have been decreasing relative to incomes. So again, that's on a comparison basis and is a useful data set. And the rates have generally kept pace with operating costs. However, your non-rates revenue has reduced in importance over time. So for us, we look at you and we say in plain English, because I know you tend to appreciate that from me, there's something in this. let's have a look, particularly at whether you have good cost recovery principles in place with fee-based services, and whether there is an appropriate mix of different forms of revenue coming into the council. I'll just pause there because that is, that's quite an interesting finding from this Part A analysis. Not sure if there's any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. Yeah, that's something I picked up, that we are more dependent on rates than others. Was there any clear indication why that was? I didn't seem to see it in the report. It was a little bit unclear, that one.
Yeah, not based on the data we have, and that's something we're really exploring with your staff and through this next phase of analysis. So when we come back to you after March, you'll be able to ask us that question then, and we'll be able to give you a better answer.
Yeah, because there's always special cases, with someone has a commercial arm somewhere, or aspects like that which are unusual. But yeah, can't really think of how it is compared to the comparators that you've chosen anyway. Yeah,
That was our thinking as well, which does suggest to us a good look at your fees structure might be worthwhile.
yeah. Councillor Joyce.
Are you also looking at where we raise our rates? Commercial versus residents versus rural. It's a really hard one because, of course, every council, of course, has a different mix. We don't have a lot of industry.
Yeah, Nick, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, we will look at the different revenue sources, and I'll talk a little bit shortly sort of about a bit more broadly about what we're looking at. But it's also about the strategies that you have around revenue and financing and funding, and then also the sort of the systems and processes behind that enable those strategies to be reviewed and changed as well. So it's just trying to understand the whole dimension from changing a policy right through to actually are they fit for purpose for this point in time.
So if you're comfortable, I'll continue on.
Please do.
Your operating balance, like the rest of your sector, has been deteriorating, and you had quite large deficits. We actually had to go back to your council offices and interrogate the historic data. You had quite large deficits in 2008 to 12 period. And we understand from talking to council officers that that was a period where the council was particularly active in trying to stimulate demand through that kind of post-GFC period. And almost cyclically in response to what we can really see here is you have periods of, stimulating and then constraining your spending. And so it's quite a lumpy reaction that is occurring in terms of your operating balances. Some of that can be attributed to the way that the costs are flowing through, in particular investment activity that is occurring. But we understand from talking to those who have a bit more institutional memory in the organisation that you have also had periods where elected members have been more expansionary in their views of spending, and then they have been returned and replaced by those that have a more contractionary focus. So I suppose that means that we see evidence that governors do loosen and tighten the belt. And that's playing through with your operating balance data. Again, for those that are new to looking at council finances, you should be looking for whether there is anything that is inconsistent with the trend. So are you, spending a lot more than others facing the same pressures, or are you cutting things more deeply? Based on this, it is broadly in line with operating balances that are worsening across the sector. And this challenge here is why you have rating agencies taking shots across the bow of the sector, saying that your operating balances are not, they're looking like they're structural. You have the sector has a long-term set of pressures that it needs to confront. Your debt position, borrowing has increased significantly, and it covers that period of expansionary kind of spending that I mentioned through the GFC period, and we do expect that investment requirements will continue to require you to invest quite heavily, and the new water model will obviously change where that debt is held should you confirm your decision to go ahead and have a creation of a joint water service entity. We haven't concluded yet the impact of removing the water debt from your balance sheet, but we know from previous work undertaken that your council, should you choose to proceed with that model and shift the debt associated with your water infrastructure to the new water service entity, you would have significant debt capacity freed up in council. And when you sit back and think about this in plain English, that makes entirely good sense. You know, when I said to you guys, the data tells me you guys have been and are a high growth council that spent more money on infrastructure than you have on the nice to haves. Your debt levels have been increasing. Your investment is set to increase, and water has been the feature of your spending in the last couple of years and will be for the next couple of years. So if you are liberated from that debt, you will have lots of debt headroom. Now, that's not to say you could spend it on other things, because as we've previously talked about, your ratepayers and your water users will be the same punter. So their costs won't change. It's just where the debt is most efficiently and effectively managed, and water service entities will have a lower debt cost of capital than you do. So that's your debt position. And it's kind of, it is once again kind of consistent with what we would expect from a council like yours. We know that water reform will add to the sector's debt burden, and we know that the water service delivery plan contains, that you submitted to government, contained much greater investment than you'd previously planned in previous LTPs. So you do have a lot of water spending to do. And I just put a reminder in there for those that are new to council and didn't have to endure me talking to you about debt capacity in previous incarnations. The underlying rationale is that a post-separation debt capacity is greater than the combined debt position of having them within council. When you make your final decision on water, which I think you might be scheduled to do later in March, this kind of information will likely come back to you from your officers. I've got here the debt capacity that has been freed up in water care that has gone through the same kind of structural change, and that has been to the benefit of Auckland Council and to water care generally. So I haven't met an elected member that doesn't like to compare themselves to another council. I think that is human nature. So just thought I'd dive a little bit deeper into comparisons with other councils. Grateful for Nick for reminding us which councils we actually compared you to, and here they are here. So you've got a similar, you know, you're broadly similar. Wider variation can be seen in CapEx and reflects the difference in composition, age, and condition of your assets. So you are spending, you have historically spent lower amount of CapEx than your competitors, but you are actually forecast to spend slightly more in the future. Average residential rates are reflected there, and I know that you often have a discussion with your physical nearest neighbour about your average residential rates. This is the bottom left is probably the most useful. Your average residential rates per dwelling as a percentage of household income is set out there, and yours are slightly higher than your average rates are slightly higher than your comparators. And your per capita average expenditure of CapEx, which is the point I made before, is slightly lower. You can see that the composition of your expenditure is broadly the same. Your regulatory expenditure is slightly high. This particular lens reinforces to us that we're going to go and have a good look and a dig around in that expenditure. It is probably related to growth, but we just need to confirm that hypothesis. So all in all, your rates are slightly higher, your CapEx is slightly lower, and the composition of your expenditure is broadly the same.
Clarification from Councillor Joyce.
Yep. On your chart there, average residential rates per dwelling as a percentage of household income, I was confused by that because it says it's somewhere around the 2.5% mark, when even a modest house in the Western Bay is $4,000 rates and the median income is 88,600. So how did we get down to 2.5 when that seems closer to 4.5?
I'll go back and just confirm the calculation and come back to you through officers with that answer. But there will be something in the assumption around household income, I suspect, but I don't have that available for me. Sorry, Councillor Joyce.
It might also be there could also be a GST impact in there.
It could be, yeah.
If these are net of GST, they're not really what people pay because ordinary people don't get to claim back the GST.
Yeah, that could be true. Thank you for that. Unfortunately, Aaron, our modeler, is not on the call.
Okay, carry on. Oh, sorry. No, I've got Councillor Alvin, a clarification. Okay, carry on then, Sarah.
Well, really, looking to the past doesn't help you with the future, except to know, are you broadly on track or off track? This analysis really tells us that broadly, everything that you are experiencing is in common and in being experienced with other councils like you. And I don't know if that is a comfort, but if I was in your shoes, it would be a comfort to me. It doesn't make the future choices that you'll have available to you any easier, but it means that you're coming from a reasonable starting position. So from a future outlook perspective, the key judgments that we think we need to explore in the work we're doing is your relatively modest operating cost forecast compared to general trends. Now, that's kind of almost a theoretical discussion because across your sector, this very conversation that you're having is occurring. But right now, it's looking like you actually have relatively modest operating cost forecasts and the cost pressures in the sector are great. So I caught the end of a point that Miriam was making at the end of your last session. There is some evidence of belt tightening that has been occurring but will need to continue to occur. Our work is to help you to understand where the belt tightening should occur and what the implications of that are. Your significant CapEx programs against a backdrop of escalating capital costs is something that we have previously talked about with you, not only the scale of the CapEx program and its affordability, but also your capacity and capability to get it away in a timely and efficient manner, and then the implications of the removal of water services for the rest of your council business. The borrowing capacity that will be freed up should you confirm that decision will require likely a rates review, and you'll need to look quite deeply at your overhead allocation approaches. So that's another thing. Those are the kind of key judgments that I think you'll need to bring when you consider your longer term financial position. If you're comfortable now, through you, Mayor, I'll hand over to my colleague, Nick Carlaw. For those that will want comfort, as you know, I'm a recovering economist. Nick is a recovering accountant. So he is just the man to be undertaking this much more forensic examination of the composition of your current spending. So if you're comfortable, Mayor, we'll turn to Nick to present and I will be his able assistant.
Thank you, Sarah. Please do, and welcome to Nick.
Thank you very much. So there's just a couple of slides here, and I was just going to talk generally around the purpose of this bit of work for phase 2 and a little bit about the approach and the context we're undertaking the work in. So this is very much a future-focused piece of work, and it's about giving you an independent assessment about, is the council doing the right things and is it doing those things well? And as you can see on the slide in there, it's sort of entirely feasible that you could be doing the wrong things very well, but also the right things not as well as you could be. So what this review is aimed at doing is giving you an independent, fresh pair of eyes about how could the council do the right things better. So the scope for this, we're looking across both the functional perspective, so the services that you provide to the communities, be it transport or housing, for example, but also an organisational dimension. So thinking about the organisation as an entity, from strategy, the way it works, its culture, its processes, systems, its people, all the way through. And also we're looking at this piece of work from both a revenue and expenditure point of view. So we're thinking about, do the policies for the revenue, for example, do they align to where we think the future environment's going to require them to be? But also how can the organisation go about changing them, and how is that done? And is that done properly, or can it be done more efficiently and effectively? Obviously, this bit of work has a bit of context that frames it, and that's really important. So I've heard a lot of discussion this morning around that context, and it's all well known to everybody. The local water done well, resource management reforms, local government simplification, those are all important contextual pieces that this review has to sit in, because this is the world that the council is going to be operating in the next few years and onwards. Also, obviously, the very constrained financial environment, so potential for rates capping, the discussion earlier again around the impact on rates rises and the cost of living crisis. So we bring that sort of lens to this review to help us think about, is the council doing the right things, and is it doing them effectively and efficiently? The very broad approach for how we're doing this review is we form lines of inquiry, and we basically follow them, and sometimes they lead somewhere and sometimes they don't. The lines of inquiry are formed by both interviews. So for some of the councillors, we've had a discussion with you, the executive team on the council, we've talked to each member, and a number of the council staff too, and we've looked at a large amount of council documents, both financial and non-financial in nature. From those lines of inquiries, we draw findings and insights. Without sort of foreshadowing them, the insights might be, for example, one insight might be around the ability for the council to absorb and respond to all the change that's coming, all the reforms. From those insights, we will be able to give you recommendations. So what is the council doing well to achieve it, to be high performing in the future, and what else could it do to accompany that as well? The last point I just wanted to make was that this review is independent, and I think that brings a lot of value. It means you've got an independent set of people that have looked at this with a fresh pair of eyes, and it gives you assurance both to yourselves and to the council that the right things are in place, and the right what you're hearing about the performance of the council is reasonable. So I'll just pause there and test if there's any questions or comments.
Any questions of Nick? Councillor Elvin.
It's just a more general conversation right across the board. My observation that this is a bit like the blind men getting together to compare their eyesight. It's a very inward-looking process, and I was looking at some of the review processes you had, and was interested to see that there didn't seem to be any engagement with stakeholders and other people external to the organisation to get a measure on these things. And so I was concerned. I mean, I think it's a great idea, but I was concerned with a bit of myopia around it. And the other thing, because there are, even rugby coaches these days go and hook up with coaches who are playing that round ball game, because there's transferable skills, and we must be able to learn things from the other sectors. Yet I'm not sensing that's part of this process. So that was just that question, really.
Yeah. Would you like me to respond to that?
Please do, Nick.
Yeah, thank you. Just on the last point, we certainly do a number of these types of reviews with other organisations in central government and with other councils. So when we're looking at our insights, we certainly will bring that judgment, absolutely. And at a really practical example, when you're looking at, say, corporate services and how efficiently and effectively is that delivered, we've got a lot of experience looking at what's a reasonable amount of resources required, what are the right sort of systems and processes you might expect to see. So we certainly bring that judgment to bear on this piece of work. To your first point about being too inward looking, I think that's a really good point. So what I'll do is I'll go back to the council and we'll just look to see who we might be able to talk to get an external lens, and particularly around some of the delivery of the regulatory services. I think that's really important just to get a sense of how that's working.
Thanks.
Do you want me to drive your next slide, Nick?
Please do.
Thank you. So I've covered a little bit of this off already, but this just gives a bit of I won't read through each of these, but it does give, again, just speaks to the different dimensions that we looked at. I talked earlier about the scope around the sort of the functional perspective, the services that you provide to the community, also from an organisational lens, and then also the revenue side and the expenditure side. And this just provides a little bit more practical examples of the types of things we're looking at and the types of levers we expect to be operating well in order for a council to be high performing. Again, I probably won't speak to each of these slides here. This comment here, it's repeated in the slide pack, and I've talked a little bit about it in terms of the approach too. So I might just pause there.
So I think from our perspective, we're well positioned. We're getting really good support from council officers to undertake our assessment with a degree of independence. I'd also like to assure you that we have been doing these value for money or efficiency or effectiveness reviews for quite some time now, and we do have an easy ability to make comparisons across. That's part of the value, I think, about getting an independent perspective. When you receive our final report, it won't make recommendations to, for example, materially adjust a service level, because that is your business. What it will likely say to you is there is the potential for an improvement in a level of service in this area, and it will give you the kind of parameters to really guide the working and decision making that will go, for example, into your next LTP. It might, for example, make observations around your overhead allocation models, and that will be directly relevant to your decision making about water services as well. So when it comes to the levels of service that your community are receiving, we very much recognise that that's within your mandate. What our analysis will do will support you and your council officers to make sure you've got good quality financial information and as a basis for making those decisions. And a confidence, to Nick's point, around the processes and systems that you have in place. So, for example, we will, if it presents itself, be able to identify where we think there's greater potential for shared service delivery, if that's commonly used by others and not used by you, that kind of thing. So that was what we were hoping to share with you. We don't have any more material to depart, but very happy to take any questions, and also if you have any suggestions on lines of inquiry that we haven't mentioned that you would like us to have a little bit of a lift of the lid and look at, then do let us know.
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Nick, for excellent presentation and the report that's in there. Some fascinating insights in there, and I'll maybe just reflect on a couple. Rather reflecting profligate spending, that's the financial pressures are driven by rising input costs and higher asset replacement costs and infrastructure cycles. The cost pressures have outstripped inflation. That operating costs per capita have increased at a much lower rate for us than the local government sector. And our rates increases per capita have been lower than the sector in recent years. So that's some good news there. But it's, as we heard this morning when we were discussing our annual plan, it does still mean that we are looking at a fairly chunky rates increase, as much of the country is, unfortunately. So just one specific question before I go to others. You talked about your final report will include a potential for improvement in level of service in an area, and bearing in mind that's a political decision for us. I mean, I think it would be useful to know, if we get complaints about level of service, let's take mowing. It's always a big one. But how does our level of service compare to other councils? I know. I think Horowhenua, they're cutting back their mowing quite a lot, and are we out of whack with what either too much or too little? Doesn't matter which way, but are we out of whack? So something like that would be useful to know.
It's slightly out of our scope to go deep into a particular level of service. So ours will be in the round. This warrants further investigation, because it's an area where we can't see quite the same amount of value being delivered. We won't say we haven't been engaged to do a Section 17A review
No, of course not.
on mowing. But yeah, that's the kind of thing we will be able to say based on our industry knowledge or our sector knowledge. This is where greater value might be able to be achieved, or we will also be able to see in some levels of service that if you change the rate of servicing, then you may or may not be able to increase or decrease costs.
Thank you. Okay, so I've got a few questions. Starting off with Councillor Daly.
I'm still writing them down, but Sarah, it's good to see you again. We hoped to see you yesterday, but we'll catch up another time. First of all, I did have a few, but I just wanted to go back to rates revenue as a share of total operating income, and you gave those examples of Napier, Tasman, Waimakariri versus Western Bay. And I was just wondering where their other revenue came from, as opposed to us predominantly rates revenue.
Yeah, so there are different revenue sources that are available for councils, and they all kind of collect them in slightly different ways. So the easiest is fees and charges and cost recovery. So often when we see a council with a high proportion of rates revenue, it means that they may have a lower ratio coming from cost recovery and fees and charges. So it could be anything as from, waste disposal, tip costs through to consenting costs and the degree to which you're cost recovering those. So that's a traditional kind of source of where they might have alternative revenue. Some councils hold revenue generating assets, and some councils also have, CCOs that are generating revenue for them. Some councils also own assets that are not generating revenue. Any council that owns an airport usually falls into that category. Particularly in rural and regional New Zealand. So it really depends on the individual, but you think about all the charges you have that aren't rates.
I think we've been through our fees and charges with a fine tooth comb and tried to move to a user pays model, but I'm not quite sure if there's much more juice to be squeezed out of that one. But and I guess that comes back to your future study, Part B study, and you've got several things identified here: asset recycling and identifying new income streams. I suppose you've just spoken to that, but I guess from our point of view, for the Part B of your study, maybe identifying options for Western Bay that might fit into that category, even though we're doing some of that ourselves now. But also in terms of selecting the most suitable procurement and delivery models, I'm particularly interested in the operational maintenance contracts. I mean, you talked about lawn mowing, but I mean, we have had a significant blowout in costs in that area, but also road repairs and maintenance. But I'd be interested in a comparison of most effective procurement and delivery model in terms of like small local contractor model versus an all-encompassing performance-based contract as we used to have. And you've also talked about proactive maintenance, managing supply chains. I guess that sort of comes into the above.
It does, yeah. And I'm particularly mindful, we've had a good early look around parks and recreational reserves. That's been something that the councillors who have been interviewed by us we sort of probed, only because we know that your nearest physical neighbour has brought things back in-house, so it's a compare and contrast. It's not to say that we would recommend any change. We'll just give you the analysis so you can understand how the way you currently do it is presenting in its finances. So we know there are some areas where you are interested. Parks and rec is one. Housing has been another. Regulatory and building consent kind of reform and changes and what that will be has been a third. We have been asking about whether you have any assets that you might think ought better be owned by someone else, but doesn't seem to be a lot of silver in the chest. So that's the kind of those are the kinds of high level questions we're asking. But Nick, do you want to comment specifically on anything that Councillor Daly has raised?
It's really just adding a point that as well as looking at some of those service delivery models and just thinking about do they seem fit for purpose, it's also looking at procurement capability and just thinking about is that sort of right sized and is that fit for purpose for what's needed into the future too. So it's just making sure that the engine that sort of is appropriately tuned to allow decisions around service delivery models to be the best ones for the council and the community.
Just finally, you talked about Tauranga City with your in-house parks and reserves maintenance. I mean, that is something that I think. I mean, I think we might have.
We're doing a Section 17A review on that.
Yeah,
So
I think I'd be
leave it for that,
interested.
right?
I think I'd be interested to know and you know how effective that has been for Tauranga City Council and the possibility of shared services with them in that space, because I mean they've obviously resourced up and bought extra equipment and personnel, so it seems like a good opportunity.
Yeah, we'll get to that, but I think we'll better move on. Councillor Joyce.
Are we doing questions or comments? Because that was more comments than questions.
Just recommending grant as a consultant to these guys.
Questions, fine.
Okay. Well, first of all, thank you to Miriam and whoever else has organised this, process. It's very valuable. I have hobby horses, but it's always good to get them investigated independently. So this is a very worthwhile exercise. Going back to the Mayor's comments about our modest rates increases, I would point out in page 15 that our rates share of income is relatively high. It's easy to have modest rates increases when your rate's already very high. We used to have the highest in the country. So I'm intrigued by some of the sort of trend data. So like on page 11, you've got growth in Western Bay OPEX of 78% sector between 2015 and 2024. But if you look at the chart to the right, the last 2 years have rocketed up. So, I think there's an issue here around looking at appropriate timeframes. 2015 to 2021, 22, yeah, we looked pretty good. But then 23, 24, we went through the roof. It's page 257 of the agenda and page 11 of the report. So I think there is a lot of digging to be done here because it's not quite as pretty a story as perhaps some might think. And then the next page, which is expenditure by activity, it shows that our spending on core is declining. So we're not getting things done. So that is certainly, I welcome your focus on quality of spending because that other headline number doesn't look very good. The other one, I think I've talked about rates revenue. I'm intrigued by the idea that our rates revenue raising is higher than others. That could be part of our problem if we're not able to find other sources of income. There's quite a lot of information in here. I mean, one historical one is, interestingly enough, our spending didn't go down during the global financial crisis. It went down afterwards when the kiwifruit PSA crisis hit the area, which shows the different influences of the different areas. And the other one I was going to pick up on was, interesting that you've compared us to Napier. So if I look at Kapiti, and I'm not as good, well, first in Waimakariri as my neighbour is, Waipa and Tasman, they're all neighbouring bigger centres with a large rural hinterland. Napier is a very compact urban area. The next council along, Hastings, I would have thought would be much more comparable to us with its large rural and hinterland. So, I mean, I'd perhaps have a quick look at that if I were you, just because Napier's not a really good match in terms of the type of council that it is, to my mind. But you're the real expert, so that's just a suggestion. But wonderful to see this. I recognise what you're saying about belt tightening to come. It won't be a surprise to anybody that I picked up on that. But I look forward to the second stage of the report. And thank you for doing this, and thank you for commissioning this.
Thank you, Councillor Joyce. Councillor Cox.
Mine's is quite a quick comment and to the point about other income, and perhaps we're not very good at generating other income. So, which is what you have to get creative with when you're in a business of your own. So I was talking to our ratepayer Wayne Lowry the other day from up in the Kaimais, and he said in Wellington, and this is a really good point, I thought, they sell space for advertising. So for example, the cake tin there, that dragged in terms of sponsorship, like advertising on the cake tin, $1 million a year. I mean, we don't have a cake tin here, but I wonder how much more creative we could get with some other things that we need to look at. Precious reserve toilet, there you go. Well, no, just toilet. Well, actually, that's not silly, like advertising on toilets. I don't know. But, something along those lines where it's actually a reasonably good passive income.
Thank you. I think certainly regional council with advertising on buses is something they do to a significant degree. But I think that's something that I can see Sarah writing it down, I guess. So something to consider anyway. Thank you. Right, I mean, I'm conscious we've got still a lot to get through this afternoon, but Deputy Mayor, do you want to comment?
I really appreciate this information. Thank you, Sarah. I think, and even comparing to other councils, I hate that, but you've given us such a good information. One can't help but be pleased about it. And as for Dan Gordon and Waimakariri, why I know him is because he led the charge against the previous Three Waters. And so he's really a competent leader. Our expenditure has changed significantly since we changed our CEO. Is that relevant to this information, Sarah?
It won't be adequately captured because of the recency of that change. And so, I think this sets the scene. The real energy from you as governors is the future, and that's the Part B report that's coming through, and then how you set the expectations of the chief executive on an ongoing basis. So no, we haven't, just because of the timing and the fact that it's Stats New Zealand, we can't see Miriam's belt tightening quite clearly as you would probably like us to.
Right. And community services, how are we tracking? It looks as though we're doing quite well in that.
Yeah, I'm just looking at community services now. It's slightly below. You've increased it quite a lot recently, and it's below your nearest neighbour average. And as I said, your capital expenditure is above your expenditure on not capital expenditure, rather your expenditure on network infrastructure is above. So that is typical of a high growth council. Now you mentioned Dan Gordon. I've done work for Dan. I know Waimakariri well, and they, to the point that Councillor Joyce was making about maybe Napier's not the best comparator, Waimakariri is absolutely facing the growth related pressures of being butting up against a fast growing metro area, just as you are. So the question, if we were going to do a deeper dive into comparisons, would go to the state of their assets, which of course we haven't been tasked to do. I think with this piece of work, your council staff were really helping, wanted everyone to get onto that same common understanding of where you're at now. I'd probably say the history is history. Really, what was it? Was the Canadian would say nostalgia is not a strategy. I believe it was Mark Carney, wasn't it, at Davos? It's really about Part B and the choices that you have coming up, but you might take comfort in the fact that you're broadly consistent with the sector and certainly broadly consistent with your peers to get to the starting blocks. Having said that, as I observed, every single one of them is having this conversation as well.
Thank you. I think we better move on now. But look, thank you very much, Sarah and Nick. Great presentation. I think it's been much appreciated by councillors, and we look forward to the next part.
Thanks for having us.
Okay, thank you very much. So there's a recommendation there to receive that report. Can I have a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Sol, Councillor Joyce. I assume we're not going to debate that any further, so I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Alrighty. Cheerio, thank you. So, moving on. We're now on page 288, the construction of new stormwater pond at 25 Prole Road to address design deficiency on Prole Road urbanisation project. And I welcome Annalie to introduce this one, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. As the Mayor has introduced, this report relates to a construction of a new stormwater pond on 25 Prole Road, which is land council already owns, to address a design deficiency in the Prole Road urbanisation project. That project is basically completed, but we have realised when our project team took it over sometime last year that due to previous discussions that there was between council and NZTA at the time, that there was a deficiency or a lack or inadequacy regarding stormwater for the upper part of Prole Road. That came about because council had sought a cost contribution from NZTA before that project kicked off. And as part of that, NZTA sought some design changes, which meant that the pathways were going to be much wider, which meant that there was less space for swales, which is how we were going to treat the upper part of the stormwater on Prole Road. That was never relayed to the project team. The consultants who was part of that whole process with NZTA issued construction drawings without making it clear that that was not the permanent solution, that the permanent solution still needed to be addressed. But the good news is that we have identified it. We have identified the funding source, which comes from our current Makaroa construction program. That's part of our structure plan. And we are not seeking any additional funds via rates or FinCos. And at the same time, we will also be assisting a few developers, particularly 39 and 29 Prole Road. They are both kicking off with development fairly soon, and that will assist with their stormwater requirements too, which would mean that they don't have to come up with individual water tanks on an already constrained development site. And that will also make it easier for council to make sure that it's properly maintained to the proper water standards.
Thank you, Annalie. So I'll open up to questions and then look for a mover and second on these options. I see Councillor Joyce first.
Very quick question. Is this the beautiful wetland area at the far end of Prole Road?
No. No.
Okay, where is it, please?
No, we haven't built it. No, it's on 25 Prole Road, which is not far away from the wetland. It's where there was a house on there that was
Okay.
recently demolished.
That's fine. I don't want to hold things up because seems fairly straightforward, but it would be nice to have a map next time, so we know.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor.
Prole Road development came from shovel-ready projects from the government. Was this not included?
No, but not the full project's not funded by shovel-ready funding. It was partly funded, and the rest of the funding comes from FinCos.
Councillor Coxhead.
So if we didn't have to look at putting this 2.5 million towards this project, what else would we be using that money for then? Or would it have to go back to somebody as a subsidy return?
No, I think it's fair to say that we have spent all of the money that we got from the shovel ready project. If we didn't need to spend it on this specific project, we would probably spend it somewhere else, or it would be a saving, which would mean that the FinCos could be reduced.
Cost it?
Well, we're not changing the status quo. It's
Okay, do I have a mover and seconder for these? Deputy Mayor, seconder. Councillor Dinsdale, speakers? No, I'll put the motion. Sorry, Graham, did you? Councillor Alvin.
I did say, I mean, have we had a good look at how and why this happened? That's what I'm interested in, how and what, we've got
Yeah.
large players in the marketplace, yet this is a slap up. How did that happen? And what have we done about ensuring it doesn't happen again?
Well, there was a few moving parts. First of all, as I've said, we were a new project team that basically overnight took the project over. There was no handover notes, but also the fact, the bigger problem, I guess, is the fact that the consultant that we had on board who were doing the design for this project did not alert us to that fact. And we would have expected them to give us a proper brief and handover and not issue construction drawings to the contractor without making a note, at least on the drawings, to say that this is not the final solution, that it's yet to be determined.
As a former consultant, I take it.
Yeah.
Councillor Daly.
Look, I just want to, this money doesn't require any additional funding from the LDP or annual plan because of underspend on the other two projects, but you haven't said how much was saved from that underspend on those other two projects. Is there additional funding is there additional savings?
There is a possibility that there might be additional savings. We looked at the industrial stormwater pond. We currently have a temporary pond, and we are actually in the process of awarding the tender to a contractor to come up with a permanent solution. And because we've come up with a different solution, which means less land due to NZTA taking away part of that pond as part of TNL stage 2, we thought out of the box and we came up with another solution, which will mean less land and will be cost saving for council. And then we have another wetland to be built on 130 Prole Road, which we're looking at the moment. And when we first assessed it a couple of years ago, we understood that we would need a lot more land than what we now understand we need. And that's why there will be a cost saving, and which is why we can utilize that savings for this project.
Conscious we're in the debating part of it, so really don't want to indulge you too much further there, Grant.
I did wonder, it was a very complicated, comprehensive answer, but the land that the NZTA required for the TNL, did that take away?
So this is completely off topic.
That's a different project, though. It's not for this one.
Okay.
Okay, right. Are there any more speakers on this one? No. So it's been moved and seconded. I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. So moving on to, thank you, Annalie. Moving on to Land Exchange 340 Omokoro Road, page 295. We welcome Peter to talk to us about this. Just a moment.
Thank you, Worship. Appreciate you guys have had a long day, and yes, yeah, I'll take the report as read. It's just a follow up following the submission process to submissions that effectively aren't that relevant to the process of the exchange. One's a little bit behind the scenes because there's already been a consent issued for childcare that goes out onto childcare centre that you can access via Omokoro Road. And the other matter would be dealt with during any lease consent variation process. So happy to take any questions.
So I think for me, the key question is, which was raised by the submissions, was does this actually change how cars will visit the childcare centre? Because I'm conscious that having lots of cars in and out on the Omokoro Road is perhaps not ideal, but they were able to do that anyway. Is that the situation?
That's correct. Yep, the consent was issued last year. Had been through a traffic impact assessment in that process and was deemed accepted as being adequate and to meet the development code.
Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Coxon. No further questions?
Sorry. Mine's around, have we gone back to tangata whenua? Because at the time of writing this report, you hadn't received any responses.
That's correct. And we don't typically go and follow up on that all the time. We don't have the time and the resource to to follow up on anyone who doesn't participate in the process that we've invited to participate in them. So.
Okay, so I have a mover in Deputy Mayor Murray Benge and a seconder in Councillor Coxhead. Speakers? No? Put the motion, all in favour. Oh, sorry, I should probably clarify, it's 1, 2 and 3, not 1, 2 and 4. I assume so. Okay. Okay, thank you. I put the motion, all 1, 2 and 3, moved by Deputy Mayor Murray Benge, seconded by Councillor Coxhead. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you, Peter. And I think it sounds like you're up for this next one as well. So on page 307, seeking approval for the lessee to include cafe operations at Bowen Town Beach Holiday Park.
Yeah, Your Worship, you'll see I'm actually not the author and authorise this one here, but I do have an understanding about the matter, and so I will try and assist the councillors with any questions as best I can.
Any questions? Councillor Joyce.
A lot of cost has gone into this, a huge amount of cost. They had to employ planning consultants a lot, and now I gather there's other motor camps in the same boat, Athenry. So are we going to make every motor camp that wants to sell coffee spend thousands and thousands of dollars on a planning consultant, or can we simplify this process, please? I realise there's a legal minimum, but how minimum can we make the legal minimum? Because frankly, the idea of a motor camp selling coffee should just go through like a dose of salts, to mix my metaphors.
Miriam?
I'm sure Peter can comment, but in my experience, not everyone is happy with cafes going up, particularly if they've got another cafe, and we often have a lot of opposition. So it's not necessarily something that's fully supported across every decision across the district. So that's my experience across councils, is we think it's a straightforward process, and I'm sure there's a proper process that needs to be followed, but we do get a lot of flack if we don't consult on things that we think are simple that end up affecting other people's income. I
do recall there was a proposal to have a coffee cart down the other end of the beach, and that got controversial in the end. So
I guess my question is, and I accept we advertise it because it's a legal process, but putting the proponents to the great expense just in case somebody objects is, to me, quite a hard thing to put across.
Question from me, more of a process issue. The names of people, the submitters, seem to have been redacted. Now, I totally understand that their contact details been redacted, but personally, I found it quite useful to see the names. Can you explain what was the rationale there?
I'll refer you to Robin sitting next to you for that answer. Because
normally we would redact any contact details and personal identifiers, but the names would stay. I think it was an oversight, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it can be quite useful to see if the people who objected it, as a neighbouring cafe owner kind of situation.
they are real people.
Yeah, and I'm sure they are, but yeah. Okay. Councillor Coxhead. You ready? 1, 2, 3 and 5. Sorry, 1, 2, 3 and 4. Yeah. Please do.
Just Peter, just on these last two items, there's been comments that the community boards have been asked to provide comment, but I mean, it looks like these have been occurring during post-election or possibly during election time, and community boards even haven't had any proper business meetings until the last couple of weeks. So it seems like it would have been really difficult to get comment from community boards on some of these issues.
I think that kind of comment doesn't need a formal resolution. If I assume you've emailed them, and if you didn't get a reply, you didn't get a reply. Is that correct?
Yeah. I guess it just sort of highlights the massive time difference between the election and getting down to business for community boards. But anyway, that's just a comment.
my comment, I'm not sure about the situation, but normally when you're going into an interregnum or we've got something, we would still go back and talk to the community board and just say, is there anything that you know, they don't need to have a meeting to discuss this. And quite often we get quite good feedback from community boards, even when they're going into a pre-election period. So
to be honest, this is one of those areas where community boards could really add value, and for whatever reason they choose not to submit on things like RLTP or public transport plan, or some of these local issues like this. And I think that's really valuable, and I think we should encourage them to do so. I don't know why they don't, but yeah.
So just to reiterate, we don't ask them to formally approve anything through a meeting. They can just give us feedback, and they often do.
Yeah,
that's correct. We just make them aware that the consultation's going on, and this was from the 5th of December to the 8th of February. So it's quite a period of time, particularly at Waihi Beach over that busy holiday period, as why we targeted that period. So yeah, we don't need a formal resolution from them. They can, if they wish to, they could provide feedback and adopt that at their next meeting if they wish to, but it's difficult to try and align everything up around community board meetings.
Yeah. Councillor Alvin.
Look, I wasn't sort of concerned first time, but we've had 2 in a row where both the people have not.
Actually 3.
Oh, there's 3 in a row. Yeah, so that's just a concern that, you know, we've both cases, community board, Tangata Whenua haven't responded, and I just wanted to make sure that we didn't have an issue from our communication rather than the other way, because it's sort of quite consistent, that's all.
Councillor Song.
Yeah, same. I don't recall hearing anything of it at all. I'm not saying it didn't happen, and I'm not saying the breakdown wasn't within our community board.
Yeah, okay. I think Councillor Cox had indicated she wanted to move, and Councillor Joyce seconded. Okay, thank you. And that's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Were there any speakers for or against this one? No, I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Next one, we're on page 333, and this is appointment of alternate controller for Western Bay, was a rescindment for Adele, and appointment for Bradley and Matt. So I'm sure we did say a huge amount more, but Deputy Mayor?
So I hardly think this requires any questions. I'm happy to move the recommendations 1, 2, 3.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dinsdale, happy to second? Yeah. Great. Assume no one wants to debate this one, so I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Right, page 337. Draft policy for setting rent for community organisations using council land or buildings consultation. Peter, you doing this one, or Matt as well?
She's on her way.
Hold up.
Are we going too fast for you, Matt?
Yeah, you are.
James. Actually, while you get ready, and since it is you, Matt, congratulations on being endorsed by this council, and we'll look forward to formally doing it through the Bay of Plenty CDEM joint management, joint committees. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
James, could I just acknowledge the lady that turned up from the Caddy Croquet Club, turned up to listen to this item 5.5 hours ago, but I'd just like to issue apologies that couldn't have been here to listen to this.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Right. Kia ora koutou. So in front of you, you have a paper for the review of the policy for what is currently called the Policy for Setting Land Rentals for Community Buildings on Council Land. The context for this particular paper, the policy was put in place in 2017. It introduced land rentals based on average rentals at the time across the portfolio. There are approximately 27 rentals in the portfolio in 2017. The policy hasn't been reviewed since that date. The portfolio has increased up to 53, I think it is, leases. We've brought this, we had a workshop on this in December 2024, where we got some insights into council's thinking. We went out to the existing leaseholders to test some of those theories before undertaking any drafting or revised proposed drafting on the policy. What you see in front of you is a proposed draft policy, which takes into consideration the feedback received through the workshop, the feedback from existing leaseholders, as well as the, I guess, the operational observations since 2017 and some of the occurrences that have come up. What we are proposing aligns with council's thinking in terms of removing the land rental rates from the policy and including them in the schedule of fees and charges, which enables them to be reviewed at council discretion. So it will be looked at on an annual basis. What I would highlight is that whether council does change those rates annually is entirely up to you. We have included in the paper some indicative rates for consideration. We've based that on CPI uplifts since 2017. As I say, the basis on which the rents were calculated in 2017 was an average of the then current, rentals. It wouldn't be appropriate to apply any market valuations, land values, building values, or any other valuations. So we've proposed CPI as a starting point for discussion. And if supported, it would be consulted on through the, alongside the annual plan and the schedule of fees and charges through March and April of this year. The other point I'd like to make is if an uplift was approved now or at any date in the future, it wouldn't take immediate effect for the tenants. The contractual relationship between the tenant and the council exists in the lease. So it would be at the next rent review date under their individual leases that any changed or uplifted rent would take effect. I think that's probably all I'd want to share at this stage, but happy to take questions or, yeah.
Thank you, Dana. I think Miriam wants to say a few words.
Not having been around for the last year prior to this year, but in my experience, council has always sort of struggled with putting up these rents and has tended to err on the low side. And I just remind councillors of the comments from Sarah Baddeley about looking at our fees and charges and whether we're recovering enough. Because I just know there's quite a bit of history here on the discussion about affordability for clubs and things, but just think council should look at these things.
I think there's certainly a tension between wanting to assist our community groups and actually increasing our user fees, as Sarah said, might be an idea. But anyway, let's we'll be open for questions first. Deputy Mayor.
Lady from the Katikati Croquet Club said we've done so much to our building and we don't want to be paying for that. Do you have compensation for upgrades that are done for community facilities?
You're talking about Hunter Reserve? Yeah, so council did spend quite a lot of money upgrading that from when it was Nancy Merriman House to bring it up to standard and get the floors and the foundations that had failed and stuff. So council did spend quite a bit of money early on in the piece before they took that over as a lease. But yes, they are extremely good tenants and do a lot of work in that space and have looked after the building well. But we do assist them every now and then.
So, Mr. Mayor, the question is for Miriam. When you have a group that look after really well a facility that we've got, is it fair to increase the rate? Is it usual to increase the rate of rental when in fact a community group is going above and beyond asset protection?
Look, I'm not familiar with this situation. I don't want to sort of set a precedent, but I would imagine our approach would be that if we brought something up to spec, which often happens when leases change hands and expectation standards are higher. So council often invests in bringing something up to a reasonable level of spec, and you have a good tenant over time. They might spend some money from fundraising and from themselves to do additional things. I'm sure we take that into account, but I'm not sure how that's managed. Yeah.
Yep. Maybe if I could just add to that, Your Worship, the key point of that though is that other clubs have to fundraise and capital and get loans and personal liability on loans, etc., to establish club rooms. What this is that it's the council, the ratepayers that have made the capital cost, rightfully or wrongly, to a new building, that the club then doesn't have to raise that capital. So that's the point of difference between the rate variance.
I think there's a few questions. Who got Councillor Beach and then Councillor Sol.
Yeah, what I do is I can put my volunteer hat on now. And obviously of the 53 leases, I presume a large amount of them are volunteer organisations, not-for-profit organisations, emergency services, etc., etc., etc. The point is, and it's very hard to put the value of what a volunteer brings to the community. And that's probably where I'm coming from. They're out there giving up their free time, keeping the premises, keeping the property up to a good high standard, hopefully. No issue about paying the base rate, but I think if you're looking at increasing, you've really got to look seriously at what the volunteers bring and what their value is to us.
Not sure there's a question there, but yeah, thank you. Councillor Sol, with our own questions at the moment.
I look at this and okay, this is a problem, and I do want to try and get some idea as to how otherwise the council is going to. I mean, so my question is straight out, really, in the end, is it fair that all the ratepayers pay for something for some particular people or not? I guess is the question. And I would liken also Athenry Homestead to the same sort of situation where there's been upgrades, things change, but also the organisation has put in a hell of a lot of money and raised a lot and done a lot of work. I think, unfortunately, somewhere the piper's got to be paid, at least something, because we have, I presume from all this, we have overhead requirements, statutory requirements to meet, and I think it's only fair. But that would be my question. Is there any other way of funding it?
Good rescue, Councillor Sol, but I think there's just about a question there. Miriam.
So I think it's a consideration of do these volunteer groups that the community really values wash their face, and is it council's responsibility to make up the difference? I mean, that's not specifically what we're talking about today, but a lot of this conversation comes back to where does this council sit in terms of supporting community initiatives that are not mandated, so you don't have to have them. So it's a difficult area.
Chairman, just to clarify and further to Councillor Beach's comments, is that there's about 20 organisations that are lifeguards or surf clubs and other voluntary groups like that are only paying the $250 base fee. They're not paying a rent on that. So per annum, yeah, $250 per annum. Pretty good deal.
So there's a list that are exempt. So there's Coast Guards and a few others, which I think has been suggested we don't try to tinker with because that would be quite problematic. Yeah. Okay. Councillor Elvin.
I better sort of start off by declaring some sort of interest in being on the committee of the mighty Blue and Black Rugby Club. And I think it's quite a difficult exercise to get right here. I think it's appropriate that there is some payment. It's reasonably assessed. I think what's important is to perhaps provide the opportunity where some of those fees can actually be waived or written off in certain circumstances. But I do know that, as an example, I don't want to offend anybody at council because we do need a new building. It's very important. But I also recognise that actually that park gets a significant amount of use as a result of the club being there. And so there is that balancing of, and if they weren't there enjoying the facilities and participating in sport, they'd be doing burnouts down the end of Tracy's Road. So, you know, there is a benefit in this. We've got to maintain from a, that. So we just got to keep it in perspective. That's all. I'm not against the policy, to be fair, but I think we just need to remember it's not just another source of revenue. It should be just a cost recovery.
I think we really are getting into debate. So I'm going to seek unless you had a question, Councillor.
Well, no, I did want to move these recommendations, but in light of Miriam's comments and other comments made, wondering if it's appropriate to signal a more substantive review through the long-term plan as well. I'm happy to adopt recommendation 3 that we go out for consultation on this small increase in fees. I mean, it is small. We're talking about $6,000 extra revenue, $33,000, like Don Thwaites always used to say. We've probably spent that revenue just talking about this issue.
Yeah, thank you. So I think, well, Dan, I got you press comment on that.
So the policy, the opportunity is to review the policy now, and then the fees and charges would be reviewed through the schedule of fees and charges through the annual plan and long-term plan processes.
So attachment 2 be adopted for consultation, but the review, when would the review, how would the review happen?
The fees?
Well, you're looking at the policy. So the policy is going out for consultation with the track changes. So I think we'll get comments back about that. Is that how you envisage it?
Correct. And what we've done, so we've included in the statement of proposal, you'll see some indicative, the values, which will be, as I say, at the same time as the schedule of fees and charges will also be consulted on. So there'll be full transparency as to how they work together in 2026, 2027. And if supported, council can make a decision.
No, I do
both.
understand that. I'm just talking about going further than what's proposed in this consultation approach, because I mean, I know I was here when we reviewed this policy initially, and there was a lot of discrepancies at the time. There was some commercial enterprises operating in council buildings, and they were paying substantially more than what we ended up with this review. And this was about standardising and minimising and being fair to everyone. But and you know, to Miriam's comment, this is and maybe it isn't. Maybe the juice isn't worth the squeeze. I don't know.
Through the chair. So on the commercial, so what we're proposing is currently under the policy, it's a very high level statement that a commercial operation will be considered on a case-by-case basis. What we've done is we've amended the policy to indicate the types of things that council would take into consideration. So just considering the classification of the land, the purpose proposed, you know, the effect that it'd have on the local community and the local business community, and just give some transparency to that. But the direction from, or the indication from council, is that you did want to see any commercial proposals, and that they would be considered on a case-by-case basis, and the policy entrenches that, or the proposed changes, apologies.
So are you moving, Councillor Daly?
Yes, please.
And do we have a seconder? No. Councillor Sol? Right, debate. Deputy Mayor.
Question, please. If you're going through all this consultation when we consult with the community, are we not duplicating the whole process if we put it into the long-term plan as well?
We're not doing that.
That's what these.
No, he's moved recommendation 1, 2, 3 and 4.
I think through the chair, if you wish to review those fees again for the long-term plan and propose a bigger increase, you can, and we can do that through the long-term plan. But this is just very much focused on the policy and the fees and charges.
Miriam.
Just adding to that comment, secondary to today's decision, obviously the efficiency and effectiveness review in the next phase will come up with some recommendations, and that might well feed into some of this. So I think that might be a good idea to see where that goes before we make a decision on the LTP.
Okay.
Supportive of the decision, the recommendations.
I'm going to say a few words. I think this proposal tidies a lot of stuff up, the commercial aspect, which has always been a bit of a grey area for us. The way that we haven't increased fees for 9 years or whatever it is, which, you know, don't have to increase it. We don't have to choose, you know, don't necessarily have to, but a situation where you have to change the policy to increase the fees seems manifestly inefficient and long-winded. So I'm pleased that we're looking to put it into the annual fees and charges, and then we can make the choices. Then the increases being proposed at this point are CPI, so it's nothing too outrageous. So happy we get the community feedback. It's always difficult when you're asking people to pay more money, but we'll see what we get. Okay. Any other speakers? No, I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. Right. We're coming up to 6 hours in, so I did need a mover and seconder to keep going after 6 hours. So I'm happy to move that. Deputy Mayor, all in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. So we're now up to item 11.8 on page 364, which is the delegation of decision-making and update to policy for facilities in the community fund. Noting carefully, this is not the community facilities fund, the other one. Does anyone have any questions?
It's procedural.
Okay.
Emily.
Before you move on from this item, I just wanted to quickly introduce Sam, who's our new recreation planner, who you haven't met before. So this is her council chambers debut. So before you send her off with a quick resolution, I just wanted to flag that for you.
Most efficient staff ever.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the introduction, Emily. It's nice to be here. Happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Thank you. Thank you. Were there any questions? That's the key thing. Yeah. It's gone so fast, I haven't got the right page yet. Okay, right.
I've been hyped all day for this meeting, so.
I actually did have a question on this. Sorry. Yeah, I know. Given that we're changing the rules, or proposing to change the rules a little bit, about can be on council land and things like that, would it make sense to fold it into the community facilities fund? Or should the policy at least reference that fund and how they interact?
Are you talking about the community matching fund? Or which one are we talking about? Sorry.
Okay, so this current one is the facilities and the community fund, and then we've introduced the community facilities fund, which I think we've renamed as something else quite similar now.
Yeah, I know the one. Is Emily, are you covering that one?
Emily.
I think they have at the moment kind of slightly separate purposes and different funding sources. So I think they do need to be separate. I don't think there'd be any harm in making reference to the new fund. Its specific name escapes me right at this moment, but I know the one that you're referring to.
Yeah.
Mary wants to say something.
Miriam.
Through you, your worship, you actually can't mix them up because they have different funding sources, and under the Rating Act you can't. So we've always kept them very separate. So there's no facility to change the facility funding stream.
Very good.
If you know what I mean. So we need to be quite clear about that, because we're talking about financial contributions here. So we need to keep that clean from rates funding.
Okay, thank you for that clear and decisive answer. So I think we've got a mover in Councillor Joyce, and is someone else who's going to second?
I think is this a question, Councillor?
Just a question, James. I don't know if that was a slip of the
started off as a question.
Slip of the tongue, or I mean, we're not proposing a change in the criteria for this, or are we, in terms of not being allowed?
So the criteria for this fund is changing because it's proposed that you will be able to do it on council-owned land.
Yes,
it's been a bit of a impediment previously.
Can I ask a question then of our new lady?
Samantha, yeah.
To explain the changes that are proposed.
Yes. So the primary change is to allow for council land to be considered within the application system. So in the past, we have received applications for funding on council-owned land. So this just opens up that consideration. It doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be on council-owned land, but it just provides an extra avenue for consideration.
That was quite a significant constraint, but so that does allow Councillor Elvin to apply for them. Puna Rugby Club rooms.
Yeah, that's right. I'll also just emphasize that it does need to be managed by a community entity, it's not a council process. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. It's been moved by Councillor Joyce, seconded by Councillor Coxhead, and there's 5 recommendations there, and it's amongst other things delegates Councillor Sol, Coxhead and Daly to be the decision makers on this one. So the debate on this one? No? I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Good deputy. So moving on to page 383, and welcome Natalie for the spatial planning documents. I'll take it as read, these.
Good afternoon. I'm happy to have that taken as read. So the purpose of this report is to bring 9 reports to be received. These are the reports that cross our 3 spatial plan areas. So 3 spatial plan areas, 3 reports for each, starting with the baseline reports, which provide a lot of the background information that is useful supporting information to inform a spatial planning process. We also have the outcomes from our community ideas forums and session notes, and as themes that help us as we work through the spatial planning program, and including up now is our community engagement. So these reports support that for any individuals or groups that seek to get a little bit closer to some of the detail sitting in behind these processes.
Thank you. So I think there have been some successful meetings and forums, but we're here really just to receive those reports. But I'll put out there's any questions. Councillor Daly?
Well, is it inappropriate for me to move these recommendations?
You certainly can. I just did want to double check in case anyone had any questions, but Councillor Daly, you've moved. Deputy Mayor Murray Benj, does anyone want to say anything? No? Oh, the Deputy Mayor seconded it. Yeah. So, okay, I'll put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Which, yeah, moves on a bit to page 755 and the monthly financial report. Jonathan. 755.
Good afternoon, everyone. So the report we have in front of you today is the December 6-month period to halfway through our year. So the revised budget numbers in there are our annual plan numbers. So the adjustments to those are for our carry forwards that were approved late last year. Just to touch on a few points in there as we move through it. So our total revenue of 97 million is higher than budget by 3.4 million. Total expenditure is lower than budget by 6.9 million. Our capital expenditure for that year-to-date period is 4.4 million behind. There's various reasons through the report, but it might be easier just to take questions on these. Just noting though that our net borrowings position at 193 million, we only compare that to our year-end borrowings position. We don't budget for that on a monthly basis. And we're still forecasting the same borrowing position of 279 million at the end of the financial year.
Councillor Joyce.
Where's the page numbers? Page 766 in the agenda has here overall revenue expenses. Can you just explain to me, you got forecast full year actuals and revised full year budget. So is that revision on the budget as at now? Because presumably at this stage, the forecast actuals and the forecast budget should be somewhat similar if the forecasts are done at the same time. I'm not quite sure how I just want to know the understanding of how to read these columns. Are we forecasting, for example, an $8.8 million surplus at the end of the year? And because we're going to need some money for storm damage.
Yep, so what we do for the forecast process is we're looking predominantly at our capital program. So we do a deep dive in the capital program and look at how that flows for the rest of the year.
Mhm.
And then we're also taking the larger operating expenses. So we have a look at, say, personnel, where that's
Yep.
likely to go from the first 6 month actuals through to the end of the financial year in June.
Right. So what's the difference between forecast full year actuals and revised full year budget?
So the revised full year budget, that's our original annual plan budget with the adjustment for carry forwards. So that's the
Oh,
original
okay.
budget that was signed off on. So
So
that's
what
the
you're
revision.
actually saying is there's a column before that we should be focusing on.
Yes, so the forecast is what we're now looking at being the landing position for the end of June.
Okay. So at this stage, we're looking at a reasonably healthy surplus. Obviously, there's all kinds of revaluations and end of year stuff to come. But in terms of cash position, we're looking at a reasonably healthy surplus. But we also have a potential bill for storm damage. So which
Correct,
is
there's
not
no
in
storm
this.
damage
Yeah.
currently in these forecasts.
So yeah. So it's good to have a little bit of fat in the system if we're going to have to clean stuff up.
I think just following that, a question I had was that, we were wanting to return to an operating surplus because we'd had previous deficits. Are we on track to do that despite what might happen in the next few months? Matt.
I'm happy to speak to that. At the moment, I suspect operating surplus wise, we will be pretty close to where we forecast we would be. It's likely that our debt position might be slightly higher than what we forecast as a result of the costs as they come through. As Brad highlighted, yet we actually don't know the level of funding or assistance we'll get from that. And it could be a case there is a lag between when we spend the money and when we have, to be blunt, the bun fight to get some of that funding back. So signalling, remember this is a December report, so it pre the event. So we'll have a much better figure next month in terms of a bit of an understanding what that's going to look like. Probably the other thing I would highlight is whilst the forecast surplus of 43 million does sound very high, that's including the $51 million subsidies, which a lot of that is used to help fund our capital works program. It's not just money that will go and sit in the bank.
Yeah.
And in terms of anything to do with the storm recovery costs, I agree with Matt, it'll take a bit of time for it to come through, but also remembering if it's mainly in relation to roading, then our fast subsidy rate, it was, I think, 85 or 90%. So it might end up not being so bad. And also remembering you do have your disaster recovery fund as well. So just remember there would be a significant subsidy on an event like that.
Councillor Coxhead.
Sorry, this is probably a question for Peter Watson. I was just looking at the Clark Road stuff, and a couple of things there. One was I was wondering why we hadn't budgeted the cost for consenting. And number two was, and I can't remember the name, is it the property is it Tennants Point Road or is it Torpedo? I can't remember.
Hawaii Reserve.
Tahawai, so it's none of those. Yeah, thank you. Where we're at with the sale of that house on that property as well.
I can potentially give some insight on that one. We're currently going through the subdivision process to enable that to be sold. I don't know exactly where we are in it, but I am aware that it is in process.
And why didn't we budget for the consenting for Clark 109 Clark Road? Not probably. It's probably Peter.
Can't answer that one.
Yep, it's actually not my project. It was started off with the strategic property manager. It's because undertaking that there, and I've been involved because out of the community benefit lot process, there's a reserve that's 10 hectare reserves that's been gained. But I do understand that the report went up to council at the time. There was funding set aside, and then the cost of the actual consenting and stuff was being, the expenditure was coming on, but they're being recovered by the sales. So that all comes in like the costs. We didn't have the money up front to do all the work, right? So then that you do that work and then recovering the sales from the sales of the properties, which I think there's been an update given to you on that a little while ago.
We do need a little bit of an update on that one. To be honest, it comes up quite a lot in the region. So, yeah.
I think Matt might have done that a little while ago.
Yeah, I know they haven't settled yet. So there's what's that holding cost as well, but yeah.
If you're happy, we can come back and make sure there's a more fulsome update. Probably what I would say is that I suspect that the consenting wasn't budgeted for and the proceeds weren't budgeted for. It's expected to be net neutral, but we can get some confirmation on that.
Councillor Daly.
Just in relation to the rates revenue excluding metered water, do you know exactly what our metered water, how it's going, budget versus actual, since we've just put the rates up?
So the metered water budget, that's for us, that happens in various cycles. So the way we budget for it is relatively flat through the 12 months. So when we're comparing back to actuals, it can depend on where we are in that cycle. We are about 300,000 ahead in that collection of the metered water at this stage year to date.
That just depends on when the billing does.
Yeah, the
happens.
billing
Yeah, so
cycles.
it can move either way.
I mean, that's good to know the numbers, but do you have a volumetric comparison? I suppose that could be worked back, I suppose, but.
Again, that comes back to those billing cycles and what's been recorded at the time, but we can certainly come back with those volumetric numbers going forward.
Deputy Mayor Murray Bench.
I want to go back to Clark Road and the sale of the sections. It seemed such a great idea at the time that we would, because it was pleasing the people who were inflicted with the dust from the previous developer.
So I'd like to get, this is a financial report, not a.
Right.
reserves and-
And at the same time, I'm sorry that we didn't get more for the sections, but we didn't. And I'd like to know, the funding was meant to support the development of the reserve down in the ditch. And I'm wondering, that presumably isn't happening because we haven't got the money. Could someone answer that one?
No, we've effectively got a reserve, 10-hectare reserve for about 3, haven't we?
That's correct. And you'll recall in a recent adoption of the Como Ward Reserve Management Plan, an action was agreed to do a concept development plan. And out of that concept development plan, it would identify any infrastructural costs or development costs that would then go through the long-term plan process for funding. That's the same as the process for 294 Beach Road, Karikari, and for Tahawai Reserve. You've agreed to delay in those two cases to get, you've had the concept plan done, you've funded one part of the first year, but the rest of it's going to the LTP for future funding and timing.
Councillor Joyce.
I don't want necessarily answers today because it's more P&M for Alan's committee, but there's a few things in some of the individual projects that probably do need to be looked at some stage. Yeah, Karikari Arts Junction. Yeah, the black mold has been more expensive. Can we get something to P&M about why that is? I mean, I know it can happen once you start pulling cladding off and you find out. Waihi Beach Library and Service Centre is, $500,000 under budget. It'd be great to get an overall cost for that reported to us at some stage, because we've had quite a bit of flack about that. And I just would like to get the right numbers out there. This is just my area. Dave Hume Pool project is $250,000 under budget. More good news. So, with the project updates, sometimes it'd be really nice to get at the end of the project a wash up delivered to councillors so that we know where things ended up. I'm not saying they should come to full council. They probably should come to P&M or audit and risk, but not today.
Matt?
Councillor Joyce, I think that's a really good comment and question. Something that myself and Brad are working on is making sure there's really good alignment between what's reported to P&M and through the financial report, so that there is a holistic picture rather than seeing one report with numbers and another one with progress, to make sure there's a linkage between them.
And I accept that obviously this report is a snapshot in time. So the Waihi Beach Library, for example, has gone over a longer period. So we're not going to see here the full impact.
Thank you. Alrighty, we'll have tea fairly soon, but it can't go on.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Oh, so I thought Adele was still here, but in terms of the Datascape project, 2 million under budget, would it be fair to say that this is being delivered in a cost manner that's less than expected, or?
No, it just hasn't been delivered yet. Is that
It's
right?
still gonna, okay, so.
Yeah, so through your worship, exactly correct. A bit like Jonathan highlighted, some of these projects, when we budget them, in the absence of specific timing, we will spread that cost over the 12 months. And then as it gets delivered, you will see variances, but as it highlights in the report itself, not expected any savings. There might be some overrun into next year where we'll expect to carry that money forward. But it is on track financially.
Thank you, Matt. With that, I'll look for a mover and seconder to receive the monthly financial report. Councillor Joyce, Councillor Coxhead. I think I'll put the motion unless anyone wants to speak. Put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. We'll do one more item and then we'll break for afternoon tea. And that is the independent assurance report of the debenture trust deed for the year ended 30th of June 2025. And page 803.
So through your worship, councillors, this is for receipt. Happy to answer any questions, but it just provides an unmodified audit opinion on our debenture trust deed.
Councillor Daly moved, Councillor Elvin, I think, seconded. Put the motion. All in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Okay, so let's come back at 5 to 4 and for the next item, break for afternoon tea. Thank you. Okay, councillors, back from afternoon tea. Thank you very much. And it's getting towards the end of the long day, so we'll hopefully get through some of the next items. Bless you. Okay, so we are on page 814, the Audit Risk and Finance Committee appointed member voting rights. And I guess between me and Robin, I guess we can handle this one. So as you recall, we set the terms of reference towards the end of last year in a council meeting, and there's been some desire to have a rethink about the voting rights of our independent elected member who is yet to be appointed as it happens, but that's to come. So Robin, did you want to say anything more?
Open to questions, really. The report just outlines the fact that this will be a change from your previous structure in the last triennium, where the independent member of the Audit Risk and Finance Committee did have voting rights. I have provided the link there to the Office of the Auditor General's best practice guide around local council audit and risk committees for your information. There's an example of other councils. Those ones listed all have voting rights for their various appointed members. It's a discussion for you as councillors to take.
Councillor Daly?
Just a question. I think when this was circulated by email for discussion, could you clarify, was the voting rights explicit or there was some confusion about whether there were or weren't voting rights?
Yeah, it's quite well explained in the report, but there were voting rights, it just wasn't explicit. But actually, I was looking at all the other terms of reference for surrounding councils, they're all not explicit as well, so it's not like we dropped the ball, it's
The general principle is that your membership of the committee is all the same unless you specify something different.
Thank you, Robin. Councillor Coxhead was next.
I'd like to signal another option, please. That council agrees that the appointed member of the Audit Risk and Finance
option.
No, it says has full voting rights, does not have is what I want.
It says has not, and then option recommendation 3 is does not have voting rights.
Where's the other one?
Recommendation 3.
Oh, okay, sorry, number 3. Okay, well, I want to move.
We'll come to that when we come to it. Councillor Murray Bench. Well, hey, that's a good question. Right, were any questions before we go to debate and whatever? No? Okay, so I recognise that Councillor Coxhead wants to move it. Councillor Murray Bench wishes to second it. Debate. Would you like to kick us off, Councillor Coxhead?
Well, I don't think I've made any secret of the fact that I have an issue with unelected people having voting rights, given the process you must go through to become a councillor here. The terms of reference do not explicitly or implicitly state that there are currently voting rights for an independent member. And in the last triennium, the independent member we had, Stuart Henderson, well, none of us realised that he actually had voting rights anyway, because they were never needed to be exercised. So it's probably a bit of a storm in a teacup. But my concern is that if we allow people who do not have not been elected to have voting rights, then we open the door for other committees down the track. And I just want to stop it right here, right now.
Thank you, Councillor Coxhead. Any other speakers? Councillor Deputy Mayor Murray Bench.
I think it behoves the chairman of this committee to make sure that she actually has a consensus before we move on, because when Stuart Henderson was here, I don't recall him ever having to vote, and because he was just a member of the committee, but he was there in an advisory role, and it was really quite worthwhile. I do agree. I too have a problem with the appointees having voting rights. I think it's a reckless way of making decisions. So I'm certainly, sir. And whether other councillors have it or not, there are some times when you need to take advantage of what other councils do, but we do still have to be our independent selves. So that's where I come from. I support this recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Sol.
I look at it from another angle as well. If I get an advisor for my business, I still make the decision. And so the decision makers are the decision makers, the advisors are the people you get in for advice and to maybe look at where you may have missed something, offering another angle. That's their sort of job, not to make decisions.
Thank you. I'll say a few words. I do take issue with the idea this is somehow setting a precedent. It is the status quo that the independent member has voting rights and has been since we had an independent member. Appointed members with voting is provided for in legislation. And we have appointed members with voting rights on a number of our committees and joint committees as well as advisory groups. All our neighbours have independent members with voting rights. So I just feel it's not a biggie either way, but it seems to be seeking a precedent to seeking to prevent a precedent which is already widely in place to fix a problem that doesn't really exist. So just look through some of the local councils that do have this with voting rights with independent members with voting rights. You've got Rotorua, Tauranga, TCDC, Taupo, Hauraki, Waikato, Whakatane, Hamilton, MPDC, South Waikato. There's really quite a lot of these that do have them. So it's not by any means precedent setting. So I'll leave it there, but happy to hear other views. Councillor Elvin was next.
I'm happy to deal with this on a case by base. I don't think it's particularly relevant when it's a committee of the full council. One vote out of 11's not going to be hugely influential. It might be different in a committee of 3. And then my concern is more whether they have a vote or not have a vote. I would be reluctant to have a report back to council which did not properly record the fact that our independent member may have had a totally different view to the council members because their expertise may well need to be taken into account. But I'm relaxed one way or other about the voting. I'm more interested in the expertise than I am in whether they've got the power to vote or not.
Thank you, Councillor Elvin. Are there any other speakers wishing to say anything? Councillor.
I'd just like to support Councillor Alvin's position in terms of independent members and their membership, just basically because they wouldn't be appointed if they didn't have the skills.
Thank you. So I don't see anyone else wishing to speak. I assume don't need a right of reply. So I'll put the motion, we'll raise our hands. All those in favour of audit risk and finance independent member having a vote, please raise your hand. Oh, sorry, you're correct. Not having a vote, please raise your hand. So 1, 2, please, right up, not rounded. Right up in the air, please, gentlemen, councillors. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, that's carried. Sorry, those against. That's carried. Okay. Right. Moving on. Mayoral, so on page 820, Bay of Plenty Mayoral Forum Triennial Agreement.
Again, happy to introduce this. This is a procedural, basically a procedural agreement that happens every triennium post-election, which lays out various understandings of how the various local authorities within a region will work together. The documents in here, the Bay of Plenty Regional Council is the administrating authority for this, and it effectively rolls over what was in place from the last triennium. There is a legal requirement. Local authorities, territorial authorities in a region must enter a triennial agreement, and it must be by the 1st of March. So you have a statutory obligation to be in agreement, and the time frame is coming close. Yeah.
Councillor Daly.
Yeah, Mayor James, would it be appropriate to ask you to give a potted summary of the mayoral forum and its functions?
That's in the next report.
Okay.
Kip. So look, I'm happy to move recommendations 1 to 6. Sorry, are there any other questions before I do that? I'm happy to move recommendations 1 to 6. Deputy Mayor, you willing to second that one? Any debate on this one? No, I'll put them, oh, please.
Quite happy to speak to it. I think this is a short-term view, and I think we'll find that the relationship between Tauranga and Western Bay will become much closer in the future than what it is at the moment. And so while this exists, we might as well use it.
Thank you. So I'll put the motion. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. So now move to my report, which is on page 850. Are there any questions on this, please? Noting the first page has been a bit jumbled up, so there's a separate page which has been reproduced separately. But Councillor Daly.
Mayor James, would you be able to provide a potted summary of the Bay of Plenty Mayoral Forum and the purpose and functionality and the sort of decisions that are discussed?
Okay, that's yep. So Mayoral Forum, I mean, it's often about the big strategic issues and where we want to go as a region, but more how, you know, when things interact with each other. So I mean, things like you know, waste disposal, that comes up every now and again, about how we deal with that, because that interacts with each district. The trouble with it, if I may say, is that it's because we don't have any funding. You know, we don't make any funding decisions. It can be a bit tricky to get stuff done, but that's the nature of the beast.
And these are public forums that you hold around the Bay of Plenty, isn't it?
They're public. They're usually in Rotorua, but yeah. But and so I'll give you a little update on we had a. If you look on the second page of last page of my report, we had a get together in Rotorua on earlier this month and discussed a number of items, including the triennial agreement. But we discussed our submission to the Simplifying Local Government Reform, we agreed to progress discussion at the CE level around shared services. So we could be getting a bit bigger into shared services. Again, this sort of thing would come back to council if it gets anywhere, and discussion on regional spatial planning and how that might proceed, which Chair Matamoana McDonald alluded to this morning. Deputy Mayor, then Councillor Cox.
Since we're supporting, I just wanted to raise the issue of working with our local MP, in which you've done very successfully, and on Te Puna Station Road. I think that relationship has been very strong, and we should use our MPs much more than what we are doing. I don't care whether it's Jan Tinetti or Tom Rutherford or Scott Simpson, but we've got them. And I found that working together with that Te Puna Station Road issue of the boy races was really sound and sensible. So I commend that. We should do it more often.
Yeah, I have a good relationship with Tom and Scott and Sam and Dana, and I've worked with them quite well. I spent the evening with Tom last night, in fact. So yeah, at some point we'll bring them into council, as well as obviously a mixture of one-on-one meetings and one-to-many meetings. So that's we'll get onto that later this year. Councillor Coxhead.
Cameron Luxton as well. In the
Yep, I caught up with him at the AMP shows.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Oh, stop it, Ronnie. I can't remember what I was going to ask now. Oh, so no, the regional, I guess the rolling up of the governance of regional council. where are we at? I don't expect dates or anything like that. I don't think anyone's really nailed that yet. But where are we at in terms of how that looks? So it's the mayoral forum that's going to be the governance side of it, but is there going to be a CTB or not?
No. So the submission period is just finished. So we've not heard anything more. So we put our submission in, the mayoral forum put their submission in, bunch of councils put their submissions in, and we'll hear back from the government whenever we do.
Okay, so just high level, Reader's Digest. What did you submit on?
It's actually very similar to our submission, to be honest. It wasn't.
Which is just highlight it for the benefit of those out watching.
Well, I think we're covering it in the next. Oh no, it's not actually. No. So high level, it is that the elected members for regional stay in until we've worked out a reorganisation plan. Let the mayors focus on the reorganisation, and let the regional councillors focus on their ongoing governance. So that's roughly the gist of where we were. I guess our submission will come in the next council meeting as a information for us.
Flying swans, maybe.
I'm not going to comment on that. Councillor Elvin.
I just am interested in the value of this report, really. And I'm not quite sure who it's for and what it's for. It's largely a summary of your diary. And I don't see it adds a lot of value unless we're just questioning you over the appointment. So I mean, obviously I'm not used to it, but it doesn't. I'm not sure I see the value.
Okay, there's a couple of things there, Councillor Elvin. Firstly, this is the meetings are about transparency. So I'm sure that if I had lots of meetings with people that you and you weren't aware of a meeting, that would engender a certain amount of distrust. And so I put it all out there basically, and then you know who I'm meeting, and you can ask questions about what I talked about. Although would appreciate maybe a heads up beforehand, because I don't have my full meeting notes for every single one there necessarily ready. And then also this particular one is a bit tricky because there's a few things which are on the horizon which I was hoping to talk more about, like regional deal. But until we have an actual update, then I can't say much more. But I have given important updates on things like regional deal and such like on these occasions.
And I accept that, but it seems to me it becomes an interrogation based on the indication of meetings rather than at this meeting this was discussed and it's useful for you to know that. That was all. That was just. But anyway, that's just, I suppose, a matter of style.
Miriam?
Oh, just a bit of history, Councillor Alvin, is that councillors have always been very keen to know what's in the mayor's diary. And as long as I've been here at this council and other councils, it seems to be how things happen. In terms of the mayor's report is really good if it can talk about those other issues more openly, but it seems to have been that it's always been required that councillors have preferred to have this information in the chief executive's information. Personally, I don't think it's necessary, but we've just sort of done what the councillors have requested.
Yeah. And actually, from a personal perspective, it is useful to outline what I've told you and what's been made public, and yeah, that's useful from my perspective as well. Yeah,
I'm happy to remove mine.
Ask another question, please.
Please, Dave.
Can you, Thunder Ridge, you had a meeting with them. It's going well?
I've not had a meeting with them for some time.
21st of January.
I think it's Miriam had that.
God.
I've had a more recent meetings with them, with Gary Ellis before he left to go overseas. Probably about 2 weeks ago was the last one. Peter was here at some of that. So we're very close to finalising the lease and the arrangements to proceed with groundworks. So we're very close to proceeding. The issue that we have is we also need to include Tauranga City Council in any major decisions because they are 50% owner of Tet Park. So we have to go through a decision process But we also don't want to hold things up if we've come to an agreement with the other lessees up at Tech Park. Do you want to talk about anything, Peter? Anything we can mention? All I'm saying is it's going really well.
Yeah, no, I think just to add, there is a lot of progress being made both with Thunder Ridge and the other lessees. They had a meeting just I think a fortnight ago now, and Bill went to that meeting there and just gave some guidance and stuff. I think our subdivision consent for the leases and stuff has been issued in a draft form for comment from us as an applicant. So things are progressing.
Perhaps I'll just add under the tropical depression 05F, just a little update on under that title. So myself, Darlene and Margaret had a panel discussion on the Mill Relief Fund. We've received about $800,000 worth of applications, and we have 100,000 to give away. We're just working through that. We gave initial indications, and I think we've got something else. Something came back today, which we'll have to work through just to work out a final allocation, but that's in progress. Yeah. Okay. And you've seen today, just to repeat, I also yesterday late afternoon, our submission to the government was sent off around help with this emergency and damage we've received. Councillor Daly.
Look, I don't want to step on anyone's toes about asking questions regarding your report, but I mean, it's a bit like a community board chair's report, which allows you the option to raise questions in a meeting that you may not otherwise get to ask in a public forum. But in terms of, and I only ask this question because I've been challenged on it, and this is the Place Brand Governance Group, Tauranga, and since you've been closely involved with this, James, and I know we've had workshops to provide our own input to this, but in terms of the new name and branding and all-encompassing part of the Western Bay and Tauranga City, there's starting to be a bit of a conspiracy theory circulating that this is a step, another step in another link in the chain towards amalgamation and by creating an overarching brand across the whole district.
Well, some people are free to think that. That's not why we're doing it.
No.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't pay too much attention to online chatter on such things. This has been a process for actually quite some time with the commissioners under Anne Tolley, and I think we've had a number of workshops on it, and the Guardians group came to talk to us last week, and so yeah, this is an example where I've been able to put who I've been meeting and why, and just make it known that this has been going on.
Yeah. I mean, my response was I didn't see any underlying motives, but could you just clarify the costs that Western Bay and TCC are putting into this, and also Tourism Bay of Plenty?
I'd have to come back to you on that. There was we went through a procurement process for contracting Guardians, and that cost takes us to the end of this financial year, give or take. Councillor Beach.
Yeah, I'm unsure if this is the right meeting to raise this, but Miriam, you sort of have in a way, and I understand a lot of us councillors don't have a life, but unfortunately, on the induction period, we missed out on a trip to Thunder Ridge and also to the industrial park, which are two really highlighted things in my area that I'd definitely like to get some access to and get a bigger picture on how they operate in the future of both these places. And if there's a chance of doing that, that's my question.
Councillor, my comments would be, we really wanted to make all of that happen, and we wanted to do it in conjunction with the Tauranga City councillors, and they ended up not being keen on the visit. So we tried to arrange that a number of times, and each time they were not available. So if you would like to go up and do a full tour, I'm sure, Peter, we could organise that.
I think it's. No, while Peter collects himself, I do want to say that I believe the councillors in TCC are keen. It was just the period before Christmas was crazy busy for all of us, and obviously since the January storm, it's not been the highest priority to go on a field trip. So I think we can probably organise something, but we'll just got to organise.
I think you'll still have some difficulty with the Tauranga City councillors. I think we could take that conversation offline.
Now I've got a few, Councillor Cox said, then Councillor Ray.
Seems a bit old now, but just to Graham's comment, I think the value of the mayor's meetings for the month or whatever that period, it really is in terms of you don't get a chance to actually catch up and talk about that sort of thing, so you can ask questions when that comes up. Certainly not about tracking him or tracing him everywhere, though we probably should. But I've had mention of this, the fact that our mayor does this from other councillors from other councils, and they think it's great because it just gives you an idea of what's going on, what are the conversations being had, and what are the questions you can ask in a forum like this. So I think it's really good.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Councillor Ray.
I just want to make a brief statement if I can. It's not really a question. I've said it before and I'm just going to take this time to say it again, that it appears that over a 3-month period, it's very largely centred in the West, and now what I'm seeing is Tauranga, 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 Tauranga. So I'd just like to put in a plug that I think we're going to have to invite you over to our side a bit more because there's only one Putapuki in a 3-month period.
It's over to you.
Always happy to. Thank you. I'm always happy to go and visit elsewhere. I'm probably going to Te Puke tomorrow, and I'm going east tonight as well. So, yeah, happy to go wherever. Deputy Mayor.
I'm back to the tech park. I was involved in the tech park right from the beginning, and Glenn Snellgrove did amazing work in setting this park up, and the work was amazing. And we had a subcommittee of both Tauranga and Western Bay, and we were diligent and interested in what was going on. We've had the odd manager who wasn't that great, but I would strongly recommend that we actually set the date when we want to go, Miriam, and that let the Tauranga Council know that that is what we are doing, and they'd be welcome to tag along. I think you highlighted the fact that we are going to actually negotiate again the agreement with Tauranga City, and we've got to get them to straighten up and show some interest. And because we've been managing that park well, and they have been totally disinterested, apart from when we had the subcommittee, and those members of that subcommittee were quite diligent and kept with it all the time. So I think, sir, take the lead.
Thank you. I'm sure we can make progress on that. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I'm happy to move my report. Is there anyone else second? Councillor Sol, I'll put the motion. All in favour, say aye. Against, carried. Home straight. Okay, so just a couple of items for receipt, which is the submissions, one on the draft local government standing orders on page 854, and the submission on land transport brackets revenue amendment bill. So it is just for receipt, but if anyone wants to say anything, then please do. Yes. Deputy Mayor.
Code of conduct. I was so disappointed with
just to be clear, that's not the subject of this report, but it has been circulated day before yesterday. So
yesterday.
Day before yesterday, recently. Just go recently.
Right. So you don't want to comment at the moment?
I don't. It's not in the agenda. So, and I don't think anyone. I don't think many people had a chance to read it. So I don't think there's a lot of value discussing it now.
I'd just like to comment that the code of conduct, things are said around this table. And I'm the one that's been through the process of being challenged. And it's awful and it's costly. And not to me, but it was costly to the council and so unnecessary. And I think we have to demand our independent profile around this table and not having those bleeding ministers push us around again. Sir.
Thank you. Well, it's something I'm sure we can discuss in coming time. It is just the proposed one. It's not, it's got to go to the minister first. But anyway, that's a different issue. Right, who else have we got? Councillor Joyce.
As foreshadowed, I'm not happy that we just sort of these go breezing past. They are submissions on behalf of council and they should be adopted by the council. You know, in the last term, we actually voted to receive these, which was to me inadequate, but better than what we've got now. Now we don't even get to vote. I do appreciate the mayor's making a good effort to include everybody's views, but the simple fact is we had a submission go to Wellington last term that some of us didn't even know what was in it. So if it's, to me, if it's a submission from the council, it should be adopted by the council, even if it is in arrears. I don't necessarily want to spend too much time on this today because I realize it's been a very long day, but I just want to know how we can have that discussion about whether that's needed on another day, or do I just put in a notice of motion, or what do we do? Because I am not happy that we are putting submissions into government that have not been adopted by this council when they are in the name of this council.
Okay, so I will respond to that. The nature and timing of submissions is, I mean, ideally we would adopt one and then they get submitted. The nature of the timing is that basically never happens. It just does not work that way. Although if it does work out that way, then I'm happy to do it. So what happens is that it is approved by me under delegated authority, and it gets sent off, and then it is reported for information to council. I think for me, it was, since there is no retrospective approval is not possible, they didn't see much point having votes on it to receive the report. And it was clean or more truthful, if you like, to have it as information for receipt.
So you haven't answered my question. I said I don't really want to debate this today. It's been a long day. I'd like to know what is the opportunity to discuss this by council. And if there is no opportunity being offered, then I'll forward it.
Well, the option is that we don't make submissions.
No, there's an option of actually putting it to council for approval, even in arrears. You don't like that option?
No, that is not an option.
Okay, so you want a notice of motion, do you?
No, that is not an option.
I'm
It is
sorry,
not a
but it's not
legal-
your decision.
It is not a legal option.
So we can't, so we do actually pass things in arrears sometimes. And yeah, okay, I think we'll just go down, I'll have to go down the path for notice of motion. I know you don't like them, but you're not even willing to discuss
No,
this.
no. It's a legal thing. You can't, if I have delegation to approve.
We remove your delegations then.
Well, you can, then we won't do any submissions. I mean, it's as simple as that.
Well, we
I
I'm
mean,
sure we can
there
craft
are,
a rule.
there are weird ways around it. Regional council recently called an emergency meeting to make a submission. I think that would be a really poor way to proceed.
Okay.
Emily,
So we'll
honestly.
proceed.
So if you would like to have submissions come to a council meeting to approve prior to them being lodged, no?
The last triennium, they came to us afterwards and we voted on them. So now we're being told it's impossible, even though we've done it for years.
And here's the misunderstanding. You are not voting on the submission, you are voting to receive it.
Also voted to receive your mayoral statement, which is, you know, so I just can't understand why the change was made. And it's really the only thing we've got that says we either like what's happened or we don't like what's happened. And it's being done in our name.
Okay, if you're happy, I don't want to make a big deal of this. If you want it back in the report and we vote to receive it, that's fine. I just don't think that's very meaningful, but if you feel more comfortable, then I'm happy to change it back.
I'd like to hear from our resident lawyer.
Councillor Irvine.
I did notice, I'd make a comment by saying, you know, it used to be that a conscience vote for the Labor government when Helen Clark was the Prime Minister was you could have your conscience vote so long as it was her conscience that was voted. I did see a report from one of the other councils that they set a subcommittee up for some of these submissions to be made. And I think there's an opportunity for a bit wider participation in some of these submissions that are made. You know, there's the work that the mayor has to put into them. For a start, obviously it's a key, but fundamentally they pretty much end up being not the submission of the council, they end up being the submission of the mayor, and I'm just
Sorry, that's really not fair. We generally workshop, staff write the submission, I seek views, I incorporate them as far as I'm able to. Sometimes it's tricky if one person expresses a view and no one else tells me anything about that, but you know, I try to work through it in good faith as best I can. But to say, oh, that's just the view of the mayor, that is absolutely not true.
I mean, I didn't respond. Fundamentally, in the end, when it comes to any sort of contrasting views, it does end up like that. And that's not a criticism. It's not a criticism. They have to go in and somebody has to do them. So I'm not critical about that. All I'm saying is there's a possible way we can deal with it in a way that spreads the load, spreads the expertise, and I just think that's worth considering.
And that's what we do in workshops. But Miriam, you wanted to say something?
And so councillors, this is an issue because of process and timing. So generally when we're asked to submit it on a submission, we've got limited time, and often it's done just before Christmas because central government have dumped everything on us and they've left everything. So realistically, some of the submissions, you know, have to have a really fast turnaround. That means that we can't get everyone together. Often it's in a holiday period. That's reality. And so we have to come up with something practical. In previous councils, we used to limit the number of submissions we would actually, you know, submit back, because we just go for the ones we thought we could have an impact or had a really big impact on this council. We do a lot of submissions now compared to the past. So I'm just trying to find a workable way that makes sense, because the staff will get something, for instance, on the 22nd of December, and they want it turned around on the 6th of January. So it's done on purpose by central government. You know, these things happen all the time. And so we're trying to be practical here. And so we use as much as we can communication with you, but we haven't got time to come backwards and forwards on a number of occasions. I'm just raising, we need to have something practical.
Councillor Coxhead.
This did come up last triennium, obviously. And so I think what Rodney's not saying you don't, you know, because you do have you have the delegation to be able to sign the letters. And then when they come back for a seat, I think, this is my view, it would be just as easy just to put in there, this may or may not reflect the views of all councillors in this council, and somewhere in the meeting notes. I think that would probably suffice if that works.
In the workshop notes, you mean? Or?
Well, yeah, workshop or meeting notes, depending what they are. Once you've already submitted you've signed it off, you've submitted it, and it's representing our council, then it's passed into the notes for, it's passed into the meeting for receipt. Then if there is acknowledgement that this may or may not reflect the views of all councillors, would probably cover that off. Or otherwise, well, I know this is probably not popular or favourable, but otherwise people just do their own submissions in contradiction if that's how they feel. And I guess you're always at liberty to do that, aren't you?
Well, yeah, you can do that anyway. That's not.
Seems
I
to cause a bit of a
would hope
ruckus,
that's not
but-
where we want to go as a council. But
Well,
actually, I had. Go with the order I've got here. Deputy Mayor, then Councillor Sol, and then Councillor Joyce. I guess.
I think the way you organise it is really pretty good. Under the circumstances, you circulate it to us, ask us if we want to make any comment, and we do. If you wanted to change it, I don't think a workshop is the answer. I'm not a great believer in subcommittees, but maybe if you could circulate and say, you're working on this, anybody wants to come along, do so. But I just don't think it should be formalised. And I really believe that if you feel strongly about the legislation, put one in yourself and not, we've got wasting too much time around this place. So in your workload, we don't want you send you to an early death. So I think we've got to grow up a bit.
Thank you. Councillor Sol.
Yeah, I actually, basically, I can see both sides of all this issue, but I think there's another angle too that we probably at times don't help ourselves as a council, and that is often staff will know that they have certain things in front of them that will be going to a select committee or whatever, and we could start on a lot of these submissions a lot earlier, if you know what I mean. In other words, we get some notification, and otherwise it's in their website that they're asking for submissions. I'm not saying every time it happens, but a large part of that time we would be aware that there's something coming up that they will be wanting submissions on. Then the other side of it will be, and that can be government departments or whatever. Crikey, I see some emails coming in on my emails that tell me that. So,
So we do have a weekly legislation tracker that comes out from Taituara that gives us a heads up where they think it might be released. It's not always exactly the case. And I think if I reflect on the recent resource management legislation, that was almost 700 pages of legislation that dropped. And so for us to be able to advise you, there's actually a period of time that staff require to actually read the 700 pages and understand what's in there, then understand if what's proposed is actually what we think is a good idea. And then if not, what are some other options that might be worth, trying to put forward in the submission. So when we have had a lot of submissions lately and it has been really, really pressured, and it would have been incredibly difficult to add in additional steps. And I think, as staff, we do try really hard to reflect the consensus view, which is not always a perfect consensus, and that's okay. But it is challenging. And we also review, the mayor typically sends back track changes to us after he has sought your feedback as to what he thinks should change based on all of your feedback. And sometimes we make some further suggestions or whatever as well. So we're putting a lens over those comments too, to make sure from a technical perspective that they kind of align with the rest of the submission. I don't think there's a golden bullet how to resolve this really easily, but we're obviously happy to take direction if there's something that we can do that is workable.
I have to say as well that it is actually rare that I get any feedback at all from councillors. It's mostly me working through it, and I might get, sometimes I get one or two comments, but it's pretty rare. So it's not.
Yes, in a perfect world, I think the staff would agree would be better if we made fewer submissions and only the things that we thought were important. And I think the process we've got is as good as we can get. The mayor spends an enormous amount of time in those submissions trying to get it right for everyone, and the staff race around doing all the research as well. So I think it would be a good idea if we just reduce the number and only the things that we thought were really important, and we did our best to make sure we got everyone's comments, because that's what we try to do. And generally when I've looked at the final version, it's pretty much what you've talked about anyway.
I think I will just add that although we have done a lot of submissions recently, there have been a lot of changes put through by government, and I think they have all been worthwhile to do, but there's been a lot of changes coming from government. Councillor Joyce and then Councillor Elvin.
Pick up three things from this conversation. One is your kind offer to go back to how we used to do the voting at the last training. That's not adding an extra step really, because we're already bringing them to the meeting. I'd appreciate that. It would address some of my concern. I pick up very much on the point our CEO has made that we make too many submissions. Bearing in mind, I agree that the last little period's been huge, but I'm a firm believer that a lot of the time it's a waste of time. No one's going to read them anyway. And the third point is, we do sometimes workshop these. Now, I thought our policy was to bring workshop notes to the relevant meetings, so surely the workshop notes should sit under these submissions. because our policy on workshop is to bring the notes to a meeting. So let's report we're not bringing those workshop notes to a meeting at the moment. So we probably should, and they should probably sit under these submissions. Again, not extra work because it's already being done. So that would bring a chance to at least acknowledge that we support this. And if someone has a violent objection, they can vote against it. Do fewer of them, allowing for the fact that there's been a lot of really relevant stuff lately, and also put the workshop notes on the agenda, which is in line with our workshop policy.
Thank you. I think what I will just say with these particular submissions, there wasn't a workshop. Yeah. Emily.
I would just like to note as well, there are actually many more things that we could submit on than we already do. So we already put that lens across from a staff perspective. So when they come in, we assign them to relevant subject matter experts and say, is there anything in there that you think is important that we need to flag on behalf of council? So I take the point that you would be happy for us to err on the lighter side of bringing them up, but we are already kind of applying some critical lens to them before we bring them up.
Thank you. So I'll go with Councillor Owen.
I'd hesitate to have us get in a position where we're sort of getting tangled up here, because I think that the chief executive is right. There has been a significant amount of quite important legislation that has been ramming through with submissions in a very short space of time. And I think the exercise is the problem with that, it's issues that we are all vitally concerned about as well, because they are about, the damage to the democratic process. So, and I think that just has given rise to some of the tension. And I certainly don't know what the answer is, because we've got to do the best we can somehow. But I think the exercise is with some of that stuff that comes in, there will be much more concern about it, Emily, from a governance and a democracy perspective than others. And I think it's just about gauging that. And ultimately, we can put our own submission in, and probably that's the best thing to do in some of these instances.
Okay, I've taken away. If we can just bring them back to being in the reports, it's happy to do that. That's probably as much as we can do right now, and then we'll see what comes up in the next few months of submissions, if they're available. I think, yeah. Okay, great. So I assume, does anyone actually want to talk about the submissions, or are we going to move on at this point? Councillor Saul. There's no recommendation. That's kind of the point that Councillor Joyce was making. Okay, in which case we'll move. I'll seek a mover and seconder to exclude the public and move into confidential. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Elvin, all in favour, please say aye. Against, carried.